kata saya, lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu catat, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome. I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome.
Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Dandia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha, dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS. Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Redki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome. I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome.
Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang. Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus. Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Dandia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome. I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome.
Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu. Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Klik Blibli sekarang.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? I need long-lasting battery life. Why?
Baru Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu. Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsors, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
The battle between the fiery aura and the three-masked alter ego will commence shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to MPL ID Season 10, Week 3, Day number 1. It's us casters, Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi at your service today, which, yeah, a lot of crazy matches in store.
A lot of crazy matches here. We got two incredibly insane or awesome matches. But speaking of awesome, Arashi and Goni.
Yeah. Awesome is for everyone, ladies and gentlemen. So check out Samsung Galaxy A series. This is a cool phone, right, Arashi? Can you, as an analyst, I need you to tell me the specs, perhaps.
Well, 8 gigabytes of RAM, 256 gigabytes of storage, Super AMOLED screen plus, 120 Hz refresh rate as well, and of course the Snapdragon 778G processor. So any kind of gaming needs you want, they got you covered, man. And especially important to avoid the lag, 5G ready.
5G.
That's something special.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Gs.
Yes,
a lot of
maths.
Gs.
Absolutely.
Top
Quick counting from the man, the top G himself, Goni in the mid lane, technically here. You're a mid laner here.
I'm a mid laner now, but yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back to the games. MPL Season 10, a lot of crazy matches already happened in Week 1 and 2. Let's take a look here of the conclusion here as per Week 3, Day 1.
Yeah, we can see here of the standings presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Araki Hoshi still standing tall in that top position with ONIC Esports. Then we have Aura Fire, number 3, who are going to be matched up against Alter Ego, number 5.
Right, and for number 4, there's EVOS Legends as well. And, well, Big Alpha is all the way down here, Mirko. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, again, Aura.
Let's focus on the match today, man.
Aura and Alter Ego, right?
Yes.
The 3rd and as well as the 5th place here. They both, with the same record, looking for their 3rd win in MPL ID Season 10. But in our 2nd match, we have ONIC as well as Aura. No, EVOS.
EVOS.
Is also in a very similar state. So a lot, and I mean a lot of shakeups later today will happen. But let's focus more on Aura and Alter Ego. I feel like, based on the performance, sure, they have the same match rate. But I do feel like Aura Fire has some more of an edge. I think the patch helps them.
I agree. You know, the patch is definitely shifting over back to that tank meta where High was just such a dominant force in Season 9. But here, we actually have similar comparisons and they have similar styles when we're talking about Aura and Alter Ego. Both of these teams prioritizing team fights, kills over some of the objectives, but it does feel like Aura Fire has that slight edge with that macro knowledge from their shot caller, Facehugger in the mid lane. However, they do play a lot for their gold lane. Nino and Kabuki have been the spotlight from both of these rosters.
Well, speaking of Kabuki, he is the top 2 kill, number 2 in MPL ID Season 10 with 33 kills.
What a murderer.
Oof, what a murderer. And yeah, so
he should be in prison.
Bloodthirsty, I feel like. Well, he switches role in the past, right? Gold lane and as well as jungler. What do you think of that, Arashi?
Well, we have seen, funnily enough, that when he is in that jungle position, his team hasn't found success yet, despite his insane performance on that Fanny. But here we take a look at the lineup. Facehugger, Fluffy, Kabuki, High, and of course Go by himself. And for Alter Ego, Udil, Pai, Nino, Sally Boy, and Leo Murphy. A lot of comparisons has been drawn between both these teams and their similar playstyles. It's gonna be a battle to see who can be more aggressive and who can actually get more value from that early game aggression.
Lots of aggressive players are going to get on to Land of Dawn. We talked a little bit about Aura. Let's talk about Alter Ego here. Yeah, these 5 members, they have established experience. Udil, Nino, who is growing up, and as well as Leo Murphy, as they are heading down to the tunnel camp by Head and Shoulders.
Look at this. Nino actually stepping up, walking in front of the team, leading them into the stage. And, you know, speaking of Nino, this match is going to be all about the gold laners, I believe. Both of these players are the spotlight. Let's see.
Let's see. We talked about Alter Ego, and now let's focus more on Nino, the gold laner. Oh, he has performed extraordinarily well this season on the gold lane, in the gold lane, as on this Clint. Take a look, his positioning, his timing, and yeah, his use of spells as well is just so on point and yet so effective. Take a look here. He doesn't care that he is all inside engaging in the front lines. He knows his power on that Claude. And yeah, that is just some knowledge. Take a look at his GPM, 686, almost 700 flat. And yeah, of course, the KDA ratio is quite up there. 5.6 aggressive, and yeah, turret damage, he does not forget objective, almost 9,000 worth of damage. And of course, with the average of 57,000 worth of damage, I mean, Nino is a gold laner to watch. Good luck, have fun, give your best, is a quote by Nino. But let's just witness Nino and friends here onto the stage. Alter
Ego with their winning 5-man lineup who have looked shaky in the second week. So that's something we can bring up here. Going up against Aura Fire, who have seemed solid. They do seem shaky too because they have dropped matches, but they dropped matches to ONIC. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, they struggled against Rebellion, who are 8th place in the league.
That is definitely a question that a lot of people are asking, right? Both teams are aggressive, but Aura seems to be a bit more mature. They had the season full of explosive team fights and aggressive playstyles, and now they've added that late game, that calculative macro play into their gameplay. Whereas for Alter Ego, it seems like they're still stuck on that aggression. They prioritize kills over the objectives, and sometimes it really seems like it is costing them some games. So I think we have to see in this particular game, going up against a more modern version of themselves, can they find success? And this will be one of the bigger trials for Alter Ego to try and face in this season.
It is a challenge indeed here. They're facing Aura Fire. Take a look at their lineup. Still strong with their main 5 practically this season. And yeah, I talked about Aura Fire here. They are somehow so good in this patch that still High can pull off any hero, seems like, in this jungle, as they are walking down the tunnel cam by head and shoulders.
Crazy hero pools for every single one of these members, and especially Kabuki. Not only is he flexible on the heroes, but also on the roles.
Yeah, we saw Nino. Let's talk about his matchup today. Kabuki, the gold laner for Aura. Take a look at this.
God.
He bought rose gold just in time. And yeah, he survived that immortal. He keeps that immortal. And take a look at this play as well. On the Beatrix, still so deadly. His positioning, he knows his power once again. He just knows his right timing. And of course, the stats don't lie. GPM 704, which is also up there. Ratio KDA 6.2 as well. Quite similar to Nino, but has more edge. Again, turret average damage is also quite similar if you compare it to Nino, but take a look at the average damage, 57k as well. Both gold laners is quite similar data-wise, so it's going to be crazy. Good luck and have fun is a quote by Kabuki. Let's see how will Kabuki perform, and of course his teams, as Aura Fire is stepping onto the stage. Please welcome Aura Fire.
I couldn't handle myself, man. When we saw that replay of him buying the rose gold, I just got flashbacks. I got goosebumps again to that point, and it just shows how mechanically sound this player truly is, right? And that, when you go and switch up your items, it's not just about mechanics, Arashi. It comes down to game knowledge and even macro. How he was able to move around with the cables on the fanny and buy the items simultaneously.
Exactly. Mid-transit, he just makes that purchase, and that was so critical in ensuring that his very valuable immortal in the late game was not popped. So knowing the right item to purchase as well, as Mirko mentioned, has been very, very critical. So when it comes down to those split-second moments, Aura has been very, very solid. So I think when it comes to those bigger team fights, I think Aura has been a lot more united, whereas Alter Ego, they are at home going for those individual plays. Looking now at team head-to-head by head and shoulders, looking at the stats, right? First objective rate is very much in the hands of Alter Ego. A lot of people seem to try and say, right, I quote, Alter Ego, if they destroy, they will destroy in the late game, but if you take them to the late, in the early game, but if you take them to the late game, they get destroyed instead. And Aura has shown that they can take Alter Ego to deep waters.
And Aura, they're a team who are very, very interesting because not only do they excel in the early stage of the game, but they also can go for that late stage game like we saw against BTR and even against ONIC. But Arashi, it's time to take a look at the keys to victory, starting here for Aura Fire by Axe.
Deuce, the pick-off strats in the early game for Aura Fire. Everyone in their team can do this. We've seen Kabuki pull it off, we've seen High pull it off, we've seen Godiva do it as well. So the pick-off strategy will get the ball rolling for that snowball. Have disciplined team fights in the mid to late game. That is where both these teams actually have issues. But for Aura, it's a lot more critical because they usually get those very good team fights in the early game already. Facehugger's Faramis can be the key. We've seen that it's a huge factor in deciding those big team fights, particularly when there is a neutral objective on the field. You can force the opponents to try and come into your zone when you have that called Alter. But for the side of Alter Ego here, same case of victory by X. Making sure that Nino and Leo Murphy gets their playmaking heroes, that is one of the most critical choices that will impact their gameplay, right? We've seen the difference when Nino and Leo Murphy are on passive heroes. It's really not Alter Ego's identity. And of course, have a plan for the late game, because that is where they usually have a lot of issues and struggle a bit. And of course, be disciplined on that objective gameplay and don't overcommit. That is, it's funny enough that it applies for both teams, but for Alter Ego in particularly, we do see that they kind of sometimes get overeager despite the objectives being on the table.
I mean, I completely agree with the keys to victory, but one point that just stood out for me was they really need to have a game plan for the late game. Seems like Alter Ego, they have a very fast-paced game. They like to go for the team fights, and in the late game, they're kind of lost. So they really have to somehow create a game plan, multiple scenarios for that late game. But enough talk. Let's jump into the drafts here for our first game between Aura Fire and as well as Alter Ego.
Absolutely. Now, jumping into game number 1 in the draft, we are seeing just both of the teams reading each other out. Again, in the first game, usually we do see this kind of draft going in for just the prio bans in general. With the Julian taken away, Alter Ego takes away the Faramis. And we should see another more respect bans come through. Maybe the Akai, the Fanny, perhaps even the Valentina response from Aura Fire here. It all really depends. But I think Aura Fire, there you go. They go for the 1-1 because they want to force the Valentina and even the Fanny ban to come from Alter Ego. As Aura Fire, they have first pick.
The first pick for sure will be very beneficial, and it will depend on what they want to do, right? That first pick is just so critical because now the other team has a chance to pick up 2 prior heroes when there are so many options available for these teams right now. Speaking of that late game, Logoni, I know it's unwise, it's probably reckless, but I do want to see if Alter Ego are going to go for their signature move, quote-unquote, where they go all in the early game and completely abandon that late game. It is wild, but when it pays off, it is very impressive, so I am looking forward to see if that will come through in this banning phase.
Well, I'm intrigued already. I feel like they might go for that approach, but is it too much of a gamble is the real question. But Aura Fire, quite interesting approach here. It seems like their game plan isn't with the Valentina, even though they're their first pick. So what are they really prioritizing here? It seems like Beatrix. Could they first pick Beatrix?
There you go, the hero that just carried us in our ranked game because of how broken Beatrix is in this meta. I'm not even joking, guys. Back at home, on the Ling, full items, you jump on a Beatrix with full items, the Beatrix one-shots you with just one basic attack with Wesker. So that's how powerful the Beatrix really is in this current meta. We might even see it being banned in the first phase as Alter Ego, they're going to be forced here to go for either the Beatrix or the Akai. They do go for the Akai, leaving the Beatrix up for grabs. Aura Fire can just take that Beatrix away. We've seen how lethal it is on the hands of Kabuki, but they go for the Yve. Again, this gives Alter Ego the opportunity to actually take that Beatrix out and even maybe just go for that Paquito. But here, man, Anti-Mage has some spicy words saying that Aura is the evolved version of Alter Ego.
I somehow agree with that. I mean, Alter Ego is... I don't mean this as a bad thing, but they're reckless. They like to go for the team fight. Meanwhile, Aura Fire, they can somehow be more grounded this season and still focus on objectives. And yeah, back to the draft. We will see here Beatrix and as well as Esmeralda pick up for side of Alter Ego. We talked a little bit about Beatrix, but I do want to go back here. That Eve pick, I feel like, again, a very power pick for a facehugger, and it is still strong. It's still strong. It creates high ground as well. And yeah, I feel like Aura Fire, they are still comfortable with that Eve in the mid lane. What will be the response here?
Well, the Esmeralda and Beatrix is a great pick already. Of course, for Aura, having that mid control, that mid pressure is going to be very critical in the rotations. But Alter Ego, they don't play the way typical teams play, so maybe they can just circumvent that with different unique macro. But here we have a comment from Nino from Alter Ego. Well, Aura's dangerous player is Kabuki. Who is the most dangerous player in Aura? It's Kabuki. It's fun to fight in the lane with him. He is looking forward to this showdown. But as we say that though, it is the signature Godita coming in with Fluffy's Dairat as well, who we have seen destroy Esmeraldas who are not prepared to fight him.
Yeah, they got a counter hero towards the Esmeralda, picking up the Kadita as well. That is somewhat of a counter towards that Beatrix, right? If you are actually able to dive in and take the Beatrix down with the Breath of the Ocean and the Oddity, it just becomes so hard. So much dive and backline pressure for the side of Aura. And this is also one of the things that we used to see Arashi and Gani. For Aura, they used to opt a Kabuki's picks into the second phase, and even High, because we know how just, you know, crazy and creative their drafts can be with that. So Alter Ego goes for the Lilia ban again, enabling Aura to pick up some crazy picks in the second phase later. If Alter Ego starts banning out the marksman, Paw, Clint, we're gonna see a Cho, we might see a Yuzong in that gold lane.
We'll have to wait and see, right? But let's take a look here. Lilia, very fast clearing hero. Esmeralda can clear waves fast as well. And Beatrix, I mean, come on. Also, another hero that can clear fast. So the approach from the side of Alter Ego, it's quite clear. They want to wave clear fast and as well as rotate as effectively as possible, looking for pickoffs or even force a team fight. And yeah, Alter Ego, they are going for that approach. Aura Fire though, with Yves, Kadita, and as well as Dairoth, I gotta be honest, their composition is looking quite thin here. So perhaps I might see a fighter jungler here for High in the second phase. But Alter Ego in the second phase, they have opted to ban out that Yuzong. A quick response from Aura Fire to opt to ban that Natalia. Yeah, I mean, Leo Murphy on that Natalia can be so annoying.
Very annoying. I think annoying is an understatement, but we have seen Leo Murphy actually, you know, kind of underperform on that Natalia against Rebellion. It did feel like Heiss was just able to pinpoint the location of the Natalia every single time. But now, Aura Fire, they give out the respect, knowing that they have a Yves that is most probably going to be in the backline alone, as they use... This is their strategy, right, for Aura. They like it like this. The best defense is offense. We pick up a dive composition to just secure that backline pressure that we have from the Yves, Arashi.
Exactly. It's a different approach kind of, because some teams, they want to have everybody on board with the dive, but for Aura, having the Yves in the back makes them a lot more flexible when it comes to how they want to approach these big team fights, especially in the late game, because we've seen a lot of players are able to actually leverage the range and the utility from that real world manipulation and put that to great use. They ban out the Ruby as well right now, so cementing their decision to just go in for the big dive. For Alter Ego though, if they go for something a bit tanky, for a lot of crowd control, I think when both teams want to go aggressive, we've seen this again and again, the roamer that has more playmaking potential, more crowd control, more tankiness, that will allow the team to be a lot more dominant in the early game. And for Alter Ego, sorry, they have a lot more wave clear, as Goni mentioned, so pressure is absolutely the name of the game right now.
I mean, pick up the Cho here for Alter Ego. It's a very good hero. They need CC in their department, and Cho can, with that Jaikundo, and as well as that Wave Dragon, can negate pressure from the side of Aura Fire. But, Leo Murphy will opt for that Matilda, so perhaps provide the disengage and as well as the engage here. Another tool that can be used for rotation.
I thought they were going to actually opt for that Mathilda or the Roam pick in the final pick, right? Because, again, Atlas Diggy still open. Maybe they could have just went in for a cheeky Atlas pick as the last pick for Alter Ego, but they pick up the Matilda, again securing some disengage potential for the team. However, now Aura Fire, they have the chance to just lock down their heroes. Cho can be an option up against the Beatrix. It's very, very scary, but we've seen Kabuki pull this off on the Cho in the gold lane with High and Dry. And here, for the jungle, they can actually go for something like the Amon. Beatrix actually struggles against those kind of assassins, but it's actually... Well, I was right about the Amon. I wasn't right about the Cho. It's the Popo and Koopa pick coming in for Kabuki. We've seen this. We've also spoken about this. Kabuki needs to play on those playmaking heroes, Arashi, and I'm afraid Popo and Koopa just doesn't feel like that hard carry type of gold laner.
In addition, though, Alter Ego has also saved their jungle pick for the last pick. And right now, seeing that there's a lot of pick-off potential, there's a lot of crowd control, there's a lot of burst, they have the option of going something like a Barats even, and comboing that with the Matilda. Exactly, so comboing something tanky with the Matilda. It is not Sully Boy's quote-unquote identity, but it will shut down most of the pressure coming in from these pick-off heroes that Aura has very costly picked into their draft.
Yeah, I mean, looking from our perspective here, our fire, their
Link.
composition is quite thin. But no, Alter Ego will go all in, not all in. They will add another fighter here, and Selly Boy will be playing that Balmond. And both, I don't know.
Yeah.
Roster-wise, I gotta say, composition-wise, I gotta lean towards Alter Ego here, because solely the composition from the side of Alter Ego is quite thin.
Well, Gani, your talent prediction by Axier says otherwise.
Yeah.
Because you went for Aura Fire, but again, this is the talent prediction here on the English caster
Unanimous?
desk. Unanimous for Aura, and it's also unanimous for Aura on the Indo desk. So just everyone not rooting, but predicting Aura Fire to win in this matchup. Even the audience prediction, very close, but leaning towards Aura Fire here, as you can see from the audience prediction on your screen, from social media by TikTok. But sure, I do agree with you actually, when you say that Alter Ego have the better roster, or the composition. The thing is though, is it their comfort? I have never seen Silly Boy on the Balmond before.
Well, it is an aggressive pick though, so we have mentioned how Selly Boy, he excels when he's allowed to farm, by the way. So Balmond might suit his playstyle. It provides him with that farming potential, that potential to be aggressive and dominant in the early game, as well as being aggressive, securing kills with that lethal counter. So I think for Alter Ego, they have a lot more balance, they have a lot more pressure in the early game, but they lack in that CC department. They offer the save, the shielding from Matilda, but will that be a mistake when they're up against Godiva's Kadita?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back with us. Nope, we trolled you. But yeah, almost we go to the Land of Dawn. Yeah, we'll have to wait here for a moment. But yeah, let's take this time to talk about the rosters, the composition. I gotta be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. The Alter Ego composition is more balanced, just like what Arashi said. It has more burst, it can provide bodyline as well, frontliner as well. But from the side of Aura Fire, they have so much damage. Amon, right?
And we were already mentioning earlier about how Beatrix is borderline OP. It's one of those weird picks. As Mirko was mentioning, assassins are supposed to counter these marksmen, but when you're playing Beatrix, that doesn't even apply. And actually, from there's a streamer, right, that's kind of making waves right now. His name is Wish.
Yeah.
In the game, his in-game name is Wish, and he was able to one-shot a full-build Akai in the late game. One shot with the Beatrix.
Wow.
So, knowing that Alter Ego has that potential to make those kind of plays happen, it's just difficult to put the favor instead of Aura Fire.
Well, enough talk, Mirko, Arashi. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just witness the first game between Aura Fire and as well as Alter Ego. And it seems like, yeah, Leo Murphy and Udiel here are very fast clearing mid. They can rotate and find pickoffs in the early game. That is what Godiva and Facehugger should do. I mean, Facehugger Yves should wait level 4.
I like how Aura are maneuvering. Wait!
Oh my god, 2-man catch there. Leo Murphy, 1 HP surviving.
Wow.
And yeah, he burnt the flicker. That's information. I expected Alter Ego to play more aggressive, but man, Aura Fire with their own setup is almost catches a body there.
See, when we said that Alter Ego have the better composition, obviously it is more towards how flexible this composition really is and how adaptable this composition is. It's very flexible, very adaptable with the Beatrix picked up. As you can see right now, we are going to take a look at the talent emblem for now. It does seem like everybody has gone for the standard kind of emblems. I do want to focus on how Aura Fire are actually able to use this, quote-unquote, losing draft. But they have so much better early game. They have so much pick potential with Godiva. And even, look, the Amon and Dairoth constantly just coming together. If Amon rotates towards that bottom side, that is a sure win for Dairoth. It's going to be bad for Pi.
It's very difficult indeed. He is in a countered matchup. He is Esmeralda going up against Fluffy, of all people, on the Dairoth. We've seen Fluffy absolutely pop off, so it's a very difficult situation. And Fluffy wastes no time at all, already roaming towards that mid lane at level 1. So Aura, making use of those early game winning side lanes, just, it's just classic Aura gameplay. Win in the side lanes, roam all over the place, exert that pressure. But now, Turtle will be the first big fight between these two teams.
Turtle Samsung is up here. Udiel, you pop that black shoes, will provide damage, but real world population as well. But take a look, the Turtle resets 5 comments in with that falling star wound. First blood by Samsung for side of Alter Ego, and it seems like Selly Boy is now getting picked off. Godiva with the catch playmaking, and 1-for-1 here. It's favoring Aura Fire.
1-for-1. We're gonna see a lot of these mechanical 1v1s, even mechanical 4v4s. It's the most skirmish-heavy teams colliding in the MPL, and I can't wait for it. Even in the first turtle fight, we can see the immaculate display of that high-level mechanical skill coming in from Alter Ego and Aura Fire. But here, Arashi, Pi was able to get the kill. Will he be able to win out in the lane, is my question now.
Well, we're talking about Dairoth and as well as Smarda. Dairoth has the upper edge, but yeah, another turtle fight here. The turtle hasn't been taken down earlier, and it seems like both teams are already hovering around the river here. Selly Boy, done with that purple buff, will look for an engage perhaps, Arashi.
Whoa, actually, Alter Ego was able to secure the lethal there. So Aura Fire, they're trying to make the plays happen, but early on, we saw it was kind of close, especially because Selly Boy is on that Balman.
Yep, Balman will pick up that turtle with that lethal counter, but at what cost? High, and as well as Kodifa is just there to give the combination of skills. And yeah, Selly Boy goes down for the second time in the 3rd minute. Things are not looking good here. Things are shaky for the side of Alter Ego Esports.
I think they're shaky for both of the teams because maybe they're not using the right amount of the new Axe effect, the new upgraded dual action Dio body spray. If you guys want to fight that body odor and you guys want to have that fresh smell, Arashi, here you go, Axe body spray.
With the dual action, man. The same way we see that, you know, there's just a lot of dual plays happening here all across the map. As Alter Ego, they seem to be playing the objective game more than Aura, which is very, very surprising because we mentioned earlier, usually Alter Ego is the ones who actually go for all those kills, and Aura are the ones that's been a lot more calculative and more objective orientated. But with the drop right now, I think Alter Ego has no choice but to make the most out of that Balman pick, trying to secure all the neutral objectives. But if they do that, Aura Fire will get easy picks every single time.
Oh, 4 members already in the vicinity top side. Aura responds with also a 4-man top side, but it seems like both teams, they will disengage, they will not force a fight there. Yeah, I think that is the wiser choice here, especially from the side of Alter Ego Esports. Remember, they have an OCC, but take a look at this. Leo Murphy, oh, the baits! Nino will catch one, but no! It is actually Leo Murphy that is taken down.
This is the power that they have. Again, that pick potential coming through for Aura Fire. With the Bite Koopa, it's a guaranteed stun. With comboed in, the Kadira that can just come in with a Petrify and just so much CC to add on, even damage. It's just so hard for Alter Ego to look for anything across the side lanes because they are winning. Arashi, items here, 5 minutes in. It does seem like Aura Fire, again, they have the items properly into their hands, but Alter Ego are still grasping onto that lead.
Alter Ego is still on a gold lane, and Nino has the BOD right now, so Alter Ego, they might try and make use of that big power spike, but Udil here gets jumped on.
Wow, Black Shoes popped early here. Facehugger as well. Real world population will be no use in the next minute. We'll have to see here. Selly Boy and friends will look for that turtle, but Bite Koopa comes in clutch. But of course, with that lethal counter, Alter Ego manages to take the second turtle. Aura Fire, they are behind an objective and as well as gold, so they really need to take care of that. And take a look at Pi. He has a lot of space to take down, well, this turret to half HP.
Remember what Anti-Mage said about Alter Ego. Alter Ego and Aura Fire. Aura Fire are the evolved version of Alter Ego, but currently it's Alter Ego outclassing Aura in terms of the macro play without the winning lanes, Arashi.
Exactly. I think for Aura Fire, they have a lot of advantage when it comes to those skirmishes, but when it comes to the securing of these objectives, Alter Ego, this is what their composition is, designed to do almost. And for Aura, they don't really have a lane they can make plays with right now, so they're banking on trying to get something happen. But 3-man dive in the bot side right now.
3-man dive, and Pi taking a lot of charge there. Will be taken down, and Aura Fire finds their first structure. But take a look on the other side. Godiva trying to retreat, survives, and Alter Ego couldn't trade.
Very tough for them to trade here, as you can see, but Alter Ego, they're pushing on the pace really well with the turret objective and even that gold objective. They are able to utilize the Balman pick really, really well. As you can see from your screen, Selly Boy taking away some of the jungle creeps and invading very aggressively because he knows no one can really burst him here at this stage. 7 minutes in, he probably has that cursed helmet coming in.
Indeed, indeed. And now it is still 4-1. Alter Ego Yeah, our Fire manages to equalize here somehow, gold-wise almost. And Alter Ego slowly but surely is trying to find fights, which is quite interesting because it is actually, I feel like, our Fire's composition that has the edge for a team fight. But we'll have to wait and see.
Right, for skirmishes and team fights, you see Aura Fire, if they want to orchestrate a dive, they can very easily do so. They have so many setups with Kabuki and the Bite of Koopa, with the real-world manipulation, as well as Godita just making the plays happen. For Alter Ego, it's very, very limited, so they only get the edge when they are contesting these big objectives. And now with the Lord spawning, it won't be a turtle that's easily picked off, but Udil does a lot of damage if you just stand in the pocket like that.
Yeah. Both teams here will not commit to a fight just yet. Both teams are just poking around, trying to force the enemy's mistakes. But Lord is now spawning. What do you think about this situation? Oh, never mind. Leo Murphy here looking for an engage. And yeah, with the guy doing Selly Boy is just beside him. What do you think about the situation currently here, Merko?
It does seem like both teams are just fighting for control, right? It really does seem like this is the complete opposite to what we expected. We expected both teams to just go guns blazing, maybe 2 kills per minute, but so far, it's a low kill game, pretty low kill, as both teams have been prioritizing that discipline, how they play around objectives before they actually go for a fight. Firstly, with the setup, but Fluffy's not letting that happen.
Oh, Fluffy jumps in and real-world manipulation will not be able, oh, never mind, will be able to help in as he escapes. Udil with half HP, barely survives, but take a look at this. Sally Boy with that guiding win is also surviving this one. No casualties just yet, but both teams, they want war.
Amazing team fight by both of the teams. Again, the mechanics coming in shining for both of these teams, but Aura Fire have the edge for this Lord fight.
Yeah, now it seems like Lord will be catched, but take a look at this. Nino forced to use the Flicker Pie, jumps into the backside. Falling Sarmon will connect all towards one, but the Lord has fallen to the side of Aura. Alter Ego, they want blood as one member actually falls, and Fluffy will fall as well. A 3-for-1, but the Lord falls to the side of Aura Fire.
Aura was just forcing that fight as much as possible, knowing that they have chunked down Sally Boy low enough that he has to return back to base. Unfortunately though, Alter Ego, again, they can't engage onto Aura Fire, but if Aura is willing to fight like that, Alter Ego has a lot more tankiness, they have a lot more area of effect, and they don't mind scrapping along with Aura Fire. So they have to be a bit more careful in how they take these fights, especially after taking the objectives.
In terms of objectives, it's still Alter Ego who are winning in general. Neutral objective takes still more, and even those turrets, but look at Aura Fire. They simply don't care. They'll go for the picks before they go for the objectives, and they are looking for that bottom side. But again, Sally Boy with this Bauman and Nino on the Beatrix, so much pressure and so much control on to the Lord, and even every single neutral objective in the lane, and this is what creates so much defense properly for Alter Ego. This is what we mentioned in the draft. Why we think Alter Ego are better in the draft is because they're flexible. Once it gets to that late stage of the game, they can clear, they can fight, they can even go for picks.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, late game wise, it is quite equal. Sports out of all, not equal, but yeah, Alter Ego has a little edge. Highest damage, I feel like, will fall off in the late game as well, so that is going to be the concern. But take a look, Fluffy jumps in, no follow-up damage just yet. But it seems like Odil here in the side is trying to deal damage towards Godiva. Still no casualties for both parties. But it seems like a reset, and yeah, Pi here trying to be a nuisance for High. Is this a mistake? Yes, it is. High will pick up the kill, and now Nino, though, will find compensation for that turret top side, and Alter Ego with the complete disengage.
Is it a mistake? I think it isn't. I think that was a bait all around to just get the damage placed onto the frontliner for Beatrix to take the turret. But here,
real world manipulation. The Petrify comes into 3, but the follow-up damage doesn't connect just yet. Now, though, Leo Murphy will take a lot of damage. Nino from the side, he should be able to escape, but yeah, still no bodies on the board just yet.
There's a lot of members on the side of Alter Ego that can just survive the pick-off attempts from Aura Fire. Leo Murphy with the shielding, with the guiding wind, can also save a lot of these members. Pi is too tanky, Nino stays in the back, Udil has the black shoes, and Sally Boy is way too tanky in this mid-game right now. So Aura Fire, with their pick-off oriented composition, are struggling to find the right targets for the burst.
They're struggling to grab something, but they're getting grabbed. Sally Boy here.
Oh, Sally Boy with the guiding wound is able to escape and a complete disengage. They do not want to overcommit, but man, Aura Fire, slowly but surely, they are claiming more structures here. Take a look, they have already taken 5 structures. And yeah, Alter Ego still stuck at 3. Lord is up now. It is in hand, so this is going to be a very critical Lord.
The mid-game power spike for Aura Fire is just shining so bright, and Aura Fire utilized it completely here in the 12th minute of the game, utilizing all of the bushes, opening up with their very high mobile heroes and also that kill pressure that they have. They also never force any objectives, but they need to be careful here. If they let the alter ego go in, oh my god!
Falling Stormwind connects on towards 2, but take a look at Godiva. He gets taken down. Lord, the retribution battle is not going to be won. Facehugger will claim that Lord. Now, let's focus on the fight, but take a look at Nino with that shotgun. Just claims a body, and now High, he's isolated. 3 men is on him. A lot of burst power, and High will not be able to survive, and it will be 3-4-1. But once again, the neutral objective will fall to the side of Aura Fire, ladies and gentlemen.
2 times in a row, Rashi. Aura Fire, they secure the objective, but Alter Ego take the fight.
Wow, Boy got taken out way too early in that fight, and as a result, Aura Fire has a chance to go for that steal. So Alter Ego, they might want to go for the actual fights first, as Leo Murphy here, a bit too aggressive, gets jumped on, but again, way too secure as Pi tries to turn it around.
Oh, the re-engage there, but take a look at Kabuki. The damage is there, and Pi also will be punished. 2 members for nothing. Aura Fire, slowly but surely, they are still holding on to this game.
And again, right, we are seeing this mistake happen time and time again for Alter Ego. They were able to take the fight. They were able to withstand the Lord push, but yet they go in for that mid lane. No setup, mind you. They didn't have setup to take any objectives. They just went in thinking about the kills, and Alter Ego, they just fall flat. Aura Fire were able to capitalize, and this is where it gets scary. When 2 members are down, Aura Fire with the kill pressure, Beatrix might be caught next.
Yeah, they really have to be careful here as High and friends, they are looking to collapse this mid turret. It will fall though, and Alter Ego, surely they will lose their moving space. Godiva here with the rough ways, and Ocean Oddity will be jumped on, but will not be committed too long here, as if you take a look at the damage dealt here, Facehugger has the highest, but the mid laner for the side of Alter Ego, from the side of Alter Ego, is also up there, Arashi.
Yeah, Udo has a lot of damage for sure, especially when the fights get clumped up, the way we see with these Lord fights. I think Aura Fire has a lot more solid of a front-to-back composition on the due to the fact that they have a Yve, and they also have Kabuki with a lot of crowd control. For Alter Ego, we see that a lot of their members are pretty much independent, right? Only Nino needs that real protection. Esmeralda, Bauman, and Lilia, they can just dive in, be behind enemy lines, and do God's work. A lot of damage, a lot of AoE, and I think they have to try and make these fights a lot more messy. They can go and dive, and maybe come from multiple angles so that Aura Fire cannot get maximum value from that real-world manipulation.
I actually think it's the opposite. Aura Fire needs to isolate the members, where Alter Ego needs to play it front to back with the Lilia and the Beatrix. But look, they're going to collapse on top side.
Pi taking a lot of damage here. Fluffy committing. Is this a mistake? But take a look at the back side. Silly Boy actually gets taken down as the jungler is down for side of Alter Ego, and now Aura Fire. They might force another fight here. But again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the evolved Aura Fire. They look for the Lord now, and it seems like with no retribution in the hands of Alter Ego Esports, it is just to their favor.
Oh, and Godiva places that Breath of the Ocean, opening up the map for Aura. And remember, no Nino, no Silly Boy. This might as well be a free Lord tape for Aura.
Yeah, 2 men down here. Oh my god, this might be a mistake. Alter Ego, they are slowly but surely forcing for a fight. But surely enough, Aura Fire is able to claim their 3rd Lord here.
Back
in this
again,
game.
Arashi, Aura Fire, they like those messy team fights because they just can come from every angle. High, an assassin. Godiva, technically an assassin too. Meanwhile, same thing, Dyrok. The only thing that they need to protect is the Yi. But the thing is, with all that aggression coming through, Alter Ego don't have any resources to put their focus onto the Yi.
I think right now the approach from Aura Fire is, yes, they have a lot of burst, but they just burst whoever makes the first move from Alter Ego. We saw that whenever Leo Murphy tries to do something, whenever Sally Boy wants to be the aggressor, he just takes the full brunt of that burst, and then afterwards, there's actually not a lot of damage left from Aura Fire. And then Alter Ego were just already down 1 member, you see, so I think depending on how it goes, right? If they can get control of Godiva and make sure that his Breath of the Ocean doesn't land on multiple people, they have a chance here. But the high ground damage from Facehugger, woof.
Yeah, 1 base turret falls here. Alter Ego is still trying to defend this one. 2 minions jumps to the side of Alter Ego. Can they defend a base turret? It seems like with their wave clear, they are able to do so, but they still need to be careful here as Aura Fire is still sieging. Ooh, the base turret top side is there barely, but yeah, still 2 base turrets surviving for side of Alter Ego Esports. And Aura Fire, yeah, they're still sieging.
They are, and this is what comes down to, it comes down to the compositions, right? Aura Fire have a whole lot of high ground potential as well. With Kabuki on that Popo and Koopa, they can actually siege down these turrets really fast, and that's exactly what they do onto that bottom side. But Alter Ego are also defending really well. They have a Beatrix, they have a Lilia. Clearing up waves is very, very easy for them. But Pi
trying to face check, he needs to be careful. Still surviving Fluffy here. Oh, real word, but Ablation Pi is caught. And Sally Boy, you are in no man's land there. 2 members, 3, 4, all members from the side of Alter Ego started to fall. Whoa. And now, Nino and Leo Murphy being the sole survivor, the duo survivors. Aura Fire is still so strong with 5.
Even when you think that Kabuki, oh, he might have made a mistake. No, the Win of Nature clutch, and now it's them trying to end the game.
It seems like the first game is already heavily leaning towards Aura Fire. It seems like they want to close this out. Can they though? Is the question. 6,000 gold lead. Surely it is a very, very good lead. And take a look at this. The base will be exposed, and game number 1 for side of Aura Fire.
That was such a nice try though. That final team fight. My God, Nino got a little bit more HP, gets that guiding win to get the kill onto Kabuki, but it certainly was not enough. With 4 other members hitting onto the base, it's 1-0 for Aura Fire. Again, that controlled chaos that is now very, very scary, Arashi.
Wow, man, Aura, they put it so well, and we talked so much about the potential for the Beatrix to pop off, but in that fight, in that game, right, they played it so well. They make sure they use Facehugger to just zone all those backline members away, and we said it, they have Alter Ego has no crowd control. They can't take fights on their terms, so Aura, they just keep looking for those fights whenever all the resources are up for them, and they just zoned Nino completely. Nino was unable to make any significant plays in that game.
No significant plays, yeah. Seems like, especially after what, minute number 8, seems like Alter Ego is just on the back foot and they can't recover. Aura Fire, they are suffocating their opponents slowly but surely. Without lures, they are able to take down structures one by one. And yeah, at the end of the day, for game number 1, it is Alter Ego getting outclassed by Aura Fire. Will it be a quick 2-0, or can Alter Ego bounce back and recover in the second game? That is going to be, there is going to be an answer later, ladies and gentlemen, but yeah, congratulations Aura Fire.
There are doubts now for Alter Ego, as again, with this roster, do they not want to switch anything up? Kids and Amma, they've been in this roster since the beginning, but we just haven't seen them step on the stage. When is the right time to reveal Amma, to reveal Kids on stage? Because right now, Alter Ego, it really does seem like their gameplay are being read out by every single team. Even Rebellion, 8th place, they almost took Alter Ego down 2-0.
It's just very, very difficult here. We take a look at some of the moments of the players from that game, and you can see for the most part, I think you're gonna see a lot of excitement for sure. The game, both teams had momentum, right, for different periods in the game. But overall, in the end, especially in the late game, Aura just seems to have the more solid game plan. And Alter Ego, they were unable to adapt and surprise Aura Fire. Like you said, Mirko, this might be an issue because every team, they kind of get a read on Alter Ego. They know that, okay, the early game is dangerous. The late game, though, we can completely take advantage of. So I think that's something that they will try and abuse yet again in the second game. And of course, Godiva's Kadira, still too overpowered, man. I think he is one of the main factors that guaranteed the win for Aura. Despite the rocky early game, in the end, when you have the advantage, the proactive chances to make the plays happen, you can do so much more than a Matilda on that Kadira.
He was. I think actually in this game, Arashi, Godiva might be the MVP, even though his KDA isn't that good, but he was always targeting Nino, not letting him dish out any damage whatsoever.
True. I think I can't help but agree with that because again, the composition of Alter Ego relies on Nino being able to stay in the back and do a lot of damage from far away, but when he is jumped on by Godiva at every single moment in that late game, it's just very, very difficult. And Leo Murphy, he doesn't have a lot of crowd control to try and protect Nino as well. So it's a different situation, and of course with the advantage in crowd control, they're able to make sure that Nino gets taken out without any chance to try and outplay. So I think that is very important, because we saw Kabuki get jumped on as well, but he just has opportunities to use the Wind of Nature, to kite back, to use spells, and outplay the attempts on his life from the side of Alter Ego Esports. In the post-game stats, we see that the game is very, very close, but I think right about at that 14-minute mark, you can see that Alter Ego, they completely lose control of the game, and from then on, it's just all Aura Fire, man.
It is all Aura Fire in the mid-game as well. From the mid-game, but yeah, I mean, it's so hard to watch because composition-wise, I mean, they're good. They're good. Early, balance, overall, very solid. I mean, one department that they are lacking is CC, and I feel like that is a major factor on why they lost this game. Bellman gets caught a lot of times.
And I don't think the CC was the problem. I think Alter Ego just took way too many fights unnecessarily. Remember, most of the fights that they should take are the objective takes, right? Because they have a Bellman. But why would you go in after the Lord has been taken down, after you've just taken a win in that top side? Your MVP, just as predicted by the Samsung Galaxy A series, is Godiva, where he was able to disrupt that entire composition from working. The composition that all of us agreed to be better front to back. But this man right here, you cannot play front to back when you're up against Godita.
Exactly. I think he was so good and so smart in using his spells offensively, but also when Alter Ego want to go for those huge dives, he was able to actually make sure that he CCs everybody, he deletes Nino as well, so he is very smart. He is so experienced on the Kadita, he knows when to go aggressively and defensively. But right now we will take a bit of a look at the MVP highlights for Godita himself. Let's take a look right here. As you can see, early on in the beginning, he was able to get a lot of value, and again, along with High, he's able to delete the priority members from the side of Alter Ego. And when the fight gets messy like this, you can see that Alter Ego has a lot better of a chance to actually win these fights because, again, the AoE, the tankiness, actually plays a bigger part. And Aura, with so much burst, they're unable to actually burst everyone down unless they get everyone at the same time. But afterwards, this is that big play where I think Alter Ego got a bit too right here. There's no need, the Lord is no longer on the table, and Aura made a play, so they were essentially 2v3 right here, and they just went for the play regardless, and it's just not a wise decision, and they get punished absolutely for it because of the counter-engage coming in with that real-world manipulation. And then afterwards, you can see this is that 15-minute fight, and Sunny Boy, he goes in to try and get the kills, secure the kills, but everyone else, he's not there with him. So he didn't get to secure the kills, and no one else is able to actually make sure that the targets aren't unable to escape. He gets kited out. Most of the players actually, survive from that initial play, and Nino trying so hard to try and catch up, to try and follow up on Sunny Boy's play, he gets picked up by Godita. So I think, again and again, they just get caught moving into dangerous areas in the map, they get caught with crowd control, and they don't have any tools to try and force Aura into fights that Alter Ego themselves want to take.
It's just so difficult to play it front to back when Aura can literally just come in from any angle. Notice how they're never going in from one angle. Godita is always on the side, even High coming in always on the left, on the right, even from behind just flanking, and that just created so much pressure from all around Alter Ego, and they were always forced to fight outside of that base.
I think
that's the thing.
Well, I think there's a big problem. You say like Aura comes from different directions, but the issue is they come from one direction, and then once Alter Ego tries to counter that aggression, that is where Godita, that's where High just finds the opportunity to just sneak past and get that backline. If it's a pure front to back, I think it's going to be a completely different story.
Yeah, I think this guy, Godiva, is a stopper for, he can stop, he can initiate as well. So a lot of utility coming just from one guy on a roamer. Remember, he built full damage on that Kadita, of course. So yeah, again, with that Petrify and as well as the items, he's just looking fresh and left on.
Fresh on the hero, fresh on the real world as well with the new Axe body spray. Ladies and gentlemen, the better you smell, the better you play, because that scent right there from Godiva is the scent of victory. With the new Axe effect, you guys can find that.
Can't find that, but series not over, Mirko. So perhaps Alter Ego, if they pick up an Axe in the back room right now, they might be able to equalize
a real
here.
Axe, or are we talking about Axe?
Are you predicting, an
action.
all-this pick on here? Ooh. that'll be wild.
You
man.
played Aulus just now.
Earlier.
That was painful.
It didn't really work well, right? So Aulus not in the meta, Arashi.
No, absolutely not. So if Goni is predicting an Aulus pick, that'll be a bit wild. I think though, one of the main things that needs to be fixed, I've echoed this again and again, you guys might be tired of hearing this, but the guys with the more aggressive, the more card control heavy, the more playmaking heavy roamers, they get advantage, man. Godiva proved it here. I think in the next game, Leo Murphy will try and match his aggression for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Godiva managed to grab a lot of plays, grab a lot of members from side of Alter Ego, and you guys can grab, of course, yeah, the app. Grab app. Yeah, use the promo grb.to/MPL ID grab to get cashbacks as well as perhaps discounts. So yeah, check it out. But let's just take a look here in the drawing board, in the lockers, if I can say that.
The back room.
The back room, of course. Yeah, it seems like both players, both teams, they are... Yeah, they are.
Look who has the jacket on. Look who has the jacket. Guys, I'm sorry, the game recap is up, but look, I just mentioned it. Will Kids play? Will we see the roster change? And Kids, I don't know if this is actually official yet. He hasn't stepped up on stage, but ladies and gentlemen, Gani Arashi, Kids has the varsity Alter Ego jacket on. He has the jersey on as well. Oh man, this is going to be crazy because he's stepping up, stepping in, filling the shoes of a man as... you know, notorious, as high profile as Selly Boy.
Yeah. Can he fill in the shoes though, Rashi? I mean, yeah, sure. He has some experience.
It depends if he has a shoe size. Shoe size, right? It depends on his shoe size.
Exactly. The size of those feet will determine how this swap in plays out. But honestly, speaking of Selly Boy, right? You mentioned how earlier Bama doesn't seem to be classic Selly Boy, right, Mirko? And I think we saw that in the game. Multiple times, his lethal counter was just a bit too late, a bit too early. It really isn't the style of play he wants to do. He goes in and dives towards that backline. If he wants to do that, he might have got more success playing Lancelot, playing a different character, an assassin. But I think that is one of the reasons why he's being swapped out right here, if it does come through.
Gani, it's true. Tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders. Look, Udil's calling him over. Come in here, lead the pack. Woo! Kids coming in, making his debut.
It seems like face-wise, he has no pressure. All laughs, all smiles.
Confident.
That is a very good attitude, a very good approach to enter debuting here. Remember, their team is losing 1-0. It seems like they're all chill, they're all relaxed, they are resetted. And they are ready for game number 2. Aura Fire, though, with this change, can they somehow, what will they do? Will they change the approach, or if it ain't broke, don't fix it?
For Aura, right?
Yeah.
I think they are so flexible, man. We've seen that they pick weird compositions that allow them to go both forward and backward. They can go aggressively and defensively. We've seen this again and again. So I think when the team is so flexible, you need to force them to do what you want them to do. So for Alter Ego, they're going to find more crowd control. And if they do go for more crowd control, I think Aura, they might draft in a more defensive fashion. As we take a look at Cassius and Tezet here with the JBL Quantum, with the core instructions for their team. As we mentioned earlier, the draft is going to be so important here. Will there be more crowd control? Will there be more security, more save from the side of Aura?
That's very critical, right? The JBL Quantum there. Without the JBL Quantum, of course, the coaches cannot communicate with the players. So a very critical component in that headset.
No, they can. They can still communicate, but they can't communicate as well. The JBL Quantum offers just so much, especially that RGB, because it makes you look swagged as well. Not only are you communicating really well, but Arashi, you're looking good while doing it, man. And especially here on cam, you need that, man.
Yeah, I have not heard the word swag since like
2012.
Ages. But yeah, thank you very much for bringing that word once again, Americo. But ladies and gentlemen, this is still 1-0 for Aura Fire. Alter Ego looking to equalize in this game, and based on game number 1, it seems like a lot of things they need to repair coming into game number 2. Draft-wise, they have a good draft, but I do say execution,
yes,
lots of questionable movements, questionable decision-making were made in game number 1. Perhaps in game number 2, they should just rather play it safe.
I agree. That's what I think Alter Ego needs to perfect the most. I think the drafts coming in have been really solid from Coach Cassius here for this new Alter Ego roster. But the execution, like we mentioned, they go in for the unnecessary fights sometimes. Sometimes it makes them win games easier and faster, but a lot of times it was actually the point where they can actually give it over to the enemy team to come back.
Right, I think a lot of people have been commenting about how sometimes they go for fights and they can get kills, right? Because this is like classic alter ego, they can get kills. But for what? What happens afterwards? What happens with the man advantage? Do they pressure for objectives afterwards? Do they get control? Do they plan ahead? I think that is the core of the issue here. Planning. Right?
Planning.
Alter Ego has insanely good planning. We've seen them seem to be calm, collected. They have plans for the early game. They have plans for the mid game, and if the game drags on, they know like, okay, even without the best of compositions, they are still able to make it work. For Alter Ego, when it comes to that late game, when it's already out of their control, their comfort zone, they just seem quite lost. Now with the bans coming in, the Julian, the 1-1, as well as the Faramis have been banned out. Will there be changes? So far, it hasn't been the case.
Well, it hasn't been the case here. Aura Fire still with the somewhat same approach as well as Alter Ego. But Aura Fire, yeah, it's official. Same approach here for the first phase ban. Perhaps they are going to pick up that Eve once again. Or if they really want to shake things up, I mean, they can pick up that Beatrix. Yeah, still same bans from Alter Egos, which is quite surprising. And yeah, Aura Fire will go for that same approach. Alter Ego, will they go for, once again, the Beatrix?
I think...
And Esmeralda?
I think so. Maybe not the Esmeralda, though. Again, Esmeralda can just get countered very easily in the first phase by the Dairoth. So I think, you know what? Go for the Paquito. The Paquito has been a stellar pick, even on the hands of Pi. We've seen it so many times, and pick up the Beatrix, securing, again, number one, why you shouldn't go for the Esmeralda here, I think, for Alter Ego, is because if you pick the Esmeralda, there's only one way it can go. For Aura, maybe it can go to the jungle, but for Alter Ego, it's only in the XP lane, right? Pick up the Paquito. It can go to the jungle, it can go to the XP, creating some diversity and creating some challenges for Aura Fire to respawn. And they do go for the Beatrix. They do not go for the Paquito. They still go for the Esmeralda. And honestly, I don't know what's stopping Aura from going from the exact same thing.
I mean, this is the question, right? Still same approach from side of Alter Ego. Let's take a look at kids here. Perhaps if you are new here, 2 kids, of course, second place MDL Season 5, last season 10 unique heroes as well in Season 5, and number 1 most MVP in Season 5. So, yeah, kids for Alter Ego X, I mean, this kid is the significant,
He's special.
The player.
He's a prodigy.
He's a prodigy.
If Aura wants to go for the same composition, I think there's nothing to stop Alter Ego from doing the same composition as well, because honestly, right, we thought that their composition was better, and it's just a matter of execution. So if they can just clean up the execution in this game, there is a chance they can still pull it off. So it makes this a bit of a coin flip. I don't know how I feel about that, but the Paquito comes in for Aura, not for Alter Ego, and the Natalia, though, is being picked essentially to try and deny it from Leo Murphy as well.
Try to beat our coach's draft, Gani. That's what Godiva told EVOS technically in the interview, and now it actually can be applied in this game too, because Alter Ego, they're going for the same exact picks. But Aura, they don't want to let that happen. They go for the Paquito and the Natalia, and guess what? Both these heroes flexible. Now it creates so much tension, or so much of a headache, I guess, for Alter Ego, because who's going what? Where are we going? What are we going to pick here against that comp?
Right, classic Aura Fire. And for Alter Ego, though, the benefit right now is they do not have to worry about the Dairoth just yet. So maybe they have more presence in the side lanes, but they are going for the same pick. So, I think that they just... Maybe this is a composition that they've tried again and again and has been going really, really well. And it was just a matter of execution. That may be the case. And now they have a chance to ban the Dairoth, but they banned that Kadita. Although Godiva could be on something different right now.
See, it's really hard, right?
Yes.
Where's the Natalia gonna go? You ban out Godiva's heroes, and maybe they've already picked it.
That is the question, right? I mean, yeah, take a look. Perhaps Alter Ego, to be fair though, right? To be fair, Alter Ego in the early game for game number 1, they were somehow giving a fight. They were somehow holding on lead. Perhaps they know what they did and they will repair it in the second game. So perhaps they have the formula, but Aura Fire with the shake-up Paquito and Natalia, I mean, you're right, it's a flex pick. Will High pick the Natalia up, or will it fall to Paquito? We'll have to wait and see. And Aura Fire with the Hilda ban, a very smart ban here. But Alter Ego, will they limit Godiva once again?
See, this makes it even harder, I believe, for Alter Ego, because look at how Aura Fire are banning in the second phase, right? They go for the Hilda ban, so it is kind of signifying that they might play the Natalia in the jungle. It might also be the bait. This is how Aura Fire drafts, and it's, again, so amazing to see that two of these heroes can be used this well, just to flex on Alter Ego. And Alter Ego, they went for the bait, right? They banned out the Gyro, they banned out the Kadita. We don't know, firstly, if the Paquito is actually going to be in the jungle here. So, with that last ban being the Ruby, it does seem like Aura Fire might want to go for a very, very hard melee composition. Natalia jungle, Paquito XP perhaps, and we might see something like a Cho in that gold lane.
Ooh, I think Alter Ego though, one of the heroes I really didn't like seeing was that Matilda. Rise, it does help you survive with the burst. It does provide an escape as well. But when you want to try and take the fight to Aura Fire instead, you need some crowd control. You need Leo Murphy to be able to shine in his role. So I think if you go for something aggressive right now, if they are worried about the Cho being picked up by Aura Fire, they can pick up the Cho for themselves, and then, you know, that's a double benefit for the side of Alter Ego.
That is a double benefit here, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting. Alter Ego will definitely pick up the Cho. We expected, right, Cho to be picked up in the first game as well,
yes.
But they went for that Matilda. Now it seems like Alter Ego finally a change in their drafts. With that Cho, it provides utility and as well as cover with that CC.
I have to say though, I actually really like the Matilda pick in the first game. Only I don't like it on Leo Murphy, right? Because Leo Murphy is very he's a playmaker. He needs these kinds of heroes to enable his team. Now though, Aura, it's time for us to again try to guess. This is the fun little game we like to play when Aura Fire is drafting. Who's going where? What do you want to pick here? Cho was already picked up by Alter Ego, but a few heroes from Aura have been left out in the second phase. Yu Zhong was banned in the first game. Brody as well. Both these heroes can work up against Alter Ego. And there you go. The Yu Zhong. I said it. It's coming true. Rafaela on the hands of Godiva getting some utility. And they wrap up their drafts. Again, offense is the best defense for this Eve.
Yeah, I mean, Natalia is now confirmed will be played by High. So we are going to see once again a Natalia jungler here, ladies and gentlemen. But Alter Ego, what do they need here for the last pick?
Are they going to go for the Balmond again? Like we said, they can actually go for the security. They won't have the escape, but wow. Whoa.
I like it.
Okay.
Oh my god, this is so solid. So solid. I expected something like a Lancelot, perhaps a Ling, but knowing that the Ling and Lancelot have just not found success a lot in the MPL, going for something like this, a Hayabusa. I think this is the first time in MPL ID Season 10 that we are seeing the Hayabusa. Why did he pick this to go on to the Eve? We mentioned, how do you defend the Eve? Or how do you go to the Eve if there are 4 frontliners? Well, you go for the Hayabusa who can just jump in straight away and use that shadow kill. You're invulnerable. I like the approach coming in from Alter Ego, but for our talent prediction by Axe, we all went for 18 minutes.
I went for 17, I think.
All right.
So, you know, just a bit faster.
1 minute.
A minute faster. Potato.
Honestly, right, you would think that we would all predict a faster game because this is a clash between two very aggressive teams, but we went for 17-18.
Well, it's a balanced game, I feel like 17 and 18, but now, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 between Aura Fire and as well as Alter Ego will begin soon. So grab your popcorn because now, Land of Dawn, we go. Game number 2, let's begin. Can Aura Fire clean sweeps Alter Ego, or Alter Ego can equalize this game and force a game 3? Seems like game plan earlier. We saw already aggressive movements from the mid laner and as well as Roamer from side of Aura Fire.
I'm already standing right now, if you guys want to know, as we are going to head into the pause. Why am I standing, Arashi? Because it's Kid's debut, and he picked up his signature pick. One of his signatures. He's a very... Okay, back in MPL Season 5, he's an assassin player. Maybe that's the reason they haven't played Kids in the main roster to this day, up until this moment. But I do believe, up against Aura Fire, a team who plays heavily to enable the Eve, this works out really well. It is all going to come down to how Kids plays in that jungle on the Hayabusa, as we are going to take a look at Masnya on YouTube, an audience comment here. Go Aura, your fire burned my love for her.
Wow.
Huh? Is this positive or negative? I can't tell.
I think, yeah, he's a poet, man.
He's
a poet.
Is that,
sometimes
is that the man himself?
You can sometimes.
Shakespeare?
Yeah, sometimes you can't understand a poet, sometimes you can't. Just can't.
It's just art, bro.
It's just art, but yeah.
Your art.
Kabuki, the murderer, by the way, he belongs in prison.
Oh, wow. That's
For the amount of kills he's been getting away with, I do agree with that. And then even the plays, Arashi.
number 2.
Right.
Wow.
Who's number 1?
Albert.
Albert?
Yeah, still Albert.
He's on tanks.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Ridiculous, man. That doesn't make any
guy
sense.
is just ridiculous. But yeah, Alter Ego here, it seems like there's pause, ladies and gentlemen. But speaking of the composition with Cho and that Hayabusa, remember that Hayabusa was on high and dry. Do you like this spell?
Yeah.
This emblem, Arashi?
Well, it allows him to get the better of those big duels. Here we have another audience comment by AAK.Ian18. Win or lose, still Alter Ego, go, go, go. That is the kind of spirit you're looking for from the audience, man.
Well, he's not a poet. It's clear.
Yeah. Maybe he's not a poet, you know, but it's fine. You know,
It's not a poetry competition, buddy.
It's a comment on YouTube. Have you seen the comments on YouTube? This is like one of the good ones, man.
Good ones. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be featured, give us in the comment, of course, positive ones, and perhaps you can be featured. And yeah, take a look at NopNop51 or 51. Who's ready for Kabuki's Fanny? Question mark, hashtag Aura of Fire. Well, we are already here to answer your question, but it seems like, yeah, our Alter Ego, they're not ready to face Kabuki's Fanny.
Yeah, I guess no one's ready today because it was banned out all 2 games, right?
Yeah.
Maybe if we get a game 3 here, we might see it. But from LMLPTR, another audience comment, make them have a heart attack. Oh man, Sully Boy. Extinguish the fire and keep spinning with Bauman. I like that.
I like it.
I like it. Keep
With
spinning with Bauman.
details.
Unfortunately, he's not going to be playing.
It didn't age well.
It didn't age well because obviously second game, but yeah. Sully Boy.
Sully Boy.
On that Bauman.
Getting the shout-outs.
Shout out Sully Boy.
Shout out Sully Boy.
It's just unfortunate. It really isn't like his core identity, as Mirko mentioned. So we'll see if Kids has a better result, and especially because he is on his signature hero, right? So we'll have to see, man. I think there's a lot of potential here. And with Leo Murphy being able to make all those plays, Alter Ego, they have a chance on making those crazy aggressive plays happen here. And I think one of their main real challenges is just dealing with the real world manipulation coming in from Facehugger. If they can try and mitigate that, I think they're pretty much golden.
Yeah, I saw the players. They are ready in the battlefield. And let's just jump once again to the land of Dawn. And now, yeah, composition-wise, I guess, both teams have the high and dries. One is, yeah, both junglers practically is on high and dry. So looking for the pickoffs, but Go Diva here, it seems like their game plan is already filling that bot side.
Yeah, again, they do want to put some pressure onto Nino. Nino actually wins out against Kabuki if it's just a 1v1 in lane. Obviously, because it's a melee range combo, a melee range lane. But the longer this game goes, when it comes to the mid stage, when Kabuki has that ultimate, I actually think that Kabuki will win out in that 1v1.
Right, that's the power spike of the fighters in the mid game, but Leo Murphy already getting in the way of high as Kids comes in to capitalize, but actually he goes in.
Yeah, Shadow Kill is there, but no, actually he will not commit to it just yet. Very interesting approach. High was invisible, but now Go Diva gets jumped on. But take a look at this. High trying to steal damage. Oh, Go Diva. It's a separate fight. Go Diva gets taken down, but on the backside, High taking a lot of damage as Kids will survive that one. 2 members, 3 members already down from side of Aura Fire. What a coordination there by Alter Ego Esports, and they are getting the balls rolling in the first 2 minutes.
This is the reason I was standing, man. I've seen this man perform in the MDL, and he's performing on stage here already, getting that early aggression and getting the outplay on towards the Aura members, that shadow kill and the way he was just positioning in the quad shadows, able to maneuver around Aura Fire's damage and to take that objective. You mentioned it was kind of weird that he didn't go for that shadow kill under the turret.
He was waiting for it.
Why? Because the turtle was going to be up. So he was waiting for it, but Arashi, talk us through the emblems.
Well, I think the emblems are more or less standard. The high and dry for both assassins, though, I think there will be a lot of dueling happening. But for the early game, man, with Leo Murphy on the throw, with Go Diva on the Rafaela.
Whoa! Leo Murphy, the Way of Dragon, as well as Flicker catches Go Diva. And Go Diva has no chance to survive that one man up already. And now they are establishing a 1,500 goal lead. Aura Fire seems like they are struggling in the first 3 minutes.
Oh, and here as well. Who gets it, actually? I didn't see who got it there. Both of the teams, both of the members just went for it. But both teams in the early stage, it is still Alter Ego leading with the plays that they're able to make on their signature heroes. This is why it's so scary to see when you see Cho on the hands of Leo Murphy, and maybe that's why they haven't been picking it up, Arashi. Maybe it's a hidden strat that they use only for the big games.
Well, it's a hidden strat, even though it's notorious at this point. But Godiva, you can see that already there's not as much impact from him compared to the more aggressive heroes. Later on, I think Aura Fire will have a lot of advantage in the mid game. But Pai right now getting jumped on right here as Kids comes in to back him up.
The re-engage, Pai catches Sue, and now with the Shadow Kill will not be able to secure any kill just yet. High and Fluffy barely survives, but take a look at this facehugger. Real world manipulation cancelled. The Way of Dragon and the combination falls through. Facehugger falls, and Alter Ego Esports, they are on fire.
It's light and day. It doesn't feel like the same team. Alter Ego, this is why they excel so well when they get those items, when they get those heroes in the draft. Look, they get their comfort heroes and they're styling on every single member from Aura. It doesn't even feel like Aura are contesting any of these plays because, again, it feels like just they come out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. It's just fast-paced, dynamic movement, very aggressive plays right here. And we talked about the issues. They can't catch people and they cannot stop the real-world manipulation. But in this game, they're doing both absolutely well. And Aura Fire, you can really see they are struggling as High actually fails to get the pick on the Nino, and Kids goes for the play.
Yeah, Kids here with the quad shadow, but Nino taking a lot of damage from the passive. Kabuki, can he take him down with that passive? Yes, he can. Now, Leo Murphy baiting that holy baptism, and they will look for an re-engage. Kids, Shadow Kill comes in. Oh, if Dragon connects on towards Kabuki, High cans will fall in the backside, and they might want more here, ladies and gentlemen, but no, the discipline comes through. Still, Alter Ego Esports, 6-1.
6-1, and they back off, getting the trade. High traded in for Nino. I don't think it's a worth a trade. I think it's actually worth for Aura, not for Alter Ego. But again, it is Kids who gets the kill, and this is going to get scary. You know, Hayabusa, if he is actually able to get that item power spike early on to the game, it does feel like the neutral objective control is going to go to the hands of Alter Ego, especially considering that Aura plays around that Yve. With the Hayabusa constantly being a threat, how and when can you actually look for that real-world manipulation?
It's very, very difficult. He has to stay in the back line. And for the set of Aura Fire, they do have the option of diving towards Nino as well. But everyone else, they can just wreak havoc. And if they are ahead in the early game, they can just keep going.
Shadow Kill popped here. And yeah, no commitment just yet, but Turtle can we look for the engage. Kids actually gets caught there, and High will claim that neutral objective. Leo Murphy is the next target. Fluffy dealing a lot of damage. Leo Murphy falls in the hands of Kabuki. Kabuki still wants more. Friends fight Udil with no black shoes in hand. He falls. Alter Ego Esports now, they are slightly the back foot as Aura Fire will claim the purple buff. Another objective secured here for Aura Fire. Oh, High forced to clear that mid side here. Sprints popped, but of course the mid turret is going to be the target here. No casualties, and yeah, the mid structure still stands.
And with one fight, the gold lead instantly disappeared for Alter Ego. This is the thing though, Kids, he was amazing from the get-go, from the early stage up till that moment too. But Aura, they know exactly how to look for these engages and how to lock him down with the CC that they have. Notice how Kabuki didn't even use the Petrify when he went on towards Kids. Alter Ego need to maneuver better and need to open up better for the team, because if not, Nino.
Yeah, Nino here taking a lot of damage, but the cover from that Way of Dragon disengaging a stopper. Leo Murphy can provide that fact. Godiva comes in 3-on-1, 4-on-1. Will they commit to this? Leo Murphy is quite isolated, but realizing that Leo Murphy is a roamer, he is not a real threat. Item-wise, Arashi, take a look.
War Axe and Hunter Strike for Kabuki. He is on a mission. He is 2-0-2. He will be diving towards the priority members of Alter Ego. This is one of the issues we said that Alter Ego will face, especially in that mid game. Later on, perhaps the damage will be a bit too much from Lilia, from Nino's Beatrix as well. But for now, right, I think Kabuki, towards I think the 16-minute mark, he will be able to do whatever he wants.
Oh, Leo Murphy taking a lot of damage. Kabuki. Oh, Kabuki is committing. Oh, take a look at the flank. Fluffy jumps in. Leo Murphy is still juking around, but no. Killing spree for Kabuki. One man down and one structure falls here for side of Alter Ego Esports. Can they equalize as the Lord is up? Seems like all 5 men is already rotating and committing to this Lord, perhaps.
The dragon is alive for Aura here, but look at Kids. He's looking for a facehugger.
Okay. Still with the quad shadow here. No commitments just yet. Shadow kill is still in hand. And now Aura looks for a flank on the side. But take a look at the mid side. It's empty. Oh, Kids, look at this. He gets high, but at what cost? He gets double. But the real world manipulation actually catches one member now. It is 2 for 1 still. Kids and as well as High falls. But High in the front side actually will not commit to any fight. 2 for 1, but the mid turret force out of Alter Ego falls.
2 for 1. I think it is going to be worth it still. Yeah, 2 for 1 for Alter Ego. I was just looking at who was caught out there in the fight, but this actually gets more space over to Nino, who can farm. Right now, it does feel like Aura Fire are getting their hands back into the game, but Leo Murphy...
Okay, committing Wave Dragon. Jukes, he whiffs it. Fluffy with the Jukes. And now the engage from Aura Fire. They saw Pi and they immediately back off here. But man, what an action. 6-8 in the first 10 minutes.
That was such a good flicker by Fluffy, man. The fact that he was able to pop that flicker up against the Cho that was already on him, I think that can be contributed to his items, right? Yeah. If you take a look at his items, he actually has tenacity, but Leo Murphy looking for Kabuki under the turret. Oh no!
Uh-oh, Leo Murphy here with Dragon and Nino with the assist. Oh, Kabuki still surviving.
Whoa!
He's still quite safe.
Whoa, no way!
Double kill on that passive? What is going on, Kabuki? This guy is unstoppable. And now on the other side, Kids with that quad shadow is still okay. But man, what a play by Kabuki.
No. Get this man out of here. What was that? How? How do you do that against Aura Fire? I mean, against Alter Ego. Again, oh my goodness, I am just baffled by the plays, but there's another one going on.
Yeah, Kids here with that quad shadow jumps in, but take a look at the High. He will complete that Lord. But man, on the other side, Udil catches, Black Shoes pops, and this might be a mistake. Udil taking a lot of heat, but Kids with that quad shadow will not be able to escape this one. Oh, I might be wrong, but no, High is there with that high and dry as well. Catches Kids. And yeah, Aura Fire, they are slowly but surely coming back to this game.
Oh, and that's the difference, you know, the MDL stage and the MPL stage. When you step up, he had a stellar performance in that early game, but now you can really see him struggle in this game. He fell behind, and he made a blunder there by ulting over to the creep. I think it was a slight mishap by him, but again, this just goes to show the amount of pressure that the players need to deal with while they are up on the stage playing for their teams.
I think that play early up in the top side though, where Kabuki is able to outplay the members of Alter Ego, Leo Murphy and Nino. That's a combo we've been looking at, right? The Wave the Dragon into any kind of ultimate coming in from Nino. I think it was a bit forced. Leo Murphy got very, very low trying to initiate that play. So I think they have to be a lot cleaner than that, especially when they're up against a team as equally aggressive and outplay heavy as Aura Fire.
I completely agree. It's a reset here. But guys, I mean, two games, but no wipes out. So perhaps you can grab Head and Shoulders to have a wiped out hair.
Absolutely, man. Go get the freshness of your hair in, right? Because the better you smell, the better you play, and the better your hair looks.
Yeah.
You get that confidence that they are actually able to display on screen right here. Kabuki 2v1. I'm still on that, man.
Yeah.
How do you do that, man? What the heck?
The calculations, right, from this guy is just so on point.
Mechanically, I think he's the best player at MPL ID.
Wow. That is one statement. Nunjun Tegarashi as items pops here. What is significant?
Well, right now, Udil has the Ice Queen's wand, right? So we see in Aura Fire, they seem to be actually relying on the movement speed from Godiva, right? Instead of having Godiva being a crowd control source, he is buffing everyone at the same time, which is why we see that the members of Aura Fire, they're able to so dominantly catch up to the backline, to the vulnerable members of Alter Ego Esports. They can't out-kite the composition from Aura Fire. So now with the Ice Queen's wand, they have a bit more of kite back potential, but that is very much in the hands of Udil, and Aura Fire can still try and outplay that because they are still sprints and petrifies in their composition.
It's a top side, yeah. 2 for 1 here. We have Dragon Use and Paquito. Fluffy, he might fall here. Flicker Use, what? He is forcing for a fight here. He gets taken down. And now Leo Murphy cancels that real world. Oh, take a look at the re-engage. High jumps in and Godiva gets taken down. Kabuki, Facehugger, and High. They are running for the hills as Black Dragon is popped. And yeah, no re-engage from Alter Ego. Aura Fire. They are starting to lose their rhythm. Alter Ego trying to grab more space in the mid side. They will surely get it here. And Lord is up. Things are looking bad for side of Aura Fire now.
This is the thing right here, man. Alter Ego have a way of just forcing team fights, and they were able to get that kill up top. High though, oh, he's gonna be spotted there. And just like that, they have zoned High away. This most probably is gonna be a free Lord going to the hands of Alter Ego. They have shifted the tides once again. Lord slain by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Man, this game has just been going back and forth.
Intelligent plays, I gotta say, Alter Ego Esports, and they have the Lord here. It is enhanced, but can they push? Remember, they have a lot of high ground as well from the side of our Fire. Oh, they look for an re-engage. High jumps in, Nino gets taken down, and Aura Fire, they are picking up the pace. Leo Murphy might be next. He falls, and now Alter Ego, they are in shambles. 5 versus 3, and it seems like they still want more, but Alter Ego, with the right positioning, he might be able to get out of this one. Shadow kill, Popped still has the quad Shadow Pie here. Will be jumped on, not committed just yet though. Aura Fire now looks for defense in the Lord top side.
That was just a throw, right? That was a big fight by Aura Fire. How they're able to throw these curveballs at Alter Ego, and even again, Kabuki. So lethal. I thought for a second that the passive might be able to take hits down there, but again, back to it. Aura Fire noticing that the top side, I don't get to talk. High doesn't want me to talk. He just wants Udil to get taken down. And again, it's Aura Fire turning the game around onto Alter Ego.
Man, Aura Fire, they are really stepping up the gas. Udil didn't even have the chance to use that black shoes earlier. His ult was up, but man, it was too bursty, it seems like. Take a look at the gold. It's just equal at this point. Arashi, what do you think about the situation here?
Well, he got silenced as well. That is why it's so annoying to go up against a Natalia. He can just force you into not using any of your spells. But so far, as Mirko mentioned, it's so back and forth, and I can't help but feel like in the late game, it's such a switch up because Alter Ego, they can have the better composition, they have more damage, but Aura Fire, they can just turn it up and make out plays like this.
Yeah, Kabuki and as well as Fluffy being frontliner. Kids gets taken down by Godiva. Aura Fire, they looks to create more space. Mid turret will fall. And yeah, again, disciplined movements already intelligent. They got one. They know they can't back off and they just look for more objectives. And okay, Alter Ego, Leo Murphy, or Way of Dragon connects. No follow-up damage, unfortunately. And yeah, Lord will be up 45 seconds. But man, what an action-packed game here.
Oh man, the action does not stop. This is more of what we were expecting from game one. 2 kills per minute, I think, right now is almost, right? As we have 25 kills in total. But Arashi, tell me, what's going on in the item department?
Well, Nino has the Wind of Nature as well, so he can actually outplay the burst coming in as much as possible. And Pai, in this late game, as I was saying, with the Esmeralda, with the Beatrix, with Udil, once they keep scaling up, once they have all 4 or 3 items, they can do a lot of damage, and it's a lot more DPS compared to Aura Fire. So Aura will have to play very perfectly along with a reward manipulation, whereas for Alter Ego, they have a bit more leeway. But in the late game, you can't count Aura Fire out because if they play the fight perfectly, they can still win out. So I think in the late game, it becomes even due to the execution difference because the composition, I think, very much favors Alter Ego.
Oh, look at this though. They are actually going to go for the trade here, Goni. Bottom side, Beatrix might look for the end.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, the stun, Holy Baptist, the right timing there. And Kids still escape, but the Lord will fall. But take a look at bot side, Cho. It's a base race, but the Lord is up. Oh, the bad timing there. It is now Aura Fire though with the Lord, but they will clear it out here, ladies and gentlemen. Aura Fire still with 5 as Way of Dragon connects, but from the backside, Nino gets caught. Leo Murphy is next, pops that Immortal, but yeah, with the flicker, is trying to buy a lot of time as Alter Ego Esports, they are on the defense.
A massive gamble, not paying off for Alter Ego as they lose to a frontliner and their main damage dealer. Let's take a look at the fight.
Yeah, Way of Dragon will not be able to do anything because he's dead. But base turret in the mid side will fall now, ladies and gentlemen, as Pi taking a lot of heat. He will not fall just yet as Kids is up with the right timing. Now, Alter Ego their main job is to clear the wave. Can they do it? They have Odil, they have Kids. It's a hard job, but take a look at the timing. Their high gets caught, and now the base is going to be the target. Aura of Fire will not look for an overzealous play that you look for a disengage. No objectives on the board. Aura of Fire staying disciplined.
Very, very disciplined, but again, they do lose one member. They lose High, and Alter Ego, the gamble actually kind of paid off for Rashi. They're able to withstand, they're able to defend because they bought so much time. Kabuki was stuck pinned in that bottom side for so long, but here, another fight.
Yeah, Black Shoes was forced to pop there. Pi try to be a nuisance, trying to be annoying presence. Oh, they went for the all-in play. Pi is going to be target. No immortal for Pi, and killing spree will be picked up by Eve. A man advantage here by Aura of Fire. Will they be able to capitalize on this? But it seems like no objectives on the board just yet.
Fights on top of fights on top of fights, and it just keeps on going. Arashi, it's almost like they don't want us to talk here, but finally we get some downtime as we get to dissect what exactly has been happening.
Well, early on with that Lord play, Alter Ego understands that they don't really have the advantage when it comes to those big all-out all ultis being used team fights, so they go for the trade-off, and they really could have ended, but the Lord comes up, so it was a very costly gamble, and it looked really bad, but they were able to defend because in the late game, the DPS coming in from their composition is a lot higher. That is still very much the case with the gold swing coming in back and forth for both these teams, with shutdowns being given back and forth as well. Alter Ego, they can do a lot of damage, so Aura Fire, they cannot get overzealous. They need to get the perfect execution. Alter Ego needs one fight. If they get a wipeout, they can still end the game right now.
Yeah, I mean the timing, right? The timing was just so unfortunate for side of Alter Ego. The timing was as soon as they reach the base, the Lord is up. Minion spawn, and that is just the timing was just the worst timing if Alter Ego wants to go for that approach. Now Shadow Kill has been popped towards High. Oh, with that Raphael. Oh, Holy Baptism catches two, and now Pi as well as Kids, they are in trouble. Kids with the Quad Shadow trying to run for the hills as he is able to escape, but take a look on the other side. Kabuki, he wants blood. He catches Nino, but Wave Dragon connects. He still has that immortal, but the passive is just too hard on this guy. He can't be killed. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? One member falls on Nino, but it seems like Odil now, he is still wants to fight. He is caught, and now two members down. Things are not looking good.
How in the world did that happen? That fight went on for so long, but none of the Aura Fire members were taken down. The sustain and just the overall skirmish level that Aura Fire are providing here is insane as they look for the game here against Alter Ego.
Real world population and Kids taking a lot of heat, but take a look on the other side. Leo Murphy trying to play on the outside here, still have that immortal, but minions, they are coming both lanes here. Leo Murphy falls, and as it looks like Alter Ego, they can't defend this one. Aura Fire looks for a close in the second game. Alter Ego Esports, what is going on? They managed to clear the waves.
Oh my god, look at the bottom wave as well. Aura are forced to back up. Kids using this to get back the resources that was just suffocated out of him. He's finally getting the purple buff in this game, and with this purple buff, it is going to set up for the Lord take. However, Aura Fire, they are the ones first onto the Lord. If Kids needs to make a miracle play here, but he doesn't want to do it. It's too risky. They will just give over the Lord to Aura Fire. Alter Ego with the high ground. What do they have? Beatrix and the Lilia. Is it enough to clear out an Evolved Lord in the 21st minute?
It is enough unless Aura Fire takes the fight to them and dives towards them instead. There's a very real chance here that with the Lord on their side, Aura Fire will pop up the real manipulation and send in Fluffy and Kabuki to just absolutely decimate that backline presence. That has been the story of the game as we take a look at the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy A series. So far, you see Pi doing a lot of damage. It looks pretty okay for Alter Ego, but Nino, once he gets spotted, Fluffy comes in, Kabuki comes in, he gets petrified, he gets taken out completely. Nino has not been relevant at all all, Aura wants to make sure that he will not be the deciding factor of this game.
Oh, this might be a mistake. Gani, look, how are they micromanaging the waves? The mid lane's going first, and they don't have the bottom wave. It's only a two-wave push.
Two-wave push here. Real relation pops. Kabuki and friends. Pi trying to cancel, but
Udo
O'Neal already forced to use that Black Shield. Pi will become sandbag. He will fall. Leo Murphy is going to be the target. Aura Fire looks for a goal, but the montage. Kabuki gets taken down. Immortal pop and no damage left. Aura Fire, they are still sieging, but Kabuki gets taken down. Godiva here running for the hills. And Alter Ego Esports, they are defending the pressure.
Wow.
He gets two members, Godiva and Kabuki, down for a minute.
How did they defend Alter Ego? 23 minutes in, that is a very, very healthy Lord. An evolved Lord that can literally just shred through the base and is so tanky, but it was off of a mistake from Aura Fire. They went in only with two waves and it came in one by one, giving the opportunity for Alter Ego, giving a chance for them to defend, as now they might be the ones looking for a close into this game as they are into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they are looking here to get their purple buff. Oh, Fluffy taking a lot of damage, but take a look at Leo Murphy here. He is almost taken down, but take a look at Kids. Will not be able to pop that Immortal, but will claim that purple buff with that cheeky retribution.
Wow, that is so close. And now finally, the members of Aura Fire will be respawning, and that is dangerous, man. When the death timers are about 60 seconds, anything can happen. Alter Ego had a chance to try and force the play right there, but they weren't unable to do it. Aura Fire are still very much playing it defensively, still very much playing it smart, wanting to make sure that they have everything ready for the next Lord fight, which will, I think, be the deciding Lord of this game.
Oh my god, this game just keeps on going. As you can see here, Nino is already built up. He has all of his items, but Fluffy is all alone. He needs to be careful. He does have the sustain provided by Godiva to heal back up, but if you take a look at the items, the gold lead just doesn't matter anymore. It's a non-factor. Even the player's gold by UBS gold right now. Kids is leading the pack in terms of the gold, but as you can see from the items, everybody has full items, even the roamers. So it's all going to come down to how they execute, how they micromanage the waves, and again, how they set up for objectives, because they're already looking for a play up top.
Yeah, I mean, both teams here now, very tempo has gone down. But a pick off top side. Fluffy is going to be target. Fluffy with that Immortal will not be able to escape that one. He gets taken down for a minute.
Wow.
And yeah, Alter Ego with this Lord, they can force a Lord fight 5v4 here, Arashi.
They have a man advantage. They trap Fluffy there, knowing that pushing out the lane opposite of the Lord is so important. They just lie in wait and they catch Fluffy off. 50 seconds where he won't be on the map. Alter Ego can force this Lord. They can pull Aura Fire into them, and that is where they can maybe get the pick off onto Facehugger, onto Kabuki. That will be the deciding moment of the game for sure. Alter Ego now make the play. They have the control, and Leo Murphy is zoning everybody away.
25 minutes in, the death timer's very, very long. They are using this to go for the Lord, but Gani, does Aura Fire want to take it? 20,000 HP already. They back up, and they give it over to Alter Ego. This time, though, it may be different, because if Alter Ego can defend, it doesn't mean Aura can. Their composition is built differently. They don't have that high ground pressure and that wave clear that Alter Ego has.
I agree with you. I mean, it's all up to the positioning from Facehugger. He played already a splendid game here this far, only been taken down once. But can they defend this one? One base turret is already exposed here to left. An inner turret as well, but things are looking shaky here, Rashi.
Well, they're trying to manipulate the waves as much as possible, but they're using the Lord to just pull everyone to the bottom side, and that allows them to actually make plays on the other side of the map. But Kids goes for the play onto high. He won't be taken out, though, and this Lord is not being put to the best of use by Alter Ego right now.
Look at how slowly they take it, though.
Yeah, Pi. Oh, the Petrify on towards 3. Real revelation. Things are not looking good. Cancelled immediately. Now Leo Murphy trying to catch Fluffy Wave Dragon on towards Kabuki, but take a look at the base. The base will be the target, and Alter Ego Esports can equalize and force a game at 3.
A win, Gani, for the Kids, for the new member, the prodigy of this team. Again, coming in, making a difference, even though that game was very long. 27 minutes, Alter Ego managed to scrape it up, taking the victory and equalizing in this series. We have a third game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, and man, it's looking real good.
This is why I came here in this MPL, right? To see crazy matches, crazy games as well, and crazy series as well. And man, Alter Ego Esports, remember, the keys to victory, they need to have a game plan in the late game. And it seems like they do. They already have a game plan.
It's just insane, man. We've said already, I've been mentioning in the beginning, they have the better DPS, they have a lot more clear, so they have options to play around with. Aura needs to play it perfectly. The burden of playing the game so much perfectly in the late game is on them. And when it comes to outsmarting, right, we've talked since last season, I've been saying that Alter Ego is a very crafty team. When they find opportunities, when they're at the back foot, they just find these crazy pickoffs, like when they were able to pick up Kabuki as well as pick up High early on later in the game. So I think they're so good at doing that, and that absolutely was one of the deciding factors in allowing them to pick up a Lord, to actually turn the game on its heels and actually push the aggression towards Aura Fire. And as you can see, once the real world manipulation gets cancelled out, Aura Fire, they were just so lost and they just lose out on the damage output.
Kids makes Alter Ego more dynamic in game 2. I actually agree with this, right? Because they've all been playing to enable Nino. With Kids here on the Hayabusa, they added a little bit more dynamic to this composition, another dimension to the draft, where they are actually able to threaten the back line. With Facehugger unable to utilize that real world manipulation at will, it gives space, even more space, towards Nino, who was able to make the game-ending play, who was able to get so much space for him to deal out that much damage on the Wesker. You saw in that late stage, the Wesker just tore through everyone, and that's what we were talking about. Beatrix, my god, late game, when he has the items, it's too much.
That's too much.
That damage is illogical, man.
Illogical indeed, and yeah, I mean, just in general, right, in this current patch, Hayabusa himself is not very popular among ranked games, among competitive scene, but man, this kid just can't make it work.
He performs so well at the highest level right now. The knowledge, the nerves,
the awareness, you know?
Exactly, using the quad shadow, using the shadow kill at the right moments, absolutely stellar.
You did see a few jitters, right? There were a lot of mistakes from Kids, but again, it's his debut in the MPL stage with a full crowd here in the building for this match. So you can only imagine what this kid is going through. Filling in the shoes of someone as known, as big as Celiboy in Indonesia, and stepping up, again, getting that victory. I believe in Game 2, we will see a more, the refined version of Kids, as now he has that experience of playing up on stage. Now he knows exactly what he's in for, as we are going to take a look at the items. Arashi of this second game, 1-1, 27 minutes, my goodness.
I think the interesting changes I see is from Alter Ego, right? We talked about how there's a DPS difference here for the side of Alter Ego. They have an advantage in that department. So towards the late game, you see a lot more items being optimized for his defense. Because for Udil, he picks up the Brute Force Breastplate as well, knowing that if Aura Fire are unable to burst down the members, burst down the backline with the burst coming in from Yutong, from Natalia, from Paquito, they just lose out on that DPS. So I think Alter Ego was very smart in the itemization, and it's 27 minutes, man. The gold swing is back and forth so much, and that just allows Alter Ego to catch up, even though in the early game, they were absolutely left behind by the aggression, the movement speed, the zoom meta that we saw from Aura being used last season as well. We take a look at the post-game stats, and it's down to the wire. Damage dealt, damage taken, damage to tower is very much the same. The Rich Guy and the Carry, both members from inside Alter Ego, Pi as well being the sandbag. So, I don't know, he has such a big role to play in that late game fight. He just knows when to actually allow himself to be sacrificed to actually save the game again and again, or when it's time for him to stay alive and be a distraction for Kids, for Leo Murphy to get space to make those plays. Overall, the kill participation is a lot lower because they do more pickoffs than the big team fights, but the MVP right here by the Samsung Galaxy A series is going to be Leo Murphy on that show. I said that it's going to be important that he gets a playmaking hero, let alone his signature hero, and I absolutely agree. This man made so many plays happen for his team.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, right? If we're talking about Leo Murphy, of course, you can't forget about his Cho. And if you want to know, let's see what he did in game number 2 to deserve this MVP.
Right, early on, since the level 2, right? The mobility, the crowd control just allows the rest of the team, not just Leo Murphy, to just capitalize on that early game aggression, and Aura already gets put on the back foot, and again, with Godiva being on a weaker roamer per se, is just so good, and he finds the moments to just pick off Facehugger, despite the best efforts from Facehugger to stay away from the situations. And of course, in those critical moments, especially later in the mid-game, where the fighters from the side of Aura Fire just get so much more momentum, so much more power spikes, it's a bit difficult for Leo Murphy to try and decide who exactly is he supposed to kick, but he makes it happen, man. And him with Nino is just an iconic duo at this point. You know, they just make the plays happen again and again, and this is one of the first defenses where you can see Leo Murphy, he was just able to find the right moments. He gets the kick onto Kabuki, I believe, and late here, you can see that he does a lot of crowd control, just a huge nuisance, and it allows Nino and the rest of the team to just get a lot of space. Nino was all the way in the back line in that last fight.
Yeah, he waited for the exact moment to actually jump in and to go for it, but Arashi, that was a good word to use, the iconic duo. It might be an iconic trio now as Kids joins in the fray on that Hayabusa, the 3 playmakers of Alter Ego, just like the 3 masks that they have in their logo.
Ooh.
It's built up, man. Oh my god, again.
That is cool.
Interesting, that's super cool. We'll see though, because it's not over yet. Aura Fire in Season 10, there's a trend that they just keep dropping games. Against BTR, against ONIC, they lost, and it's been mostly 2-1s.
So we'll have to see here. A lot of heads coming in. Of course, game number 3. But you guys, don't forget, heads and shoulders as well. Hi guys, remember to wash your hair with head and shoulders. Wet Energy Dandruff immediately wipes out. Limited edition. Get yours now at your nearest mini market / e-commerce store. Well, that was a quote by Tigreal, so I mean, if Tigreal says it.
You know his beautiful, fabulous hair? You guys want to get it? Go full Tigreal mode. Go full head and shoulders because it gives you the best. I use head and shoulders.
I mean, a lot of dandruffs in your hair.
No, that's the color of my hair. And you know what? Why is it so fluffy even though I bleached my hair 3 times? I got a head, I got shoulders, because with head and shoulders, you guys can do it all.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the series is still 1-1 between Aura Fire and as well as Alter Ego. Game number 3 will be back soon. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 3.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. We all this.
The conclusion between Aura Fire and as well as Alter Ego will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 10, Week 3, Day 1. As it stands, it's 1-1 between Alter Ego and as well as Aura Fire. Aura Fire claims the points in the first game, but Alter Ego forced a game 3 in the second game. It was a long game, but man, boy, it was a joy. It was an action-packed game.
Man, boy, I like that because that's kind of the things that we're seeing in Alter Ego's roster, right? They got 4 men and 1 boy. He's a little kid. He's a kid. And, you know, he's made a lot of TikTok plays with Leo Murphy. You guys can also catch those highlights most probably on TikTok all over with the Clippers just doing their thing. But there's something else you can do as well on TikTok. It's to upload your excitement by watching MPL ID Season 10. Use the hashtag MPL Celebrations. Get attractive prizes like the Secret Lab chair, maybe even a JBL Quantum or Samsung Galaxy A series phone. All up for grabs as long as you upload your excitement.
A lot of deals, good deals here. So yeah, simple. Just upload your anything. Just don't forget the hashtag.
Anything and everything.
Hashtag MPL
Celebrations.
Celebrations, but with 10 instead of an IO. So MPL Celebratendance.
Celebratendance.
Technically.
Arashi, what do you think about this situation?
Situation?
About Alter Ego and as well as Alter Ego.
Well,
I mean,
we look at the game recap, and the impact player is Kabuki on the gold lane, and Kids, the boy wonder, the wonder kid, the new wonder kid.
Yeah, oh, you're right.
The new wonder kid, wow. The new kid on the block, actually.
Spider-Man.
Wow.
Friendly neighborhood kid.
Yes, well, this new kid was just performing really, really well. So, I think as we mentioned earlier, he is making the composition a lot more dynamic. We'll have to see though. Adaptation is the name of the game, and Alter Ego were able to actually adapt, and they were able to solve a lot of the problems. I think for the most part, Aura Fire was still the more proactive one, was still the one with the better game plan, but Alter Ego, they're looking a lot better, but that is also there's also a ton of impact being put on the shoulders of Leo Murphy on the show.
Yeah, they weathered the storm, I think, for Alter Ego, right? Because they had somewhat of a late game composition. So when they were up against Aura Fire in that late stage, they had a massive advantage. The thing is, though, how do you get to that late game when they're just so aggressive? Aura Fire, very similarly to Alter Ego in Game 1, they took a lot of unnecessary team fights that ended up giving over the gold lead to Alter Ego, giving over the setup and the map control over to Alter Ego. So both of the teams really well played there because they were able to punish the little mistakes by both of them individually. But in Game 3, this is the decider. This is back to a best of one. They cannot make any more mistakes.
They cannot. So yeah, enough talk. Let's jump into the drafts here for Game 3. It seems like now Alter Ego will have the first pick. Already a change here. Faramis banned out, and yeah, Under Fire will ban out that Julian.
We are looking out for two heroes right here. Will the Fanny be still banned? And will the Cho enter the banning pool? Right now, on the first pick, Alter Ego bans out the Beatrix. We've seen that Aura enjoys picking the Beatrix as well. They are very good at utilizing that late game front-to-back composition because their positioning in these team fights are absolutely stellar so far.
Wow, Alter Ego already with the change. We talked about this hero for 2 games straight, right? Beatrix. And yeah, Alter Ego, realizing that they have the first pick, they will ban that hero out. And as for High, you have 9th place in MPL Season 1, 8th place in MPL Season 6. Take a look at the progress, right? 2021 first place winner Piala President, and 2022 got the 3rd place for MPL ID Season 9. Can they progress from there? We'll have to wait and see. Aura Fire with their last ban, they will offer a 1-1 and Valentina is open, ladies and gentlemen.
It is open, and it is one of the signature picks by Udil. On the hands of Udil, it is a very, very, very scary hero to pick. So Alter Ego, they might just go for it here. I think there's nothing stopping them from going for that first pick Valentina. I don't think any other hero is as worth as that Valentina right now. But the Masha is still up for grabs here in game number 3 for Aura Fire to take. Even though we haven't really seen Fluffy on that Masha a lot.
Right, he seems to enjoy a lot more aggressive of a hero who doesn't, and he, honestly, he's one of the better macro playing offlaners because we've seen him roam a lot since minute number 1 even. So now, with the pattern, usually it's Beatrix and Esmeralda, but for Aura, they settle for the Yve and Esmeralda, so the very troublesome Yve is still very much a factor here. Alter Ego now, will they take the Cho in the first phase though, to make sure that it doesn't get eliminated by the second phase?
Have to wait and see here, Rashi. I mean, yeah, Aura Fire with 3 games now, they commit to this Yve pick for Facehugger. I mean, he played a splendid Yve in both of the games, so we'll have to see here, will he give the same impact for the 3rd game? Alter Ego, what will they respond here with? Will they go for a gold laner here? Because it seems like Beatrix and 1-1 has been opted out. Paquito and as well as, Claude, a gold laner here for Alter Ego. And seems like, of course, in the hands of Nino, it's gonna be scary.
Very, very scary. We saw that the Claude on the hands of Nino was the factor that was the crucial factor that actually enabled Alter Ego to come back against Rebellion when they had a 10,000 gold lead. But man, oh, this is Godita once again, ladies and gentlemen, jumping on your screens, picked up by Aura Fire. It's actually pretty funny because like it's contrast, right? Aura Fire, but they pick up a water hero.
Aura Fire.
It's a bit counterproductive, right?
I mean, game number 1, they managed to win with this,
exactly. So it's like fire using water.
It's a balance.
It's a balance. It's yin and yang.
They're the avatar. They can use all these different elements, man. But so in the second phase right now, we'll see. Will the Cho actually get banned out? That is still the main question because, well, as I mentioned that, it is banned out because now Aura, they have the aggressive roamer that they need to make the plays happen in the early game. And for Alter Ego, the signature roamer that made so many plays, that was the MVP for the previous game, is no longer on the table. What will they offer?
Well, if you're talking about CC, there's Atlas and as well as Kufra, but here's a quote from Udil. Facehugger is very impactful for Aura. Yeah, it's very evident, and he is a reason why Aura is way better than before. I do agree. I think like in the gaming house itself, I think Facehugger shows a leader role here, perhaps a father figure for most of the players, perhaps.
Father figure.
Even in the games though, he is the main shot caller. He even has a lot to say in the draft with Coach Tezet together. So you're right, the impact that Facehugger has brought to the team has been just amazing. So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, as Aura Fire wrap up their second banning phase with the Cho, and most probably we might see another ban towards Leo Murphy. Maybe possibly something like the Atlas or the Ruby. Yeah. All right, so they already have 2 melee. Well, not melee. Kadita isn't melee, but you need to go to melee form, very close to your target to actually go and dish out the damage. So banning on something like Ruby that can clash and can stop that momentum from happening is very, very good. Aura banning it out. Alter Ego with the Natalia ban. Now, do they want to ban another? This is interesting. They banned Natalia because they know Hai can play it, and they know that Claude is very weak in the early game. Do they want to ban a jungler here?
I don't know.
Or not?
I mean,
or gold lane.
I mean, with this Natalia, man, I think they're signaling another quote-unquote weak or backliner hero that they are going to commit there later in the second phase. But they are going to limit Kabuki's hero pool here with this Brody ban. Arashi, Aura Fire, I think they should pick up... I don't think they should pick up the gold lane here in this first pick of the second phase.
Well, Alter Ego seems to really want to limit a hero pool, and for Hai it's a bit too wide, so going for Kabuki makes sense. If Alter Ego wants to go for a lot of dive as well, the crowd control, the stun coming in from the Brody will be very difficult to deal with. But Aura, they offer that Melissa, man. That's a lot of self-peel, and we talked about Aura. One of the issues in the previous game was they get overwhelmed. With Melissa in the picture, that will be a lot easier to deal with in the current game.
I don't know though. The only, well, right now, yeah, it's very, very interesting, but Esmeralda has actually become the top pick hero in MPL ID Season 10 with a total of 30 picks. So, you know, amongst all the Valentinas, the Fannies, the Fermis, it's Esmeralda that hasn't been banned but has been picked the most in MPL ID. Back to the topic though, Alter Ego, what do they pick now that Aura have selected that Melissa? You cannot go for that crazy dive anymore, and in that gold lane, if you go for a melee hero, you are gonna have trouble, but they still do it anyways. Alter Ego, they pick up a Lolita and a Baxia. 2 heroes that need to go melee towards the Melissa.
I mean, Baxia, take a look. Earlier, it was, what, 17% win rate, so not a very good win rate per se. But man, Alter Ego, it seems like they're confident here in this deal breaker of a game. They will commit to this Baxia, and I guess, yeah, against a Melissa, and as well as, yeah, against a Melissa, you can provide cover with that Lolita here, Rashi. But Aura Fire will close out their composition with a Ling. It's quite interesting here. It seems like the only viable target is only that Claude.
Exactly. This is confusing to me. I thought like with Alter Ego having 3 tanky members, they for sure want to go and take the fight towards Aura Fire and allow Nino the space to actually do the damage and let him be the main damage dealer. So maybe the thought process from Aura Fire is to try and take him out with the Assassin, but against 3 fighters, against a Baxia, Lolita, as well as a Paquito, is that even feasible? And it's a great strategy from Alter Ego as well, because with so many tanky members, they have a lot of options to try and explore, open up the map, to try and scout for Godita.
Well, we'll see here, ladies and gentlemen. Again, both of the drafts set up in a way where we have contrasted styles once again. A heavy dive composition versus a somewhat front-to-back composition from Aura Fire. Gani, it's time.
It's time. Mirko, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Arashi, are you ready?
Absolutely, man.
It's time. Let's just jump into the Land of Dawn to witness the conclusion once again for Alter Ego and as well as Aura Fire. Who will prevail is going to be the question. Composition-wise, it's up in the air, right? I don't like that Baxia pick, but I really do not like that Ling pick as well. So it's kind of a 50-50 for me. But yeah, now we are going to see that kids will play that Paquito.
Let's see. This matchup, Melissa versus Claude, is very, very tough on the Claude, but with Leo Murphy coming in, it's a 2v1.
2v1, Kabuki will, with no flicker in hand, so Kabuki might be in trouble. Oh my god, a lot of damage tanking in, and this first blood will come. Again, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy series. Alter Ego already picking up their pace here in the first minute.
This is something you need to note down as a gold laner. Again, you're never in a 1v1. Never. You're never 1v1 in the gold lane. You need to be wary. Every single time the roamer is missing from the map, 99.9% of the time, it is the roamer rotating towards the bottom lane. So, Kabuki, kind of too aggressive.
Wow, with the flicker. Leo Murphy there, looking for the, I guess, reprise play. doesn't really add to anything just yet. It's top side, it's 2v1, but High, of course, will not force a fight against Boxia. 25 seconds on the first turtle here. We'll have to see what will happen in the mid side. Kids already with a heavy left punch. Trying to deal damage. High gets caught here. Tempest Blade was used. He needs to be careful. He is low now. Yeah, Aura Fire already behind on rotation.
Wow, Alter Ego now is still pushing the tempo. They have 3 tankier members, and Godita, despite his best attempts here, he can't really try and get a lot of pickups because there's no real easy target for him to try and burst down, especially because the rest of his team, even the roamer, right, it's not exactly, you know, there's no one else to try and supplement the crowd control or the damage, so he's stuck just trying to zone Alter Ego away and just buy time for that late game for Aura Fire.
It's going to be tough here for both of the teams in the early stage, but more so for Aura, as Ling actually is pretty weak now in the early stage of the game with the nerfs coming in on towards his base HP. Fluffy though, wow, that movement, he's able to utilize the sprint to actually juke around and to buy time for High to come through.
Yeah, now we are going to see a battle of retribution here, 3 versus 3 turtle side, and both mid laners already joining. But what is going on? High Slimus mechanic here. First turtle will be secure, but take a look, a man will fall here. Aura Fire down with 4. Godiva is the only casualty, and Kids, yeah, picking up the turtle and taking the jungles away in the hands of High.
I'm very curious to what happened there, because oh wait, another real world manipulation versus real world manipulation, but Kabuki puts that doll in. Again, I want to talk about that, because alright, Arashi, logically, if he actually tapped on the second ability, it would have gone to the turtle, because the turtle was lower HP. So he targeted it towards the top side, unless it was just out of range.
Perhaps. It's definitely a confusing moment as well. We were all quite caught out of guard, and Alter Ego, seeing that one misstep, or what looks like a misstep, they instantly go for the burst onto the objective. They were able to secure the turtle and actually come out on top by picking out Godiva as well. Here's the issue, can Godiva... Right now, Alter Ego has a lot of momentum in the early game, so if they trade a lot and allow Aura Fire to catch up, that will be not beneficial for Aura Fire at all.
Oh, Fluffy gets caught here. He has no escape with the combination of Pion as well as that real world manipulation.
Wait.
He will not be able to escape at the top side. Pi with that shield unity will crash on towards High. No fall-up damage just yet, but yeah, it is still Aura Fire behind here, ladies and gentlemen.
Very, very tough for Aura Fire in the early stage, where they should actually have a little bit of an edge, right? They have the Melissa and Lane very, very dominant, but oh, that was very good timing on the Breath of the Ocean, but come back at it again. Winning lanes. Aura Fire should actually have the winning lane in the bottom side. They should be able to utilize it because of that first kill. It actually goes over to Alter Ego, and even in the top side, the Esmeralda is pretty strong. She was able to withstand a 2v1 dive.
Yeah, indeed, and it seems like Aura Fire here, Arashi, they are still somehow holding on here. They are behind 1,000 gold lead. What can Alter Ego Esports really do?
Well, in the first place, like we usually say that Pi on heroes as quote-unquote boring, like a Boxia, he usually just shines on like a Phobias, like an Esmeralda, those more dynamic heroes, but Uriel, he comes in, but he gets countered with another real manipulation of his own.
Yeah, I mean, High, he wants more, he wants to revenge his teammates as Uriel trying hard to delay this game. Tempest Blade was spotted, but Uriel is down, and High will not be able to survive as well. But the combination here, Godiva will pick up Kids. Both junglers for both of the teams are down. And now it seems like Godiva, both roamers here, going at it with not enough damage here. But Pi with that shield unity trying to find something. He will not commit to it just yet. Oh, never mind. 3v2 in the mid side. This might be a mistake. Leo Murphy trying hard to find that kill, and he gets it. Pi survives with that Poissons. And man, Alter Ego Esports, they are not stopping. Real world manipulation popped by Uriel just to clear the waves and as well apply pressure.
Heavy skirmishes on the map. It's still Alter Ego who's grasping onto that gold lead, but Aura Fire with this turtle, they should be able to even out the odds once again. Wait. Yeah. This is so much pressure back for Aura Fire. They actually turned it around completely. I thought they would only be able to turn it around a bit, but Aura Fire needs to be careful. Nino committing onto that bottom side to get the pressure back. Kabuki is not going to have time to do anything.
Okay, yeah, Bob time collapsed. Leo Murphy here providing the vision. Oh, Blazing Duet will not be paused, but yeah, that Miriam Blast actually will be paused. Kabuki is down high.
Godiva!
But take a look at Godiva at the backside. Catches Nino high, immediately escapes, and it will be a 1-for-1. Both gold laners fall, and yeah, equal trade offside, though Aura Fire lost the structure.
That prediction by Godiva, oh my goodness. He went straight for the battle mirror image, and that was timed to perfection. Again, that was so impressive, man. What the heck? That was insane by Godiva. But here again, Godiva jumping in.
Yeah, jumps in. Pi will provide cover. Real world population bots by both mid laners here. Very, very interesting, but it will be no casualty, but top side. Actually, a very interesting matchup. Ling is a half HP. Man, action-packed game 3 here. Leo Murphy is low, but take a look at the re-engage. Fluffy will claim that kill. 3v1. And now, Godiva comes in and takes the life of Odile. Another member is going to be targeted. Pi will not be able to escape perhaps here as he gets taken down in the hands of High. Once again, Aura Fire, they are ready for game number 3.
The goal is just shifting back and forth again and again, and it's just so fun to see. Nino even coming into that mid lane with that Blazing Duet, but we gotta talk about the win conditions. Again, there's just been so many fights, but Arashi, let's take a look at the items. Tell me what the Claude has. DHS, building to a win of nature.
Well, we talked about how Nino, I was about to say that Nino does, he's just farming a lot more than Kabuki, right? He's been leaving his team alone to do their thing, and he's just farming hard. And Kabuki is the one who's actually showing up to these fights, making a bit of a difference. But as far as gold is concerned, they're not too far apart, actually. So will that pay off? Right now, the Golden Staff as well as the Demon Hunter Sword is completed for Nino, so he will be doing a lot more damage. But the question is, when is he gonna be confident enough to actually participate in these big fights? Because there's so many threats against him.
Until play, Godiva jumps in. Udil might be the target. Real Revelation might be able to catch him as High will pick up that kill. Leo Murphy, is it a prio? No, he will force to be escaped. But Leon Blast catches still. And Kabuki is deleted. Facehugger is next. As Nino and friends, they are able to equalize. And now 3 members fall. Aura Fluffy trying to escape with that sprint is able to survive for now. And man, oh man, with that falling Star Moon, looks for another play, but it will still fall to the side of Alter Ego Esports with 3-man picked off.
My goodness gracious, it just keeps on going, ladies and gentlemen. 18 kills in 9 minutes, 2 kills per minute, as both of the teams just do not want to back off from a fight. It's a battle of pride, not just for the series, Arashi, it's for the highlights.
It's not about the victory, it's about sending a message. Alter Ego, they just showed that we are not out of this at all. You have Nino free to farm and he comes in with his power spikes, just clears out the backline completely. That will be what Alter Ego will attempt to replicate all the way to the late game. The question is, will Aura Fire be prepared? Will they read into that and counter him instead? Because they have a lot more options to play around with.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. One thing that is interesting item-wise here, that kids, he committed to a BOD after that 100 strike. So not a Malefic Roar to add more penetration. He is a, I want to say he's a little bit greedy with that BOD play, but take a look at the mid side here. Players getting clumped up, but yeah, I think it's just for the clear. Lord is up here. Both teams really need to be careful here on the approach they are going to commit to.
10 minutes in, the Lord spawned in, and this is what Alter Ego have chosen to do. They've actually opted to put the Claude and the jungler kids up top to deal with the Ling, with High up top, and this might be a good thing. This is a gamble that Alter Ego are doing right now. If they are able to utilize that 2-man advantage up top to kill the Ling, they will have pressure over the Lord. But Aura, I think they read it. I think they noticed that the jungler is nowhere to be seen. So now High is rotated down below, creating more pressure onto the Lord's side for Aura Fire, Arashi.
Right, but there's a lot of tanky members on the side of Alter Ego, so they can actually pressure and scout out info, as Leo Murphy will be the target of the main burst, so Alter Ego can go in really massively here.
Pi gets 1. Pi will fall here. Already a man advantage this early. Aura Fire can, of course, translate it to objective here, perhaps. I mean, Pi, yeah, he was a little too overextended there. Now it seems like Aura Fire, they will not rush into the Lord just yet. But it seems like still Aura Fire establishing almost a 2,000 goal lead here.
It's very similar to game 2, Arashi. Both teams just clashing it out. 11 minutes in, we have 19 kills. As again, just as I say, they go on to Nino.
Yeah, Nino blazing duet though. 2 versus 1. Can he survive this one? As High also escapes, but Fluffy that's will not let him escape. 1 for 1. But yeah, Nino was the main target there, so it's a success mission there by the side of Aura Fire. Now it is going to be a 4 versus 4 with no Nino. Aura Fire, what can they translate to? Oh, Shield Unity on towards Facehugger, forced to use that sprint here. It seems like still no casualties on the board, and actually Aura Fire, they might pick up top side.
Yeah, early on, Altrigo were the ones to actually pick up a tower, but right now, Aura tries to do the exact same thing. And kids, I can really say that the BOD purchase, considering there's not a lot of tanky members on the side of Aura Fire, it can work out, as we can see here. Boom!
Wow, Nomion Blast catches 2, and there you go. Alter Ego will find the 2 members, but I guess Kadita is trying to do something here as what is going on? High catches 2 as well as Aura Fire. They are responding here, and now Aura Fire with that one-man kill on towards kids. There is no Lord pressure whatsoever from the side of Alter Ego Esports.
It's a brawl. It's an all-out brawl. Aura Fire and Alter Ego, they go to the mid lane, they bash it up, but now, even though Aura have a 2-man, a 1-man disadvantage technically with only kids taken down, they are still gonna go on to the Lord. Again, I think they're just trying to creep the pressure on towards their hands. But Arashi, I do want to mention the item that Nino went for. Instead of going for the golden staff first, we mentioned it, he actually was building towards the Wind of Nature, and he built it there in that top side. Able to buy a little bit more time so that High can't really burst them down. But now, again, another fight.
Yep, High here can be the sandbag. He is still surviving that one. Aura Fire will definitely not commit onto it just yet. Take a look at Fluffy's positioning. He might be caught here as 4 members are started closing in on him as Fluffy gets taken down. Alter Ego Esports, what is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Game number 3. I mean, game 2 was a lot of action, right? And game number 3, this is the dessert, my guy.
It just kept on scaling, right? Because game 1 was kind of slow. It was a very slow game. They went for objectives. Game 2, we saw that scramble in the late stage. And game 3, from the get-go, man, they just kept on bashing each other's heads. And now we are going to see a Lord fight. Arashi, what are the win conditions?
For Aura Fire, they have to make sure that they properly fight with the combo. As we say that though, there you go.
Yeah, double kill immediately as High and Friends. They will look for a fight. 2-man down here. Alter Ego Esports is going to have a lot of trouble. But take a look at this. Blazing duets combined with the real world manipulation, but at what cost? Lord will be claimed for the side of Aura Fire. Aura Fire still forcing a fight. Tempest Blade used against Odile. He gets the lead, and godlike for High. 4 members down. And Aura Fire, they are establishing a healthy amount of lead here. 5,000 with this Lord push. They might look for 2 base starts here.
Oh my goodness, Alter Ego again. They went in for the gamble that did not pay off. 2 members were picked off before the Lord was taken down, yet they still went for a 3v5 Arashi, and that gave Aura the chance to just take over and snowball the game out of Alter Ego's hands.
We talked about the difference in the win conditions for Aura Fire. It's that front to back, it's that combo, and in the late game, they have a lot more flexibility. The shoe is on the other foot right now, because in game number 2, Aura Fire were the ones that can't make a mistake because they do not want to equalize. But in game number 3, Alter Ego, I think, in the late game will lack a lot of damage because they have a lot more tanky members. So now, Aura Fire with the lead, they can actually do a lot of damage, and they might actually go for the end here.
Yeah, Tempest Blade popped here for the backside. Kids gets caught, and now Aura Fire, they're picking up the pace with a healthy amount of Lord. Pi and Friends, they are looking for a defense. Can Aura close this out? Oh, Ocean Odyssey connects onto its Pi. He gets immediately eliminated. Pi, Odile and Friends, they get wiped out here almost as Nino and Leo Murphy, the duo, can they do it? Things are not looking good as Aura Fire looks to close this series as a 2-1. Aura Fire wins this battle.
5v5, pure mechanics, just going at it in the mid lane, and finally, after a slugfest, Aura Fire, their fire kept on burning all the way to the end, ending the game in a 2-1. My goodness, Arashi, how That game was so action-packed. You didn't get to speak, my guy.
Well, it's an easy day at work for me, people at home, because honestly, these two teams, this is exactly what we have expected from them coming into this match. It's just all-out aggression. And unfortunately for Alter Ego, Aura Fire were the more calculated, were the more, I don't know, concise, precise team today, and it just ends up with the win for them. Honestly, that last game can go either way, but Aura Fire, man, they have shown that they are actually proven to be just a more mature version of Alter Ego.
I agree. I mean, it's clear, right? Yeah, sure. Alter Ego can get a point in the second game, but in third game, it was quite clear that Aura Fire were the better team. And Alter Ego, I mean, they got a lot of potential on this kid, the new jungler. But this begs the question, is Celiboy overwashed, Mirko?
Overwashed.
I don't know. That's a very, very aggressive statement towards Celiboy. I don't know. At this point, we do need to see, because in that first game, Celiboy was put onto a hero that I feel like is just not Celiboy.
Yeah.
It's not his identity to go for those tanks in the jungle. And that's the thing, right? You need to be able to adapt. And maybe Celiboy hasn't really adapted to that style of play yet. Going for the junglers, the tanks, the utility jungle that you currently need. Putting that carry into the gold lane and just playing with it, Arashi, enabling your gold lane. Like we do see from High, he is able to play a plethora of different picks. I think in terms of the junglers, he has the most heroes picked here, unique. Like, man, he picks up the Ling here like it's nothing, and he plays it like a madman.
He played absolutely great. We saw several moments where we doubted him. We think it's a misplay perhaps. But honestly, overall, the macro decision making, you can say it's a team effort, but he was in the right place in the right time, and he always finds a way to get to that backline. Honestly, we talked about the difference in aggression, and I think considering that this is a clash between Alter Ego and Aura, I really thought in game number 3, both teams are going to go for that early game aggression, but I think when you just go back and forth like that, the late game composition actually comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still catching breath here with that last game. A lot of actions from both parties. It wasn't a one-sided game per se, but man, Aura Fire still showing their class here, staying consistent in MPL ID Season 10, which is a very important component in MPL ID. I mean, being consistent is what makes champions, and with this like current trend, their consistency, I think, yeah, they are a contender there this season. In a short bit, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to listen, and we are going to throw to the host. So yeah, any last words, Mirko, Arashi?
Amazing game, high mechanical, and High was the one who was standing out, I feel like. Still without tank jungler, Aura came out with a lot of surprises.
Well, let's just throw it out to our host. Let's take a look and listen to the interview.
Ya, Ibu Deklara Monster di sini, dan tentunya Budi udah bersiap nih untuk ngobrol-ngobrol bersama satu player yang dinantikan oleh banyak banget fans MPL, khususnya para wanita nih. Ada Kabuki atau Barbuki, halo.
Halo.
2-1, kemenangan yang cukup bikin deg-degan gak sih Kabuki?
Lumayan deg-degan.
Lumayan deg-degan ya? Game berapa Kabuki yang paling bikin deg-degan?
Game 2 sih, soalnya kan tuh late game kan. Jadi deg-degan aja karena dapat feel-nya.
Dapat feel-nya. Kesusahan banget berarti ya game kedua, kamu ngerasa ya? Apa karena heromu yang emang bukan yang damage dealer late game gitu?
Mungkin karena hero juga sih, kan kita dua fighter kan, susah pukul towernya gitu. Jadi kayak harus hero-nya gitu, kayak susah lah.
Oh, jadi game 2 mungkin itu faktornya adalah dari pilihan hero kalian tuh?
Iya.
Wow, tapi kalau kemenangan kalian dari Kabuki sendiri, apa sih yang paling bikin Aura nih bisa ngedua-satuin Alter Ego?
Mungkin kita lebih solid sih, kayak kita udah, kan kemarin kita lawan ONIC ya, yang game 3. Kan kita kayak nggak disiplin kan, kayak sekarang kita lebih belajar untuk disiplin lah.
Oke, lebih disiplin. Dan mungkin ini juga bisa menjawab atas satu statement juga, yang katanya Aura itu adalah evolve-nya Alter Ego, kamu setuju?
Kurang tahu.
Kurang tahu, oke. Tapi bisa ngeliat nggak sih kayak dari Aura untuk season ini, kamu mungkin ngerasa juga ya, meranjak, dan sampai saat ini kalian baru kalah sekali doang nih. di half season dan masih akan ada 3 match. Kamu paling nantiin lawan siapa sih kalau di MPL ini?
RRQ Hoshi lah, soalnya kan nggak pernah menang juga kan, jadi kayak itu lawan yang paling ditunggu.
Wow, lawan Arkeosi lawan yang paling ditunggu. Bentar, kalau ngomongin Arkeosi berarti akan ketemu Skylar di laning. Kalau ketemu Skylar di laning, kamu udah siap?
Siap lah.
Siap buat ngapain nih?
Siap buat adu
mekanik, adu segalanya ya.
Iya.
Dan Budi juga penasaran banget, kamu tadi di laning udah ketemu sama Nino, gimana? Ketemu sama Nino, seberapa susah sih ketemu sama Nino? 1 sampai 10?
10 lah.
10, susah ya, respect ya?
Susah.
Paling susah di bagian mananya?
Di bagian, gak tahu kayak susah aja lawan dia sih, susah lah.
Susah ya? Oke, tapi perjalanan Aura masih akan berlanjut tentunya. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih Kak Buki untuk mungkin tim Geekfam esok yang akan kamu lawan? Geekfam kan ya, betul ya?
Besok RBL.
Oh, RBL dulu, RBL. Oke, untuk tim RBL. Semangat bro. Oke Kak Buki, thank you banget. Kita bakal langsung balikin kepada para caster yang bertugas. Silakan.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster's desk. Well, that was Kabuki, and well,
It was.
Well,
Actually,
a lot of interesting comments there. But first, let's take a look at the item builds, Arashi.
Well, Godiva goes for full damage. That is to be expected at this point. But kids, knowing that there's not a lot of tanky, full tank members on the side of Aura Fire, and considering that his job is to dive towards the backline members, he goes for the BOD, very, very aggressive, and I think it did pay off. Although unfortunately, a lot of his skills were not landing as often as he would want. I think overall, it was just very... it's a very small margin, but Aura Fire were just able to take full advantage of the small discrepancies in the execution, in the macro planning, in the rotations and movement as well. High, we're talking about him being very dominant here. 9, 2, and 5. It's the best Link performance we've seen so far, I feel.
Perhaps. Last time we saw the Link was Sutsujin, right? On the Link, and yeah, I think well, he just answers you right here. The carry and the rich guy. One of the best Link performances, or no, the best Link performance we've seen so far in MPL ID Season 10.
Oof. I mean, he is the rich guy, the carry, and he also has the highest... Yeah.
Almost 1,000 GPM.
When do we see that on a jungler these days?
It's insane, man. He has the highest kill participation as well. And honestly, I'll be real with you, right? In the fights, you don't really notice him. He's so subtle with where he goes and what he's doing. It seems like when everything is over and done, he just shows up out of nowhere and is able to just get the advantage in those big team fights.
You know why? It's the Lord Shen skin, man. He was on the Lord Shen skin.
Ooh,
right? Got
yes.
that Kung Fu Panda buff, man.
Kung Fu Panda buff available in your, in-game app. So check it out, MVP.
MVP, I think.
I think it's high.
Oh, no. MVP for match, game number 3 in this match by the Samsung Galaxy A series is going to be Godiva on that Kadita. Again, Godita. He is still one of the main playmakers. So even though everybody was Kung Fu fighting, unfortunately, High won't be getting the MVP for game number 3.
Well deserved as well. I mean, game 1, Godiva was the MVP as well. And game 3, I guess, he deserved this MVP. But let's take a look at what he did in game 3 to deserve that MVP, ladies and gentlemen. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
Well, again and again in the early game, with tanking members, Godiva, as you can see, is able to just find the right members, and that just seems to be a big issue for Alter Ego to deal with. Obviously, they want to try and peel and protect the backline, but this seems to be the new identity of Aura, right? Have 2 assassins and have them just wreak havoc all the way in the backline, unless you get that kind of protection, that kind of security that you have to draft into. And overall, there's this huge play by Nino, so both backlines can still get bursted down, but when we talked about how Aura have a lot more options to actually explore in the game, and we see that happening. For Alter Ego, it's the opposite. They are in the shoes of Aura in game number 2, where if they get the great combo, everything lined up perfectly, they can get huge value. But when everything happens bit by bit in a slower pace, Aura Fire, they can just wait for the right opportunities, and you can see that like Godiva, he gets targeted, he hides in the side, but he is still able to get those very, very high value knockups that allows his team to just get so much value. And let's not forget that Kabuki, during when everything is happening right now, he's just free hitting again and again. So he gets overshadowed here, but he does a lot of damage, and you cannot ignore this man in the late game.
Well, you cannot ignore that man. We can't ignore any man in the Aura of Fire. But yeah, game is done. Match 1, it was crazy. But before that, perhaps we are going to take a listen to the mic checks for the first match. Let's jump into see.
Mati bangun. Nice. Gak apa-apa. Gua dapat lord ya, boy. Guys, ada kita. Gua tinggi bangun. Patrick ngapain? Mati. Smash sekarang. Pelan ya. Lihat Smash. Dia masuk. Dia masuk. Patrick gua merah. Mati gua. Ya, capain. Nice. Pelan, gas lagi. Atas. Sini. Nice. Buk. Trigger juga dia. Kelarin, ya kali nggak kelar. Ini lihat gol. Oke Pak, OTW jam. Nah, pergi. Santai aja. Paling masuk TikTok. Nice. Wave lu. Nice. Oh, nice lu. Lihat wave. Yoi, wave lagi. Santai no. Nice. Satu sana. Dia mati. No. Tempel lordnya. Fokus. Bisain. Gak ada ulti siapa itu? Nice. Lihat Valentine gak ada dash 2 kali dia. Gak ada dash, gak ada purify. Ngapain boy? Mati boy. Kasih tahu boy. Mati DJ. Yang mukul cuma Claude ya. Lihat gua gak? Woi mati! Gas. Gak ada WWN dia buk. Nice. Itu Valentine gak ada dash. Lihat nih. Woi ngapain woi? Woi jawab woi. Atas fokus. Gas atas masuk. Fokus aja yuk. Rata woi. Ngapain?
Wow. A lot of intensity from the two MVPs in the first match. Diva was just going, yeah.
He was going bomb.
Ham.
Yeah, I don't know what words to say, man. But man, he was so loud. I didn't get to hear it because maybe the crowd overshadowed his voice, but man, he was like asking Alter Ego to respond. It was like, hey man, why are you quiet? Say something.
And honestly, like, can you imagine playing the game and every time you make a mistake, he just goes, what you doing? Where you at? What you doing? Again and again. It just casts so much doubt onto you. And here we talk about the key to success here, and that is the discipline from Aura Fire and how they're able to take advantage of the momentum. Right, again and again, when they are behind, they wait for the right opportunity to try and turn it around. When they are ahead, they use that momentum very effectively. And of course, there are some moments where it's a bit shaky, but overall, man, it's just so much more calm and calculated compared to the previous Aura that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, Season 9, the concept from Aura of Fire was chaotic control, chaotic chaos. And now it's just more of chaotic control. And a lot of control is within the seats.
Yeah, you can control it as you will. You can, raise just one arm. You can adjust the other arm down. And this is what luxury is, all right? Adjustability, flexibility to whatever you want. Because if you don't like this, beautiful pillow, you can always just take it off and you put it down because it still works as a chair. And there's so much back support for your back, man. I swear, I had this at home and, man, like, say bye-bye to lower back problems.
Lower back problems indeed.
Look at how powerful the magnet is.
It's on demand as well, right? Everything is on demand. Luxury is on demand. But man, yeah, I mean, Secret Lab Titan Evo 22. Catch that seats. And there you go.
You know where you can buy the Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022? Where?
I think Arashi knows this answer.
Arashi?
Well, you can check out Blibli, guys, the best e-commerce platform. Tell us more about this platform, Ronnie.
Well, you can't get a lot of, cashbacks, but yeah, just check out Blibli to get the Secret Lab. And it's a deal. It's a bargain. You can get cashbacks, and well, there you go.
Up to 40K.
40K. Use the code voucher though. Game slash
Dash.
Sorry.
MPL 10.
Game
or,
dash
you know what?
MPL 10.
Instead of just going through the hassle, just scan the QR code over there because you guys can find it instantly by scanning over to that QR code. Arashi Hoshi, it's done and dusted for match number 1 though, right? Mm-hmm. It felt so intense that it actually felt like we're done with the day, but no, we still have the rumble in the jungle for match number 2. Two literal animal organizations, right? With their animal logos. ONIC up against EVOS.
The Porcupine will go up against, up close and personal, the Tigers, the White Tigers. Yeah, up close and personal.
You know, logically speaking, the Porcupines, when you get up close and personal, they're more dangerous because of the spines, though. So, you might be foreshadowing something, Goni.
We'll have to wait and see, but Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi will be back soon, so stay tuned for the Rumble in the Jungle match 2, day 1, week 3, season 10. Ladies and gentlemen, see ya.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome. I need long-lasting battery life. Why? That is awesome.
Baru Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Klik Blibli sekarang. Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus. Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Vidio. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha, dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? I need long-lasting battery life. Why?
Baru Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu. Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Klik Blibli sekarang.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Vidio. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin.
I need long-lasting battery life. Why? I need long-lasting battery life. Why?
Baru Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu. Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti puas.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
live from MPL Arena. MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
The battle between the Porcupines against the White Tigers will commence soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MPL Season 10. ID, of course, welcome to the Rumble of the Jungle between EVOS Legends and as well as ONIC Esports. Back with us, casters Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi will accompany you today in this last match for day 1.
We got a very exciting match on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, for match number 2, the final match of the day to wrap up day 1 of week 3. And you know what, without wasting any time, we're gonna jump straight in here to the player cam on the player room, where it looks like, oh, who's stepping onto the stage? We did see the reveal on the social media accounts of MPL ID. It's no longer going to be Mars as the head coach. It's Coach Aldo stepping into that position, and Coach Yeb going into the analyst position. Now, he'll have a say when it comes to the drafts. Wow, he has the same job I do, essentially. He goes Ikudong, and he is now the analyst. For those of you who don't know, you know, you gotta ask him himself what exactly does that mean. But yes, he goes Ikudong. He's been saying he wants to be able to actually draft. He has a lot of ideas, and today he will absolutely be able to show the brilliance in his mind for the audience.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, and it seems like it's interesting. The players are pointing to Mars, who is still wearing that head coach polo shirt. Ooh, interesting. But yeah, it is official.
Swag.
Yeah, it is official that Coach Yeb can step onto the stage. And I guess ONIC Esports this season, it seems like they are in a more advantageous position.
All right.
Against EVOS. I mean, EVOS, sure, they have the same record, but performance-wise, they are kind of shaky.
Yeah, it does seem as if, I don't know, it feels like ONIC have been drafting towards just a utility jungler on Kyrie, right? Giving the helms over to the mid lane and the gold lane when it comes to carrying the game. Maybe with Yeb here stepping in, they might actually give Kyrie more aggressive heroes. Instead of the Akai, maybe put him on something flashier, the Lancelot, maybe even more Ling games, and his signature, Hayabusa. Oof, we just saw a very impressive Hayabusa in the hands of kids. And Kyrie is one of those young kids coming in, and we take a look at the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders for the entrance of ONIC Esports.
It seems like they're ready, right? From the faces, they're ready. They are ready to dance in the Land of Dawn here against the White Tigers. Let's take a look at CW here. Gold laner for ONIC Esports. I mean, a lot of plays, a lot of unique heroes as well. Here, he is a very, very aggressive gold laner here. Sure, with the help of Cult of Altar, he just comes in, dives in with that Aerothel, and here he is on a Moskov. Once again, another unique hero that he can just master, and it seems like he's so effective. And yeah, speaking of stats, CW will have 720 gold per minute on average, so quite up there, seems like. And of course, with the ratio of KDA 4.5, he just manages to find more effective kills. And not forget about the objectives here. Turret damage, about 15k worth of damage. And of course, the average damage itself is just 57k. So it's an average gold laner here, stat-wise, but his unique heroes is just huge. Good luck, have fun. Don't forget for the montages, and I'm here for it. Let's welcome the yellow Porcupine stepping onto the stage, ONIC Esports.
Oh, not only is Yeb going to be stepping in instead of Mars, but it is not Keyboy and Sans, not Samo and Drion. It's the best of the mix, in my opinion. Keyboy and Drion. The macro plays coming in from this roster will certainly be different from the previous one, perhaps even better than the last one we saw.
Wow. With the difference in roster, right? I need
plans, any preparation from EVOS automatically becomes just that bit less effective. And now with a change in the analyst position as well as the coach position, there's so many different looks that ONIC is showing to EVOS, and they must be shook, man. This is something they can't prepare for. It's just out of the blue.
Well, so speaking of blue, right? I mean, EVOS Legends here, stepping on to the tunnel cam by head and shoulder. Seems like still with the same roster. Taz in the mid lane, Larski, of course. How has he been doing, right? I think it's good. It's great.
Yeah, he played one match and his performance here was amazing, but this is your tunnel cam by head and shoulders as you move on to the player highlight.
Well, we're talking about the gold laner from ONIC. We have to talk about the gold laner for EVOS. Clover is it's so viable, right? He is such a very good and effective player as well. He knows his timing, he knows his positioning very well. As per the replay, it seems like, yeah, he just is always ready for that backup here, especially in the mid game. If you're a 1-1 player, you have collected, and yeah, the timing, the positioning that he creates, and yeah, so effective on that 1-1. So with the gold per minute, 700 and basically 15. This guy has a KDO ratio of 7.6 as well, so not quite far if you compare it to CW. And with a 13,000 worth of turret damage average, it's okay. It's okay. And of course, with the average damage of 66k, it's actually higher than CW. And whoever wins, y'all just gotta respect who wins. That's basically what he's saying. So let's just step, yeah? Welcome EVOS Legends here as they are looking hella fresh in this match. Still with their Dreams and as well as Taz in the rosters.
Yeah, with Dreams and Taz in the roster. And also, don't forget the man himself, another prodigy by EVOS Legends. Bringing it up from the MDL to the MPLs, we are going to take a look at the team head-to-head by head and shoulders for EVOS Legends and ONIC Esports, Arashi.
Look at the previous match history, man. ONIC has just an absolute clean sweep, and the stats agree with that as well. What you need to pay attention to is the first objective rate, 75%. That is really, really high. And of course, first load is 50-50, but when EVOS Legends has a first load percentage of 70%, essentially, it's just a bit worrying in that mid-game. Although we have seen a lot of teams shift from going for those objectives to making sure that, okay, we can let you get the objectives, but you're gonna pay a heavy price for it, and they can get other objectives instead. Control, turrets, as well as locking down your team into the base.
And the thing is, right now, Gani, you know, you are an ONIC fan yourself. ONIC PH, were you a fan of them? Because now, it does seem like Kyrie and Delar, it's kind of sad to see, but they're going to be facing up against each other. Ex-teammates that were really close to one another, going up in different teams, one on the blue, one on the yellow.
That's the thing, right? That is the, well, not the head-to-head, but the highlight. Bjorn here, Zace.
What was that?
That's a
Bjorn
gesture.
Ong.
Bjorn Ong, indeed.
The Ong.
And yeah, I mean, Kyrie going up against Delar, it is going to be a very, very interesting series we got in store for us here, Rashi.
Well, he shows a lot of different looks. Thumbs down, thumbs up. Wonder what that's all about, but he is up against Coach Aldo, man. This man, we actually got to talk to him quite a bit. Skipper himself has a lot of ideas, right? A lot of concepts in his mind that he can't wait to show to the people right now. He is ready to just go in this chess match against Coach Bjorn Ong.
And what's interesting is, I don't know, I remembered it very differently when it comes down to the previous match history, because when you take a look at it, 5 matches all won by ONIC. I guess the last time EVOS were actually able to win against ONIC was in Season 7 in the regular season. So this is a big question mark, especially now considering that this is a new EVOS up against a kind of the same ONIC, but with a change with Kyrie in that jungle.
Well, we'll have to see, right? I mean, yeah, both players have more information. Kyrie and as well as Delar will share that information indeed. And jump we go to the drafts here. Game number 1 between EVOS Legends and as well as ONIC Esports with now Coach Aldo in the helms. It seems like EVOS, though, will ban out that Paquito. And yeah, Natalia immediately banned away. Meanwhile, from the side of ONIC, they are still waiting here for that second ban. It seems like a fair miss ban could come through here.
You can expect this every single time now. If you are up against EVOS, we will see 1-1 being banned out. That 1-1 that was left open by GeekFam, that was a one-time thing. I think across the season, we will see the 1-1 banned out completely up against EVOS because Clover, you know, a lot of people say that he has a shallow hero pool, but when he does get his comfort hero, the 1-1, I actually do believe that his 1-1 is the best in MPL Indonesia.
Well, quality over quantity, that is the game that Clover is playing right now. We will take a look at the case to victory, however, here for EVOS by Axe. Shut down ONIC's team fight setup because they are so good at making sure that their setup is so clean that the fight is essentially already heading towards them as well. And optimize Dream's playmaking potential because when Dreams gets rolling, he is able to find those crazy pickoffs, those crazy surprise picks. And I think EVOS, if they want to take control of the early game, they need to make sure that they maximize Dream's playmaking to its full potential as they now ban the Fanny as well.
Well, we'll have to see here. Back to the drafts here. Seems like EVOS Legends, they will not go for a Fanny approach, but they are opening it up Beatrix. Are EVOS Legends going to prioritize that hero? Is the question here.
That is the question. And talking about prioritizing hero, right? The Larsky actually has a lot of, there's a lot of hype around this man. He is very good at the Uranus and the Esmeralda, but there is some concern that is, he has a very shallow hero pool. It seems like that is the pattern that the EVOS players are going for. So they have to be more disciplined and objective orientated and actually control and make sure that Blood doesn't get his comfort picks and maybe allowing Kyrie to play a bit more bold because he seems to be playing it very calculatively, but almost too calculative.
Absolutely, but the Akai was left open. This time though, EVOS Legends secure it. So if we take a look at the past matches for ONIC Esports, they have found most of their success when Kyrie gets the Akai. Now the Akai has been picked away from him. Again, remember, Yeb stepping in. We might see a different version of ONIC Esports in today's match.
You're forgetting something. Dreon is in the mix, Miracle, and I know that Dreon can play a very mean Lunox that can be picked up, not now perhaps, but later on. Lunox, a very heavy counter against the Sakai. Perhaps we are going to see that, that approach comes in, but I do feel like they need to prioritize that Beatrix and as well as Esmeralda for boots. Or Paquito can work here.
Paquito's banned.
Yeah, Paquito was banned. That's exactly why. They can't really go for it, but they secure a Julian, another hero that was left open for ONIC. And again, this is the hero that we have seen Kyrie play. He has only played 3 different heroes in MPL ID. That Akai, Julian, and obviously the Ling. But most of the wins, or all of the wins, have usually come through that Akai. So again, they're going for the Julian here. Arashi, I don't know. Julian and Beatrix picked up, leaving out a few heroes open, namely that Esmeralda. That's just such a big pick, such a massive one for Delarsky.
Right, we talked about limiting Delarsky and his comfort pick, so Uranus and Esmeralda is very available, but does EVOS want to actually opt to pick it up earlier in the banning phase? They will pick up the Esmeralda, and along with that Yves that's been so flexible, that's been so good at providing utility and range for this team.
It's a nice decomposition, right? A heavy spin in that real-world manipulation. ONIC, their space is limited already. But ONIC Esports, what can they cover here in their last pick in the first phase? They got a very solid Beatrix. This Julian can be flexed in that jungle or even mid, but to immediately respond to that Esmeralda pick, they can pick up the Dyroth here. Is that too soon though, you think, Mirko?
I don't know, right now, ONIC does have the opportunity to really just go for that Dyroth, locking the Esmeralda in the lane. It is also a hero that we have seen Boots play, very comfort hero for him, but they offered Franco here onto the hands of Keyboy. This, again, is very, very interesting as we jump into the second phase of bans. ONIC will try to narrow down the gold lane. Again, Clover has a shallow hero pool. That's what we've seen so far in MPL ID. Will we see it banned out here? Maybe going for the Popo ban and even maybe the Melissa. We haven't seen this a lot, Arashi, but it is one of Clover's comfort picks.
Especially considering that ONIC, if they want to play for tempo here, they have that combo. We've seen when Alter Ego plays this, essentially this duo, this combo, some crowd control, comboed with Beatrix's burst, that is the name of the game. So if ONIC can, make sure that the marksman's available can't really self-peel, self-protect this in the same way, I think they can get huge potential for pickoffs in the early game and then translate that lead, playing with their setup that we've already mentioned, to try and choke EVOS out in that mid game.
Yeah, I think playing for the targeting Clove versus Hero is perhaps the right approach. Let's take a look at the comment from Zace here. Why Taz is now a mid laner is because he can read the gameplay more and more. So he is evolving as a player and he can control the game. And perhaps that is what Zace envisioned, that he's so potential. He has this potential to become a very good mid lane here. But yeah, take a look. Dairoth ban comes into play here in ONIC Esports. I'm sure this last ban will be another marksman. Perhaps you're talking about a Melissa, or yeah, I think a Brody ban could come through as well.
Yeah, if they do go for the Brody ban next, I think honestly the Claude is a very good matchup against the Beatrix, right? So they are banning out a few good matchups against the Beatrix, the Claude, and now I think Popo and Koopa might be the better ban compared to Brody, because for Brody there's a lot of damage coming through here. And remember, if we do see that late stage of the game, Brody falls off quite a bit. Something like a Popo and Koopa is going to be a little bit safer into the lane, getting the pressure, but instead, they don't go for the gold laner. They opt to go for the ban towards that Atlas. Remember, Dreams, we have seen him play that Atlas in the MDL. Phenomenal player, but the Cho is still left open. Another signature pick from Dreams that might just be picked up. EVOS Legends, though, right now, what do they want to ban? You know what? Fun fact, Julian can actually be flexed into the mid lane, so yeah, EVOS might actually just go for a ban towards the jungle or the mid laner, right? Bellman is a solid pick that we saw many times before.
Well, I'm talking about this guy, right? Dreams. His story has been join Bigatron Esports in MPL Season 3, get the second place champion MPL ID with BTR, and then he joins EVOS Legends. If you can't beat him, join him. And yeah, to close out the drafts, EVOS Legends, they are able to locate that Lunox ban here. So ONIC Esports against Esmeralda, against Akai, you need to have a burst. What is the answer here?
Ooh, burst damage coming in. I'm not quite sure. I mean, they can still, again, it's confusing because the Julian can still very much fill in that role. So ONIC making it very difficult, hiding their hand, making things complicated to predict. The Balmon will come in, and Kyrie has been very comfortable playing these tankier fighters. He's able to actually secure a lot of objectives. We've seen Albert find huge success despite originally being an assassin player. So Kyrie can very much do the same.
So this means that Julian is going to go to the mid lane, and again, that flex pick, right? Look at EVOS, they banned out the Lunox, thinking that this Julian is going to go to the jungle. But no, with the Bauman pick here, EVOS Legends, they got kind of juked around in that banning phases. Now they will have to wrap up their draft with a gold laner and a roamer, unless the Akai is playing in the roam position. I don't think so though. Akai just provides so much more value in that jungle. I think right now it is a very good option for EVOS Legends to secure something in that gold lane, and that Cho coming in. The gold lane being the Popo, like I mentioned. So both Cho and Popo and Koopa, the heroes that I said could have been banned by ONIC Esports as they look to their final ban, that XP lane. Uranus still open, but you know, I want something crazy from Boots. We haven't seen the Lapu in a very long time up against the Yves.
Thamus can work here as well, I feel.
They need more dive. They need someone to actually go for the engage, I believe. You know, they already have pick. They have the damage. They have a frontliner. Someone with engage is what I think they need.
Exactly. If they can rely on the Franco for sure and just, you know, play off pickoffs like that. But if EVOS get some momentum and they bring the fight to ONIC instead, they need crowd control to make sure that they can still get a dominant fight despite EVOS turning it on them. And they go for the Savior.
Bauman XP? It's Boots on the signature Bauman!
Ooh.
Wow.
Okay.
What a surprise, man.
That's a massive curveball to everyone watching.
So Julian will fill that will be played by Kyrie. So yeah, these are the talents game duration predicted by Axe. Presented to you by Axe.
Yeah.
And it's quite even.
It is quite even. Let's take a look at the audience prediction here by
Wow.
TikTok. Well, speaking of even, 45 to 55, the closest audience prediction that we've had in Season 10. And man, the draft from ONIC. I'm gonna have to be honest with you guys. I think I'm leaning over to ONIC's draft here. I like crazy things, and that curveball might actually hit EVOS hard.
I'm actually quite surprised by the audience prediction, but enough talk, Mirko Arashi. Let's just jump straight forward to the portal. Land of Dawn, we go for our first game between EVOS Legends and ONIC Esports.
Oof. This early game is going to be so important, man. Franco against the Cho, equally making plays, but I think Franco has the edge pre-ultimate because Way of the Dragon is a critical part of the playmaking of Cho. So I think in the early game, ONIC has a chance to actually pull ahead and make some distance between them and EVOS.
Yeah, did you see the skin by Sutsujin? It's the Poe skin for Akai. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, grab that skin perhaps if you have the diamonds, of course. If not, you can ask Arashi for diamonds. But
or
yeah,
you buy it on Bleeblee.
Or buy it on Bleeblee. That's another method. But yeah, back to the game. It seems like EVOS, they are now harassing the jungles of ONIC already. Kyrie, still with that retribution, will collect that one. But take a look at the hook. Sutsujin gets caught. And yeah, with the help of a tower, first blood by Samsung will occur. ONIC Esports takes 1-0.
Very aggressive movement by EVOS Legends. They were able to steal the orange buff away, but it ended up with a kill going over to the hands of Kyrie, already getting that first blood. And guess what? Sutsujin now will actually be kind of behind. His Dreams is just putting so much pressure onto Kyrie, even forcing that retribution, but Kyrie wants to go for it.
Yeah, Dreams here, he needs to be careful. He still has that flicker. He's still holding on to it. There you go, but Boots again. Woo! You flicker, I flicker. 2-0 now. ONIC Esports, they are low-key controlling the game.
Wow, EVOS Legends, they have a bit of pressure in the early game, but ONIC Esports, the moment they see an opportunity, man, they never fail to just capitalize, and they are getting paid big time. 2 kills to 0 right now. It's a 500 gold lead, but the pressure difference, right? EVOS Legends, their game plan already it wasn't to actually play it safe in the early game, so it's not going as planned.
Let's see though. This is a setup already. Heavy spin is ready for Sutsujin, but it's a 2v3, Gani.
2v3. Well, now it's a 4v4 now. Lord Turtle is now resetted as Sutsujin is still heavily clearing that area, but it would happen bot side. A solo kill by CW now. You can see that Turtle really stolen by Kyrie, and EVOS Legends lost that trade. He got a man. The Turtle was lost, and unfortunately, Clover got taken down.
Yeah, ONIC Esports. Solid. That's the retry we expected from Kyrie. Again, Sutsujin, a rookie in the MPL. And you can already see that even with the heavy spin, Arashi, it was still Kyrie. And to add on to that, it's Kyrie with the mystery shop. She doesn't even have the Demon Slayer, but Dreams is looking for a play down below.
Okay, still hasn't quite connects here. Keyboy as well with that Iron Hook, but 4 members of EVOS Legends is in that area. Emblem-wise here, Arashi, what can you say that is significant?
Well, as Mirko mentioned, the emblem choice for Kyrie is not the objective securing option, but I think that makes sense for Julian because you do need to get ahead, kind of, right? Keyboy here, though, he hasn't been landing as many hooks, but that's, you can give that credit to EVOS Legends for dodging those hooks as well. They are very aware, of course, because Franco has been such an important pick, and if you don't underestimate the presence that he can bring into a game, you're going to pay very dearly for it.
And now, in the early stage of the game, ONIC Esports, this is what you expect to see once again from them, right? Whenever they get that grasp in the early stage of the game, getting those first bloods, they never force unnecessary team fights. They always wait for objectives to chain it in together. And it's all up to EVOS Legends now to actually make those proactive movements on the map, trying to catch one of the side laners. But just look at how ONIC are moving around the map. Always just reacting to EVOS Legends members. When Dreams goes down, Keyboy goes down too. Stopping the threat from happening.
Well, another thing to note is, take a look at Popol Koopa already with the gold shield turret demolished top bot side. But take a look at the new Axe effect here, upgraded dual action Dio body spray.
That dual action is so important, man. In this game, the Keyboy and CW dual action also will be so critical. The turtle is up, and ONIC Esports, they have pressure right here, and EVOS are not in a position to contest. Although, if they rotate fast enough, they may be able to make it on time, or they might get comboed by ONIC Esports.
Yeah, we'll have to see here as Turtle is already poked by the side of ONIC Esports, but the members of EVOS, they are not just standing idly by. Another battle retribution, Kyrie wins it, and now heavy spin towards one member. It is Boots, a wrong target perhaps. Iron Hook connects on towards one, and Sutsujin gets taken down as well as Dreams. 2 members down, EVOS on the ultimate disengage. ONIC Esports, healthy lead now. They want the Lar here as the Lar, with that sprint, is able to get off pressure. ONIC Esports winning across the board.
Samsung Red Tree, guys. That's what you can get with the Samsung Galaxy A series. But Lar, oh no!
Whoa! That's a mistake! That was a mistake. He forced to clear 2v1, and now the structure top side will definitely fall. And yeah, with this momentum, ONIC Esports, they are still 3 members bot side as well. They might be able to take the bot's turret if they made another mistake.
And that's the thing, right? When you have that Bauman on an enemy team, Esmeralda feels a lot squishier than usual. Because the thing is that lethal counter deals so much damage as an execute. When you top it off with Julian's damage in the mid stage of the game, it just takes your calculation away. As in the bottom side, they're looking for a siege. Keyboy though.
Yeah, with the vision, there you go. Bloody Hunt connects and Dreams. He'll not be able, but before he gets taken down, it is actually an outplay by Dreams. What was that? The Way of Dragon Flicker combo. Yeah, Franco. That was the patch. That was the patch, Arashi.
That was the patch indeed, man.
The Bloody Hunt can now be
cancelled away.
Cancelled away.
Yeah. That was actually insane by Dreams. Again, taking that little mistake from ONIC Esports, not committing fully onto that kill and turning it around to a kill of EVOS Legends is in their hands. But now that they're on the board, Arashi, let's take a look at the items because ONIC are leading 4,000 gold.
We can see CW has a Blade of Despair and Kyrie already with the Shadow Twin Blade, so a lot of burst damage. This is not the fighter tanky Julian, at least not so far, right? That we've been seeing used as a main engage tool. So Kyrie will be less flexible, but he will have access to a lot of damage that EVOS Legends will need to respect.
2 turtles secured. 2 retribution were just 2 on points, and it seems like the third time here, Sutsujin will not be able to contest the turtle. Last turtle once again, but take a look at the Iron Hook connects on towards the Lar, and it will be the Lar deleted twice. Bot side, 2v1, Way of Dragon to disengage. Clover surviving, but in mid side, actually Sutsujin was caught, and 2 members, 2 bodies are down.
This is just so one-sided so far. In the 7th minute, oh my goodness, Keyboy almost landed that hook. And again, it all comes down to how ONIC Esports were able to use the lane of pressure in that top side, in the bottom side as well, but Dreams going in.
Oh, Keyboy here might be caught, but Flicker is there, the Iron Hook, but no follow-up damage. Take a look at the mid-side, Clover, what the heck? He is down, and now the mid-side will collapse. Dreams trying to do what he can in the front line, and now ONIC Esports with 5 members will delete Dreams. EVOS, they are dismantled at this point. 7 minutes and 8 minutes in, 7,000 gold lead almost.
10-1, 6.7 thousand gold lead, and this is so rare that we get to see an Akai a level down against a Julian that's going for Mystery Shop. 0-3-0, unable to secure the neutral objective so far. It does seem like ONIC Esports have had EVOS Legends' number at every single point in the game so far, Arashi.
The coordination from ONIC Esports right now is just amazing, man. You saw that fight play out of nowhere, right? It doesn't seem like they're setting up intentionally per se, but once they decided it's time to go, even when you think members from EVOS Legends have made it out, Boots comes out of nowhere behind the turret, and they're just so ready. They're just so many steps ahead, and if you want to get ahead, you can use the promo code GRB.TO/MPL as well, or scan the QR code to get great promos.
Yeah. For now, ONIC Esports now, they're looking for a fight topside. Clover can be the target, but Way of Dragon Kyrie! Boots. But take a look at Kyrie. Clover gets taken down. Heavy spin was a little bit forced here, just for a disengage. It is still 4v5 as ONIC Esports. They are at this point having fun. They might take a base turret here topside. Will they commit to this? Oh my god, yeah, they can. But no, of course, with the discipline here, they will back off, chunking that base turret just to half HP as the Lord spawns in the Land of Dawn.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, 9 minutes in with the Lord spawning. It doesn't seem like EVOS Legends have the resources necessary to contest this objective. Kyrie is now 2 levels ahead of Sutsujin. That places him in a place where his retribution is just so much more. And there you go, free Lord for ONIC Esports, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. EVOS Legends at this point, Arashi, I do have to ask, what are they supposed to do? The lanes are getting frozen, they're waiting for the Lord, and they can't contest any objectives.
It's just very difficult because ONIC Esports, they are not wasting anything. When they get control, when they get some pressure, when they get information, they all move like a well-oiled machine, and it's just so difficult for EVOS Legends because they're not making ONIC Esports. They haven't been making any mistakes that EVOS Legends can, take advantage of. So EVOS, they have to force something, but when they're behind 9k gold, it's going to be very difficult because with 3 people, they can just one-shot the whole team if EVOS Legends aren't playing it carefully.
Yeah, they can't be overextended here. And for ONIC Esports, I mean, their damage output with those items collected is just a lot. Take a look. 1-by-1 structures fall. Baser mid-side can be the target here, but no. EVOS, they can defend this one.
Yeah, look at Dreams though. The way that he is able to use that flank position, but still, Mystic Field actually coming in. Oh my god! Threading the needle. Almost finding Sutsujin, but that's a very, very expensive resource burnt in. They might go for the top side, Gani.
Concealed plate. Keyboy gets stunned here. No follow-up damage just yet, but take a look at Dreams trying to flank. Real world population will catch Keyboy. Dreams will catch one member here. Dreams though, he gets taken down, and one member will be traded as now ONIC Esports. They look for the end. Taz gets taken down. Clover as well. Triple kill for CW, and it seems like it is the end. 1-0. ONIC Esports, they are angry in this game.
11 minutes is what it took for ONIC Esports to dismantle EVOS Legends in game number 1. Domination is an understatement when it comes to this game. That was all ONIC. Even when EVOS Legends were able to get the CC onto the right targets, Rian was stunned up. It was Kyrie stepping in. It was CW stepping in. They always have their carries positioned in a position where they can deal the damage without getting hit, Arashi, and they know exactly when to capitalize. A dominant performance once again from ONIC Esports in game number 1.
They just have all the answers, man. When tanky members try and make a play, they execute. Coming in from the lethal counters that. When the real manipulation is popped up, they can just dive in and cancel that with the abundance of crowd control they have in their team. So they just have all the answers to every single problem that EVOS Legends are able to throw their way. So EVOS, they have to try and find something more unexpected here because ONIC have them read completely, like a PDF file.
I mean, a textbook win, it seems like, right? Execution-wise, they know the vision of their coach, and yeah, they just executed textbook. It's just textbook classic game, and EVOS, it seems like they are in trouble if they repeat the same game plan or style in the second game. It might be another fast game here, Mirko.
And now there's a big question mark on EVOS Legends. This team, the new era team that was able to get a victory clean sweeping Geek Fam. This time up against ONIC, they got their comfort heroes. Esmeralda on the hands of Lar. They got Akai on Sutsujin. And again, Toe on Dreams. There's so many comfort picks already that was taken away by EVOS Legends, but it did not work out. In the end, it was ONIC dismantling, obliterating their opponents.
Well, it seems like ONIC Esports, once again, they got the better of EVOS, but their job is not done yet. Let's take a look at the reactions here. It seems like, once again, Yeb and as well as Aldo on the helms. It seems like they know what they're doing.
It's crazy. The setup, right? We talk about the setup being the win condition for ONIC Esports, and they play it perfectly. Not a single time did we see anyone out of position. EVOS, and we said this EVOS is an aggressive EVOS, a new, hungry, younger generation of players, but they were only able to get 1 kill in the whole game. That is crazy. It's not because they haven't been able to do any mechanical plays, it's because ONIC, essentially with setup, were able to win the fight before it even happens. This is like next level stuff, man. And EVOS, they can't, it's official. They can't rely on ONIC making mistakes. They have to force ONIC into mistakes because otherwise, this is what we can expect. Clean gameplay, and actually, there are 2 kills on the side of EVOS Legends. This is an 11-minute game. We all predicted 18 minutes, 11 minutes is the end of this game already. Look at Dreams, man. Only 1 single item. He is not nearly tanky enough to take any damage from Kyrie, from CW. And all the important members on the side of ONIC Esports, they're all on 0 deaths. It's insane. Boots, CW, Kyrie, they're all the main damage dealers. No shutdowns whatsoever given to the side of EVOS Legends. And if you're ahead, if you get the early game control with the more aggressive roamer, like we said, then you can just expect to just take control of the game. And if you don't make any mistakes, 11 minutes. This is what you can achieve.
11 minutes is all they
That timer
need.
is still unreal, Gani.
It's-
Like,
yeah.
11 minutes?
Just 11 minutes.
In MPL ID, 11 minutes. This is the highest level of competition.
Yeah, I mean, with the difference of 11K as well, it's just too huge. The gap difference is just huge. And yeah, once again, EVOS Legends, they really need to take this defeat. And perhaps in game number 2, they need to hope they can repair as much as possible and perhaps equalize. But yeah, post-game, take a look.
Oof, if you take a look at the post-game stats, the domination just becomes even more apparent. CW with 930 gold per minute, so very high up there. And Kyrie as the Julian, there were a lot of doubts on whether or not this hero is just good in the jungle. Well, Kyrie says, here we go. If you know what you're doing, if your team can play around you, if everything is just set up perfectly, this is what you can achieve, man. We said he was playing a bit too defensively, too afraid, almost too calculative. But in this game, he just goes in there.
Well, I did feel like a lot of these, again, was the setup from the team, and Kyrie just capitalized on the team. I didn't really see him go for the engages this game, so I think it's more or less still the same Kyrie performance that we've come to see in MPL Indonesia. But here, what's interesting that I want to talk about is how the heck did Boots make the Bauman in the XP lane work? Because none of us predicted the Bauman to be placed in that XP lane. However, it is Kyrie again, getting that MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. You know why it's presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series? Because it's Retri. That was a Samsung Retri right there. On point. I think he won 100% of the battles against Sutsujin. 4-0 and 8. Man, efficient. That's the word. That's the word to describe Kyrie here.
Very efficient with a KP of 80% here, Arashi. It seems like, yeah, it is just textbook as well. Yeah, he didn't forget about the objectives. He also pine pick cost 408. And yeah, let's see what he did in game number 1 to deserve that MVP here, Arashi.
We will take a look at the highlights for the MVP of game number 1. It will be Kyrie, and early on, he was invaded. But ONIC, they just respond so well. They rotate, and in these fights, you can see that the abundance of crowd control helps a lot, but everyone else, they just know their roles perfectly, and EVOS constantly seems like they're just reacting. They're just trying stuff out. Whereas for ONIC Esports, they know exactly what they want to do, and of course, there are moments where it doesn't play out like earlier, but for the most part, the game plan is just so solid. What can EVOS do to just catch them off guard? Because they just played calm and calculative. They go for dives like this, relying on the abundance of dive potential, of dynamic movement from Kyrie as well as Boots. And from there, EVOS, they're stuck waiting for an opportunity. Even here, they go for the pick, they catch Drian, but as a result, everyone from ONIC, they know that, okay, there's nothing left. We go in there, we get in there and do whatever we want, and they just take that victory. That is insane.
Beatrix. Did you see that flicker in the end? CW one-shot everyone at half HP. Oh my god.
It was amazing. It was amazing. Game number 1 though, I mean the series is not over here, Miracle. Perhaps EVOS Legends can come with a miracle 2 games straight. But we'll have to wait and see here. But just based on game number 1, it was a completely one-sided game.
With the gold lead they got, man, they just kept on saving it, just like you guys can save with Livin' by Mandiri. By downloading the app right now, you guys can get special promos by keeping an eye, obviously, on MPL Indonesia, because we will share all the latest information when it comes to promos, special codes, anything you need to save money.
Don't forget, download Livin' by Mandiri and just follow the process, follow the steps. And yeah, what did ONIC do in game number 1 to factor that win?
Number 1, they get the aggressive playmaker, and in the hands of Keyboy, you already know. He wasn't landing a lot of hooks, by the way, so we can say he is doing the, the scare away meta, right? Just scare them away with the hooks and get control that way, and even then, it makes sense. We talk about setup, right? When at every moment, hooks just flying around and you just try and avoid it, right? You move backwards. ONIC can just gain ground, and when they get control over the objectives like that, then you just go in blind. And ONIC were just able to constantly just get pickoffs, get combos on the members of EVOS Legends. And I think the synergy among the team, the coordination, man, I think you can't speak enough about the coordination. At any moment, you see the team work as a unit.
Yeah.
I almost don't see a particular player just highlighted in the game. They almost all work together. It's just like so mechanical.
So mechanical, but take a look at EVOS. Pendragon comes in Delar subbed out, ladies and gentlemen. So already a shakeup here for the side of EVOS Legends. What impacts can Pendragon do? Mirko.
Let's see, man. Again, coming into this game, well, game number 1, Delar didn't really have a massive impact, but that was because, again, I think the team just lost on all different fronts before Delar could actually get to a point where he could make the plays happen. And in this game, sure, when you take a look at the total gold, it was very one-sided. Bauman getting 7.835 over only 5,000 from Esmeralda. But Rashi, let's talk a little bit about the impact players from both of these teams.
Well, on the side of EVOS, it's Taz with the Yeef. Again, so much impact here, can get catches, can get peels, but when the dive, the movement from ONIC is just so fast-paced that you can't have any chance to actually set anything up. It's just so difficult. You just don't know where to stand to safely use your real-world manipulation to try and do anything. Whereas for Kyrie here, he just waited for the right opportunity, gets the prediction, dashes in, and gets that huge knockup. Otherwise, just stays in the back and just deals a lot of damage that way. Everyone else is just so flashy, Boots, CW, that if he just takes time in the back and just throws out the empowered sword, even then, it's so hard to just notice everything because everything is working so well from the side of ONIC Esports.
Yeah, perhaps, but one factor perhaps Delar is subbed out is perhaps the barrier of language here, Mirko. Perhaps in game 1, communication wasn't as smooth.
I don't know. I think at this point it's just a bad excuse now.
Well, the memes have been about how Delar can actually speak Indonesian now, right?
Well, not fluently. Come on, give the guy a break.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Playing Mobile Legends, communicating in MLBB, you don't need to have perfect Indonesian or perfect English. That's just normal callouts. Turtle down, flicker down. Normal callouts, go in, go out. That's all you need to understand to really, play the game. Go top, go XP, go gold. It's simple language. I think the language barrier thing, I don't think it's applied here anymore. They've been here for some time already. They understand the basics of Indonesian, maybe even more than the basics. If you listen into their mic checks, Rashi, the man was spamming Indonesian memes over to Geek Fam in their game. So I don't know. It has to be something else, not language barrier anymore. Now, maybe Pendragon has been performing well in scrims. That might be it. I don't think language barrier is an excuse anymore or is a reason to put these players in or out because we've seen from every single team with Filipinos, they're adapting really well to the language.
They are, but let's take a look at ONIC here in the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders. They are ready for game 2, still with the same rosters for side of ONIC Esports. But yeah, Pendragon, perhaps you want to touch on that, Arashi. I mean, Pendragon his performance has been okay, but why? Why the change?
Which is very interesting because we've been expecting the rise of Delar and he's been performing really, really well. So I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting a sub out. I think all of us, I can speak for all of us when I say that it's very unexpected. But again, there's more to this game, right? It's not just about what we can see on the screen right now in the MPL. Maybe Pendragon has great improvements behind the scenes, and maybe the synergy with the team is a lot better than Delar. You never know.
The coach and the management knows best. That's how I like to put it. But Donnie.
Ooh, King of Retribution. Number 1 most lord secured in MPL PH Season 9. So last season in PH with a 58 lord secured by this guy, Retribution. Well,
this man.
Against Sutsujin, 100%, right? But against Albert last week, it was hard to watch.
Well, I mean,
think it wasn't that bad. I think considering the picks, Julian Bauman Retri contest, it's going to be really tough. But in the end, I feel like, Albert did win a few more Retributions. I'll give him that, and obviously he is the Indonesian Retri king. But Kyrie's been performing really well as well. In game number 1 on the Akai, remember, he was able to steal a few lords, a few turtles, but back again onto the point of the coaches here for Coach Ace on EVOS Legends and Coach Aldo, obviously wearing the swag headphone. I forgot the head to the phone, but JBL Quantum get the best quality of sound because sound is survival.
But yeah, very aesthetic headphone there. JBL Quantum, don't you think, Arashi? Well, Aldo and as well as Zace, they are still thinking about what will the approach be for game number 2. But my opinion is I feel like Aldo will go for the same route.
Well, I think if as long as ONIC, right, have enough playmaking potential, right, they need playmaking potential to take control of the early game, and they need setup, right? We talk again about setup. They just need to be in the right place at the right time. In order to do so, you need to be able to contest ground. So I think roamers will have a lot of priority. And honestly, Coach Aldo, he's a very crafty man.
Yes.
As Coach Zace has a lot of reputation, but Coach Aldo, we had the pleasure of just talking to him, conversing, and you just catch glimpses of how the cogs turn in his head, man. He looks at something, he instantly starts thinking, okay, what can we do to deny this? What can we do to take advantage of this? And that is dangerous.
And the man thinks about MLBB almost 24/7, you know?
He's obsessed.
He's obsessed. He's obsessed with MLBB. And you can tell. We walked out after the RQ ONIC game, Royal Derby. We met Coach Aldo in the back, and instantly I said, okay, good game, nice try, blah, blah. We usually, you know, once we get out of there, we usually talk about something outside, right? What happened? Maybe it was the mental, maybe it was the performance, maybe the players were underperforming. No, he usually said, dude, we should have drafted Bauman. The Bauman should be like first pick prio next week, and he just kept on talking to me like about the things that he should have done better. So Coach Aldo is a very skeptical man. Even if his performances are good, he looks at that bad side. He always tries to improve, and with Coach Jeb now helping him as an analyst, that just adds to the, you know, the certified wall that they already have.
The levels. He's a man of focus, determination, and sheer will, man. Coach Aldo, he knows how to get it done. And so far, it's been working. It's such a clean setup. You know, the composition is able to set up so well. And I think they can repeat that same game plan, or they can try and catch EVOS by surprise. We've seen this before from ONIC Esports, right? They can do so many different things that it gets very difficult. They're like the Swiss Army knife of MPL teams.
The Swiss Army knife. Wow. Yeah, but let's take a look at the audience comment here by Kenny Nuhan. Tough week for EVOS. Today, ONIC, tomorrow, RRQ, but still one team, one voice, one family. EVOS, roar with the E.
Yeah, I was about to mention, if you didn't mention it, the E.
Roar.
With the E.
Roar.
But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tough week if. It's only a tough week if you lose, right?
Yeah.
Right now, it does seem like it is going to be a tough day. Different matches, different styles, different plays, and different outcomes for tomorrow. So here again, we got a whole lot of ONIC fans. I mean, EVOS fans in the comments here. Tyro Bari 8, good luck EVOS. For EVOS fans, win or lose, keep support EVOS. Love to see it. Love to see the support, even though in game number 1, again, it wasn't really a convincing performance by EVOS, but the support from the fans really does help. The president of EVOS, they're screaming his lungs out for EVOS. You can hear it. You can hear it.
This is his girlfriend.
Yes. You can hear the EVOS roar coming out of that picture.
Oh.
Those are the images you can hear.
Exactly, I was about to say. You can just feel the passion coming in from the 2D realm. But anyhow, back to the composition. I'm not quite sure what EVOS can do right here, because if they want to match Keyboy in that aggressive playmaking department, it's going to be so difficult. And even if they do that, there's no easy fix here, right? For EVOS, even if they get, let's say, a priority pick, a Franco, and they put Keyboy on something a bit more defensive, even then, when everyone works so coordinatively, if that's even a word, it's just so difficult, because you have to like read into 5 different players at the same time. As you can see, EVOS in the back room, they're just having fun, man.
ONIC there with Sans, and for EVOS, they're chill. They don't want to start hugging each other. They're chill, but Galar, he's having a good time.
He is.
Talking to Van
in the
Strong.
back there with Van Strong and Krite. So they're all having a blast, even though it does seem, I don't know, is Galar playing MLBB?
Well, I think he's checking the replays. He sees, perhaps he's trying to study ONIC Esports. But take a look at ONIC once again. I mean, Sans.
No!
He's the main man here.
He's getting ganked.
He's getting ganked. Yeah, well.
Wow, we break free. You broke loose.
With Samo, I mean, ONIC Esports, they are a fun organization.
You're fun.
You're fun, Arashi.
Absolutely. I think it's important to remember that at the end of the day, you need to be having fun when you play these games, man. The mental game is so important. If you take it too seriously, as fun as it sounds, if you take it too seriously and you take it personal, right? Like, let's say when we're playing Mobile Legends and Goni leaves me because he can't save me in the game, if I take it personal, that just ruins the dynamic, it ruins the mood, and it ruins the coordination. So having fun with it and keeping the mood up, I think is so important for both these teams, for any team in the MPL.
What if it is personal, Rashi?
Well, what if it's personal, Rashi?
What if Goni literally just wanted to leave you to die in that mid lane?
That is just it's great for you to expose him in front of in front of everyone right here.
That isn't the case, but yeah, I do agree with Arashi. I mean, you still gotta have fun. If not, you're just gonna get yourself overwhelmed in this game, and the game will get boring soon. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's still with us here at this stage. At this point, it is still 1-0 for ONIC Esports. We are still waiting for the second draft. And I feel like EVOS, drafts-wise, based on game number 1, I mean, they didn't draft too badly though.
Well, our living legend himself, he's been saying the key, right? Beatrix is just illogical. It doesn't make any sense. Ban it, and the team that gets it gets so much advantage, so much flexibility. Ban it, and you just have a much easier time. What do you guys think about this statement?
All you need to do on the Beatrix, I'm gonna tell you guys, as a Beatrix player myself.
You're a Beatrix player now.
Wow. Yeah, because 1-1 gets banned way too often. If you guys are a gold lane, you guys can relate. Especially if you guys are a 1-1 main, you play. You're like, okay, I can't wait to push my MMR on 1-1. You played 9 games, and out of the 9 games, 10 1-1 bans.
Psych,
that's the wrong number. You gotta play Beatrix.
That's the wrong hero.
But Beatrix, you're right. So, I'm gonna say it's kind of broken, right? Like when you get to that item power spike, the BOD and the Hunter Strike, that's all you need. That's all you need to start dishing out that much damage. And when you have the full items, we don't even need to talk about that. Just with the 2 items alone, you can take turrets so easily. You dish out so much damage on every single weapon, and you have so much flexibility.
You can one-shot tanks even.
But that's in
practically.
Still, so I mean, there's no real counterplay if you think about it. What is the solution? So far, the only thing that's worked is to outrange him with maybe a real-world manipulation, and then use that to actually zone the Beatrix away from any playmaking potential. But come on, it's easier said than done.
It is easier said than done. Perhaps you need a CC as well. But let's take a look here. Audience comment, Ndra.cha or SYH. Good luck for ONIC, show them what you got. And for Sonic, keep supporting ONIC and pray for the best to our beloved ONIC. Hashtag go ONIC.
No. Hashtag go
ONIC.
Remember the sticker, man. Remember the emo.
Remember the emo. But let's jump immediately to the drafts here between ONIC and as well as EVOS Legends. It seems like on ONIC now, they have the first pick. And yeah, with that, they banned out Franco and as well as Masha. And EVOS responds with a Fanny and as well as Natalia ban here.
Is this a targeted ban towards Pendragon? Right, he comes in, Masha ban comes out. We didn't see this in the previous game. This might be targeted. We'll just have to see, maybe, if you can find out later on. The Faramis will be banned right now as well.
Oh no.
And for the side of EVOS, what will it be, man? There's so many things open right now.
Oh, look at how ONIC have drafted here. They ban out the Franco, Masha, and the Faramis, leaving what? 1-1 and Valentina open. So they're forcing EVOS to ban it. You ban it or we trade it. We can pick the 1-1, we can pick the Valentina. What do you want, right? That's the big question now. In EVOS Legends, do they want to trade those 2 heroes? Just banning out maybe a Respect hero here, maybe a Julian, maybe an Akai, because there's a lot of heroes open. EVOS have the capabilities to take 2. So yeah. I think just leave up some of those heroes.
Exactly.
Leave it open.
Exactly. I think that should be the approach. They can take 2 heroes. Sure, ONIC Esports can take 1, but leaving out 2 tier S's hero could be the option. And yeah, EVOS Legends, they offer a Beatrix ban.
Yep.
And ONIC Esports will pick up the 1-1.
Perfect timing.
Instantly.
I am now an ONIC fan.
Wow.
Just like that.
Is all, you know, I am a biased caster, but I'm biased towards 1-1.
Biased hero, but Arashi, with a quick response here, EVOS, they will go for that Valentina and as well as Akai. Perhaps Sutsujin in the second game will repair the mistakes from first game. ONIC Esports, what can they respond with here? I mean, I see Esmeralda, and perhaps...
I see Paquito.
Oh yeah, Paquito
just like
was banned in game number 1.
Perfect
Paquito.
timing, Mirko.
And perhaps, what good hero? I think they could go for a roamer here.
Well, that's a difficult part
Julian
for ONIC. Exactly.
Julian.
There's so many options. As we take a look at a comment from Keyboy via an offline interview, Rekt is good in communication and macro. Meanwhile, Dreams is good in making momentum. But the thing is, when you don't give him opportunities, the momentum can't start to build up. So ONIC has been able to shut him down completely in the first game. We'll have to see, can he actually make a difference in the second game? Because he is responsible for enabling EVOS, especially because he is head-to-head against Keyboy.
EVOS Legends. What do they go for at this point, right? The Vidio. Esmeralda could be the same the choice for EVOS Legends, or they can just secure something like a Claude. The Beatrix is banned out. If you don't pick up the Claude, it is most probably going to be banned out in that second phase. Claude has so much pressure in that team fight. So picking it up works well with the composition they already kind of have here. They're building towards Valentina with the CC, and obviously the Kai now pick up something like the Claude, or perhaps just the Phobius here and ban out the Esmeralda as a counter. Another hero that I completely forgot about up against the 1-1.
It's a good hero, right? It's a good pickup for side of EVOS Legends. I mean, it makes sense. Against the 1-1, against the Paquito, can sidestep and as well as juke, can dash as well, so that Phobius can create problems for side of ONIC, but do they have enough damage though? I mean, Phobius, Akai, Valentina can dish out damage, but without a good solid marksman perhaps, what can they really do? Because I feel like ONIC Esports will ban out that Claude in the second phase.
Right, Phobius has a lot of damage. He builds full damage, right? So it's a bit of a risky play. He is up against 1-1, Julian, and Paquito though. So there's abundance of demonic forces available for him to use right here. But the question is, can he dominate enough in the laning phase to try and shut down the 1-1? Because if the 1-1 is so ahead, honestly, the presence of a Phobius isn't really that threatening.
You're right. And we're going to take a look at Drian here, because he is a very, very accomplished individual. Champion of MPL ID Season 8, runner-up of MPL ID Season 9. Top pool heroes all season, 58 unique heroes, the most out of every player in MPL. But also, there's one statistic that they left out. Win streaking, MPL Season 3, not losing a single game all the way to MSC 2019.
I mean, when we're talking about Drian, like, one fact is that the only trophy that he has yet to complete is the M Series. The M Series trophy. The rest,
and
local C Games. And C Games. But apart from that, the quote-unquote Moonton tournaments, only the M Series has yet to be picked up by side of Drian. But take a look at that. Popo and Koopa and as well as Claude banned away, targeting Clover heavily. What hero will he pick up? Perhaps a Melissa here for second game.
So they're predicting that it won't be a gold lane Phobius, which makes sense. As we were mentioning earlier, Phobius also needs some time to scale up into that late game, and if you don't dominate the 1-1, it's going to be difficult for you to just exert your will, impose your will onto the 1-1 player. So I think they need to find some crowd control so that they can actually shut down the 1-1 in the early game with rotations, with dives and ganks. But Season 10 rankings here for the average goal per minute, Sutsujin is on top.
Yeah, he is on top, obviously there. With the win against GeekFam, he was able to secure that, but now EVOS Legends, they pick up a counter towards the 1-1. Never mind. Oh my god, 1-1's gonna have a tough time here up against a Diggy. Remember, a reminder for everyone, Time Journey basically is a 5-man Purify, and now Purify takes away the weakness points away from the 1-1. So when you have that Time Journey up, 1-1 does not have a good time at all in those team fights. You're not able to fly. You are anchored down to the ground.
But take a look at the response by ONIC here. A very smart move. Sicilian Miracle. They are, with the stacks, they want to play the late game and it outrangers 1-1. Sure, this 1-1 is as a roamer. But then again, when you're at...
The Diggy is in a roamer.
This Diggy is in a roamer, sorry. But the Sicilian can outrange this Diggy, so this Diggy is going to have a tough time. But ONIC Esports, realizing that this Diggy is going to be a support, they are going to commit to a support. ONIC Esports responds with another support in that Angela.
We thought that it's going to be a battle of the aggressive roamers about the setup, but now both teams, they have a quote-unquote defensive roamer support. So it's a very interesting situation. Usually when that happens, the deciding factor will then be the jungler, because the jungler will be the ones that are going to be able to actually make the plays happen and around the map in the early game to the mid game, because the roamer isn't available to do so. So ONIC here with the Angela, it's interesting. It allows them to actually maximize the late game carry potential from CW and Drian. But the respawn from EVOS is a Clint, so a lot better messy team fight from EVOS, but a lot better front to back from the side of ONIC Esports.
Clover, remember, he plays the 1-1. He loves playing the 1-1. He's probably the best in MPL ID. So when you're good at something, you know how to counter it as well. Picking up the Clint, a massive counter towards the 1-1. But it's all going to come down to, again, the execution. Because it's not 100% victory guaranteed for that Clint in that gold lane. Tower prediction by Axe says that all of us here on the English caster desk have opted to go for ONIC Esports.
Well,
so far, it's true.
It is. Still though, the job's not over. We'll have to see. The crowd is exploding right now for game number 2 between EVOS Legends and as well as ONIC Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, Mirko Arashi, I am ready to jump into the portal to the Land of Dawn, potentially the last game of day 1, week 3. Let's just jump straight away to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, and just witness, third game between this match.
Let's see again here as we are going to jump in. Sutsujin still with the Akai, Demon Slayer, and Kairi with the Mystery Shop. Both of the junglers opting for the same exact talent emblems, but there's already a difference in terms of the pathing. Sutsujin opting to go for the orange buff first, so going to the gold lane. There's going to be a heavy emphasis on that gold lane, pressuring 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, Dream's already here, setting up bot side as well. Keyboy will follow through as well here, so it will be a 2v2 bot side. And yeah, again, Diggy, annoying hero here. Keyboy needs to cover CW a lot, and we'll have to see here who will prevail.
Right, in this lane right now, usually, right, the logic dictates that Sustain will beat out Poke. So right now, Dreams can do a lot of damage, but Keyboy can heal it all back up. So the lane evens out, essentially, and CW won't be able to be pressured as hard as Clover would want.
We'll have to see here, ladies and gentlemen. Still, the focus will still be in the gold lane. Keyboy, CW, and Drian will focus on the stacks as he is on that Sicilian. So again, composition-wise, ONIC Esports, they are not afraid to take it to the late game. The question is, can EVOS Legends play this early?
What we can expect from ONIC Esports is to win out in that top side. So it just seems like, again, Kairi is playing with that. They know that the Paquito wins out against the Phoveus before level 4. Once the Demonic Force has been activated, has been acquired by the Phoveus, then it all changes. But looking for a dive up top is a very good decision. And just like that, they go for it.
Yeah, Boots and as well as Kairi dishing out damage to Pendragon, forcing him to recall when the turtle spawns. This might be already early, good rotations from the side of ONIC Esports, and yeah, Kairi taking no time to poke that turtle, it seems like, but Sutsujin is not late to the party.
Well, the mid lane for the side of EVOS Legends is stronger though, so there's a lot more clear, a lot more kill threat compared to Drian, who's on the Sicilian, who wants to scale up for a bit. So now, ONIC Esports have the control, but it's being contested.
Oh, as of right now, Sutsujin gets the first turtle. Kairi, with the help of Angela here, is in trouble. He gets taken down, and Angela might be next here, but Keyboy, luckily, without that flicker, he escapes. What the heck? EVOS Legends winning that trade. Turtle and as well as Kairi, and it seems like now they are stepping on the gas pedal here already. Rotating towards the jungles of Kairi.
Taking the purple buff even here in game number 2. And you can see, maybe ONIC Esports, after winning the game in such a dominant fashion, they're getting too confident in this team fight. They didn't have the pressure in the XP lane, nor did they have it in the mid lane. So that just gave over the setup to EVOS Legends, yet they still tried to force it. Kairi was punished, and now EVOS Legends lead in the first few minutes of the game. Getting that early lead is going to be massive. Again, knowing that the Phoveus now has a significantly bigger power in that XP lane up against the Paquito.
Well, seems like Sutsujin with that heavy spin helped the retribution, but emblem-wise here, Arashi, anything significant?
Well, you can see that Clover is attempting to match CW in that late game department, right? His emblem very much scales towards that late game, which is great. And for Sutsujin, still focusing on the Demon Slayer with the Akai as usual. So far, nothing really too surprising, but it does seem like the the mages in both these teams are trying to get their power spike as fast as possible.
Heavy spin catches CW, and there you go. CW gets taken down. Sutsujin with the perfect setup, and now they're looking to clear the bot turret here. And yeah, it's doable. 3-man, but oh my god, a good thing that Jian is in that vicinity. He is able to create that space, but Clover taking no time in clearing the waves and taking the first structure of the game.
This is the problem that I saw in the draft, Arashi. Remember, when they went for the first pick 1-1, they gave over 2 very strong heroes in the early stage to control the neutral objective and the mid lane. And this is what it comes down to. Mid lane pressure is so important in securing those neutral objectives in this current patch. And you can see it here from EVOS Legends. You saw it earlier from ONIC, but Sutsujin is already on the turtle now. Boots putting in a little bit more damage, but it seems like it is just a free turtle going to the hands of Sutsujin.
Different story here. Game number 1 was all Kyrie. Game number 2 now, Sutsujin making a name for himself. Situation-wise here, Rashi, what can you say about ONIC Esports and as well as EVOS Legends?
I mentioned how when the roamers are both passive, the junglers make the difference, and you can see it play out as predicted. Sutsujin on the Akai, he's just able to make a lot more ganks happen. The card control is just very much on the side of EVOS Legends, and that allows them to actually contest ground and actually get pickoffs that will screw over the setup, the positioning of ONIC Esports. ONIC is forced to play defensively, reactively, and they are unable to actually, like in the first game, win the fights with proper positioning and planning.
Okay, heavy spin on towards CW. Again, CW here trying to pop that crossbow attack, but immediately Time Journey is there to help the survive. Oh my god, mid-side Taz taking a lot of damage by Boots. Boots will get that solo kill any day. Taz gets taken down.
Ooh. They're going to look for the kill. No, actually, Pendragon is just zoning Boots away, buying time for the Akai.
Yeah, we'll have to see her 2v1. Boots trying to clear first here. Ooh, take a look at that Festival of Blood trying to take damage, but it is not enough as Sutsujin will claim that 2v1 and Boots gets taken down.
Oh, the fans are going crazy for EVOS Legends as they secure a 1.8k gold lead in the early game. You know, that lead is super significant. Just like your hair, if you use the head and shoulders. Right now, if you guys want to play and get that wipeout with that dandruff, nah. Say no to that because you guys can delete it instantly with the new Head and Shoulders X MLBB.
Ooh-wee, yeah, Rashi. Now, still, EVOS Legends established a healthy amount of gold lead. But remember, ONIC Esports, they don't mind going to the late game. They have the Sicilian. So, what can EVOS Legends do to really put a nail in the coffin?
Well, they need to try and shut Kyrie down because now the lanes are already very much in their favor. They have control in the mid lane, in the gold lane as well. EXP, they can actually keep ganking Boots to try and shut him down. And if Boots plays a bit too safe, they can go into the jungle and deny Kyrie. They need to leverage this control and use it for other things as well.
Oh, bot side, Kiwo gets caught here with the heavy spin and Clover will take that kill. And to add to that, another structure here will fall for ONIC Esports. EVOS Legends claiming 2 turrets bot side already, and yeah, map-wise, space-wise, EVOS Legends has the advantage.
If you take a look at the items just now, the Clint had a BOD just now already. Like a 5-minute check, right? So right now, I'm pretty sure he might have the Endless Battle. And with that, they're going to have so much more damage compared to ONIC Esports, where Julian is underfarmed compared to Sutsujin, and even, well, mostly CW on this 1-1. So behind compared to Clover. 2 levels behind, and I don't think she has the DHS yet.
Not yet. Almost, or he is getting there. But yeah, crowd went wild from both ONIC Esports and EVOS Legends fan. Seems like now mid-side is going to be the focus as Sutsujin is in that area. But take a look at the top side. Clover and as well as Diggy is already standing idly by there, trying to harass Paquito. Oh, 3v1 setup. Boots might be caught here. Dreams, Clover, force Boots to use that flicker once again. And yeah, EVOS Legends, they are expanding their space. Heavy spin connects on towards Boots. He gets caught here.
Wait a minute.
Clover will deal out the damage and Boots will not be able to escape. Another man down, and River though crossbow, tank popped, Kyrie gets one, and now Pendragon using the demonic force, trying to create space. CW, can he outplay this one as Pendragon dove the turret and Kyrie claims his life. 2 for 1 now as ONIC Esports is slowly trying to equalize this game.
Baited in by CW for Kyrie to stun him up with the enhanced chain. Oh my god, ONIC Esports might still be in it to win it. EVOS Legends tried their best to suffocate, but I feel like they overcommitted into that top side where there was a fight in the river. They could have just, the Sutsujin could have just helped the team, but he went for that commitment into that top side, and now it actually gave the opportunity for ONIC Esports to come back into the game. 2,000 gold lead for EVOS. They're trying to go for the Lord. It's a 50-50.
It's a 50-50. I think EVOS Legends, they're greedy. Dreams is low now. Is this too greedy? As Sutsujin with that heavy spin will claim that Lord. Kyrie is in trouble. He gets taking a lot of heat and he gets taken down. Crossbow tank pop though. EVOS Legends with the discipline. They got the Lord. They got one member and they disengage. Boots with a smart macro play there will claim the mid turret.
Wow. I think he'll be able to pick up the bottom turret as well if he wants to go for it, although it's a bit too risky. You know, ONIC Esports, they are trying to play, again, for the late game, so EVOS is doing great, but so far it's only a 3.6k gold lead. It is not as dominant nearly as the first game, and ONIC Esports, they have an absolutely scary late game composition, and you can see the damage from Drian is starting to build up already.
Yeah, now you can see here the mid turret collapsed. EVOS Legends sticking with 5 here in the mid side. I really question that approach, but I guess the Lord is still marching bot side. Fun fact though, 2 structures from EVOS Legends falls. So ONIC Esports somehow equalized, even though they lost the Lord. We'll see though.
Yeah, I actually really like the approach from EVOS Legends here because they're building up the waves in both mid, top, and bottom, getting the slow push going to take out every single outer turret. You know, the base turret might not be threatened here because with the value, I mean, with the first Lord, the value that you need to get is the outer turrets. Now Taz, though, he stole away the crossbow attack. They might just look for a siege here, but they got to be careful of that poke. Drian is dealing a lot.
Yeah, well, crossbow tank from Taz pops, but base turret number 1 falls here. EVOS Legend establishing a very healthy gold lead and as well as space here. Well, yeah, what else can they do here? EVOS Legends, they realizing that Sicilian is on the opposing side. Of course, you want to end the game ASAP, Arashi. What can they do?
They need to try and make sure they bait fights better, because ONIC Esports, again, it's really so good from EVOS Legends. They use the objectives, the Lord, to try and pull ONIC Esports out of their base, and so far it's working out. CW is catching up though. He is still very, very far away. He has one item behind, a whole item behind from Clover, but he does have the corrosion side and the DHS, so he will start being a complete nuisance. But I don't know, for EVOS Legends, they have to keep doing this, and they need to take control of the jungle. You can see that ONIC Esports, they're still able to come out of the base a bit by bit, look for a bit of scraps left behind in the jungle. EVOS needs to punish that, and they have all the tools. They are ahead enough to try and do that. So I think that they really should make sure that they do everything possible to make sure that ONIC Esports stay behind.
And ONIC Esports, their trap is very, very squishy. So they gotta be very careful here when it comes down to it. Kyrie, is he actually gonna go for this? No, it's way too risky. He backs off, and exactly, they have a very squishy composition. The only one who can add sustain into their squishy composition is probably the Angela with a heart guard, but it just doesn't come through fast enough. And it's only one target who gets that sustain. So EVOS Legends with Clover now hitting that massive power spike in terms of items, and even Taz, it's going to get harder and harder for ONIC Esports to come back in the game. It's all going to rely on the gold, on the glass cannon heroes that they have.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Lord poked, well, not poked, gets taken down rather fast here by the side of EVOS Legends. ONIC Esports hesitated for a contest. Take a look at the damage dealt by Axe. Still, Drian is on top of the list, but Dreams and as well as Taz is not far behind.
This is what's so annoying about a roamer Diggy, right? He doesn't actually build full damage, but the way the hero works, he just ends up doing a lot of damage, and he is Dreams right now is partially responsible for ONIC Esports being shut in, because at any moment there's the traps available in the bushes exposing the members of ONIC Esports and chunking them to low HP, because as Miko mentioned, they're all squishy. So these traps are just a lot more punishing.
Exactly. The time bombs, man. take a look at the Players Gold by UBS Gold. Top 2 will be EVOS players here, Clover and as well as Sitsujin. Meanwhile, the gold laner from ONIC CW is in 3rd place. Lord, Enhanced Lord marching bot side. Can they end this? We'll have to see.
We'll see if they are able to actually end this. Again, look at Taz. He actually stole away the Bat Feast this time, opting not to go for the crossbow Tang. But Clover on this clean, already dishing out the damage onto that mid lane turret, as this is going to be the pressure. Actually, yeah, I mean, the Lord was taken down before the mid lane actually came through. They baited out to take that mid lane turret, but I don't know. Shouldn't they have gone for a 3-way push?
I think they don't want to gamble it, but yeah, one by one, a base turret will fall here, and now EVOS Legends looks for the siege. Oh, Dream's taking a lot of damage. Mind you, he is not building any tank apart from that NOD. He's on his way to Athena, though, but take a look at Heavy Spin, connects onto Skyrim! And he gets taken down. Sitsujin with the right timing, and as well as targeting. Pendragon might be next here, but take a look at Boots. Instant deleted there, and EVOS Legends will go for the objective. The base turret is still exposed. EVOS Legends force a game 3.
Game 3 in the best of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the impact in this game. EVOS took the early stage all the way, snowballing it to a game victory. As now we're back to a best of 1. It's match point for both of these teams. Wow, that's all they needed, Arashi. The Valentina and the Akai traded in for the 1-1, and the 1-1 could not do anything in that game up against the Diggy.
It's just so difficult, man. The ONIC, I'm not quite sure what the idea was. I think it's just a bit too costly to go for 2 very late game carries, right? Going for Sicilian and 1-1, that allows EVOS to take full control in the early game, and even then, they were unable to use their winning lane, Boots, on the Pakiro to try and do anything meaningful. So that allows EVOS to do whatever they want. They have all the control, and they shut down CW as well. So in that late game, especially considering they do not have a tanky front line, they can just stop the dive coming in from EVOS Legends. They just fall apart, man.
They just fall apart. Their game plan was denied by the game plan from EVOS Legends. And yeah, that 1-1 pick, yeah, there was no impact whatsoever from CW, which is quite rare. And take a look at that. Pendragon
extends
the life for EVOS. That sub, the roster sub, comes into clutch.
Turned out to be a massive roster swap. But honestly, I feel like it was just the Phobius in general, right? The Phobius was just had just such a massive impact in a game with 1-1. And guess what? The Diggy too. The Phobius couldn't have done that if it wasn't for the Diggy that just kept on going for the time journeys, enabling Phobius to just keep on going, dashing in without the weakness points being popped up. And again, in this game, I actually do feel like that it just wasn't worth it, the trade. If they wanted to go for the 1-1, I think the Diggy ban should have come through, leaving that Diggy open. Again, the first team to actually take that Diggy when they were up against the 1-1 was this team right here, was ONIC. But they let the Diggy go in the second phase. Instant pick for EVOS Legends.
Yeah, I was wondering if they can... I'm not quite sure. Again, without any frontline, going 2 backline heroes, Sicilian and 1-1, and no frontline at all. And I guess they were planning on just kiting away, right? Using Sicilian with the sprint and with the movement speed from the Bat Feast, as well as using CW's hopping passive from 1-1. But really, it's just too bold of a game plan. And to make matters worse, picking the Angela, right? We talked about having a strong early game, especially with the roamers. An Angela pick, and the Angela's hard guard wasn't able to save anyone just because EVOS Legends, they're just so dominant, and the heavy spin is just able to lock down someone for so long. And now it's just the opposite. The game is longer. It's almost 15 minutes, but overall, it's a very low kill game, and only 3 on the side of ONIC Esports.
Was only 3 for the side of EVOS, for the side of ONIC Esports. It was a, game 1, ONIC Esports dominating game 2. A different story, but similar results. A domination victory for one team. EVOS Legends just dominated here. Almost 10k gold lead as well. By the side of EVOS Legends, I mean, ONIC Esports, they had little to zero chance to bounce back. I really thought they can defend the Lord, but Drian could not pull through with the damage.
Right. I think there's credit to be given to Sitsujin on the Akai. He was definitely the main playmaker there. Although, again, as we mentioned, it's great that EVOS is moving more cohesively. There's I wonder if Pendragon coming in, is he maybe a shot caller? Is that why they just seem to be playing a lot more united? Well, we wouldn't know until we maybe get an interview. But they've been playing so good, and Susujin is the main enabler, and Dreams is just one of the best counters to whatever ONIC Esports are trying to do. The rich guy and the carry is Clover on the Clint, man, with 837 gold per minute. And he is also the carry. As Mirko mentioned, when you're so good at a hero, you know exactly how to counter it. And this man, with the assistance of his team, they're able to completely shut down that 1-1. And with one passive shot from Clint, he's able to chunk 1-1 or Angela to half HP. That is disgusting.
When you get such a massive gold lead in the start, when you have that level of difference compared to 1-1, that's what you expect, the BOD, the endless battle. But this game certainly belonged to the Akai, who got that pick onto Kyrie in the end, getting himself the MVP title presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. 2-0-7, Sutsujin all the way from the MDL, promoted to the MPL. A lot of doubts about this man when he came into this roster, but here with this performance, he certainly made a name for himself. Again, getting that pick onto Kyrie, it felt personal.
He enabled his team here. So let's take a look what he did specifically, in case you missed it, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
Off the bat, here we go. He's able to just knock down Kyrie, and everyone just follows up. And again, they know that, okay, we don't have to target Boots, we don't have to target Drian. CW is the main issue here, and in the late game, Clover can carry too. So let's just focus on that lane, and once that lane is over, they translate that lead again and again. And even here, you can see that CW is already like 3 levels down. They still are unrelentless, and they just keep going for him. And he just doesn't have any bearing on the game. He's able to actually make this insane outplay. He's jumping all over the place, and he's able to get crossbow of tanks, but he doesn't have nearly enough damage, enough items for the members of EVOS to actually fear his playmaking. And in the end there, this fight was initiated by Sutsujin again, pushing everybody, scattering them, and without a proper front line, without a proper, without proper setup, proper engage, proper crowd control, ONIC, they just can't force EVOS to make a mistake. It's just a bit of similar stories from game number 1. Well, we saw that Kyrie was trying his best to try and engage, but the chains just weren't landing because it's not a reliable engage tool, unlike the heavy spin.
There you go. Very good analysis there, Arashi. But ladies and gentlemen, we are still here in the, 1-1 series between ONIC and as well as EVOS Legends. The rumble in the jungle isn't over yet. In case you missed it, game number 1 was for side of ONIC Esports, but actually game number 2, EVOS Legends, against all odds, they managed to equalize, and
they managed to survive.
They managed to survive.
Sound is survival. With the new JBL Quantum, you guys can survive as well. The special offer is here. The JBL Quantum 50, only IDR 275,000 from 400. So man, that's a steal deal. And guess what? You guys can get yourself a whole lot, okay? You can hear the slightest sound of your neighbor's swaying grass from any direction, let alone the enemy.
Let alone the enemy. There you go, Check out JBL Quantum, ladies and gentlemen. In case you don't know where to check, you can check at Bleebly, and perhaps if you want to also buy gold, where do you go?
UBS Gold, obviously right here in our breast pocket, we have a very, very amazing little thing for the official MPL ID X UBS Gold. Invest in UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 10 starting from 100,000 and get free MLBB skins. Not only are you investing in something that keeps on going up in value, Gani, you get more value on top of that. You have MLBB skins for free, man.
Wow!
So invest your money. Get yours from ubslifestyle.com or UBS Lifestyle e-commerce and Bleebly UBS Lifestyle.
One investment, double the value. Get your UBS Gold, and Arashi and as well as Mirko. I mean, I just can't wait to witness the conclusion of the rumble in the jungle here. But, ladies and gentlemen, before that, we need to take a small break. Gotta be honest with you, just 5-minute break. Just to, replenish our, get hydrated. But ladies and gentlemen, let's tune in and stay tuned for our third game.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan
The last game of the Rumble in the jungle is ahead of us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 10, Week 3, Day 1. Back with us in the Caster's Desk English, Caster's Desk, Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi. And my, oh my, what a series, what a day it has been. A full of 2-1s, and now the last game, who will win? Will it be the Yellow Porcupine or the White Tigers? Soon we will have the answers. Mirko, last thoughts before we jump into the draft.
The game has been dictated by the drafts, I believe, from both Game 1 and Game 2. So maybe in Game 3 we might see an equal draft, but it's all going to come down to how they execute their game plans. I think leaving the Valentina and the Akai open was a little bit too greedy, and the thing is, I think it would have worked if they went for the Diggy Ban in the second phase. The thing is, they just targeted down Clover's hero pool, a little bit tunnel visioning towards Clover and forgetting the main counter of Wanwan, the hero that they picked first to counter the Wanwan back against Geek Fam.
Just a bit of an oversight, I think, because they do have a lot of issues on their hands. They do need to shut down Clover. That is one of the main conditions for them to actually win the game. Unfortunately, it's not just that, right? It's the fact that CW is just completely shut down as well. That is absolutely not ideal if you want to win the game, right? These days, in the late game, in the mid game, the gold lane is just so valuable, and you gotta take care of your gold laner, man.
You have to take care of your gold laner, and I do want to add this. The Akai, the Sutsujin, Game 1 was on the Akai, but his impact wasn't as sharp as Game 2. I mean, there weren't a lot of pickoffs, there weren't a lot of teamwork and pick-off strat, and I guess in Game number 2, he repaired that mistake. His communication went fluently, it seems like, and yeah, we'll see. Will it work in Game 3?
And it all comes down to the setup. Because in Game 1, you could see that Kyrie was just shining. It was so well. He played really well in Game 1. Why? Because his team had the better setup every single time to hit neutral objectives to enable him to make those kind of plays. In this level of play, it comes down to that communication, the organization of the whole team, and obviously the teamwork. The teamwork is what makes the dream work, ladies and gentlemen. If your team doesn't get the proper setup, then obviously that turtle is advantageous to the team who has that setup. We saw that in Game number 2 with the mid lane pressure that the Valentina had over the Sicilian. 3 turtles across the board towards EVOS. In Game 1, very similar, right? EVOS Legends weren't able to get anything, and Kyrie was shining. So every single time, this is why it comes down to that 5-man team. It's not about that one member, just one member that carries a team. It's always the whole team enabling that one member to do something, playmaking, etc.
Synergy, coordination as well. It seems like Game 1, ONIC has that in hand, but in Game number 2, a different story. Was EVOS got the better of ONIC Esports. Now, Arashi, 10 seconds to the draft here. Any expectations, perhaps?
Well, I expect the roamer again. I keep saying, I don't want to keep repeating it, but when ONIC had the Franco, you can see the whole different dynamic, you know? So I felt like even with the Sicilian, if they had like a Franco on their team, someone that can enable the rest of the members, punish mistakes from EVOs or force mistakes out of them, there could be a lot better success stories in that previous game. Right now, we take a look at the first few bans coming in from both these teams. Masha and Faramis, as well as Natalia and Fanny. And Phobius immediately gets respect banned, because as Mirko mentioned, he was tearing it up with that demonic force.
Yeah, and fun fact here, Arashi, I do want to talk about here the bans, because ONIC, they have definitely, changed some things up. They notice how much impact the Phobius could have in the game. They've opted to go for the first pick once again in game number 2. So it does seem like whoever gets the second pick wins, usually. Because in Game 1, ONIC had the second pick, was on the red side, and they won. In Game 2, EVOS had the red side, and this time EVOS stayed in the red side with the bans coming in, Natalia and the Fanny. Now, they're forced to ban either the Valentina or the Wanwan, noticing that maybe now ONIC, they have red out. They have to have the respect towards the Diggy. Let's ban out the 1-1. Let's give over the Valentina to ONIC. ONIC picks it up here, or the Akai, and then it will be traded with, well, same, Akai Valentina, it's gonna be the trade.
That's the thing, right? What will they prioritize? Based on Game 2, it seems like Akai is so prio for EVOS Legends. But ONIC Esports will say no to Akai, will give Akai perhaps for to the side of EVOS Legends, and they will pick up Valentina for themselves. And to perhaps synergize with the Sakai, EVOS, they can pick up perhaps a Beatrix early.
And Season 10 ranking for the average kill death assist ratio, it's going to be Drian as well as Delar. So Drian right here is still standing out, and he has had a stellar performance, but especially on that Sicilian, he just was unable to actually get those huge plays coming in that we come to expect from the man of his caliber. So we have to see. ONIC will have to try and find some way to enable him on the Valentina. I think with the Valentina already picked in, that's some CC already and some early game pressure. You get a bit of crowd control and you have a solid early game, and you can punish the members of EVOS, but they pick the Akai and Paquito.
Two solid picks for EVOS Legends. Again, that Paquito is also respect given towards ONIC. They know how much pressure the Paquito on the hands of Boots has in the game, so they pick it up for themselves. And obviously the Akai staying true after game 1, after game 2's amazing performance. Sutsujin is very comfortable on this hero. ONIC Esports with the response. Beatrix has been left open. It might just be picked up again. Remember, Arashi, I showed you a clip of a Beatrix one-shotting an Akai in the late stage of the game.
Will it be
ridiculous?
Will it be repeated? Perhaps Esmeralda?
So. No, Beatrix will be picked up 100%. The Esmeralda, though, does come through with her. And EVOS now forced to respond. They already picked up the Paquito and the Akai. That means you can no longer flex the Paquito into the jungle.
Yeah.
I wonder if they are planning on they plan to let go the Beatrix because they assume, right, that they can actually do the same thing in the previous game. Use the early game aggression, use the heavy spin to lock down that Beatrix and just delete him and make sure that in the late game that crazy broken Beatrix damage won't be part of the game.
That is going to be the question, right? Will it be abused or not? But one hero that can somehow match Beatrix, not in the early game, perhaps in the mid game and late game, that hero is Claude. Perhaps EVOS, they can pick up the Claude early here, but no, actually they will secure a gold laner themselves, but it will fall to Brody. So yeah, I guess a semi-independent gold laner is what they're going for. Perhaps they really want to give pressure in the mid side here from the side of EVOS Legends.
Yeah, Brody pick coming in for EVOS Legends. It's a solid pick in the early stage when you are when you look at this matchup, the Beatrix versus the Brody. But once the game gets to a point in that late game, it actually becomes so difficult for the Brody to actually deal out the proper amount of damage because he's more of a burst type of marksman, right? So DPS-wise, he's not really going to be able to dish out the damage to the people who can sustain up. Here, we also have the comparison for both of the goal laners, Arashi.
And from the stats, you can see that CW is ahead in the gold per minute, I think, as well as he's actually ahead in the this tower damage, right? In the tower damage, so he has a lot more split push highlights as well. But I wonder, with that Brody pick, is EVOS planning on using that stun to set up more ganks to actually dive CW and delete him? That seems to be a game plan that has been very effective, and ONIC so far, they have not secured anything that can deny that option. They banned out the Benedetta as well though, and for ONIC, they banned the Lunox, so this hints at maybe something a bit tanky, right? Something that can overwhelm EVOS Legends, and denying something that can delete tanks will allow them to be able to actually exert their own game plan onto the members of EVOS Legends.
We'll have to see here the approach EVOS Legends. Yeah, they banned out that Benedetta. Will they ban out perhaps another hero for Kyrie? But no. Yeah, I guess it's somehow for Kyrie, right? I mean, Boots already with that Esmeralda, so EVOS, they are trying to limit the options for Kyrie. Bellman as well as Benedetta banned out. ONIC Esports, last ban here, they really need to be careful because still, EVOS Legends can definitely pick up that Diggy if they do not want to perhaps they do not want to go up against Diggy. They should ban this out.
I don't think the Diggy is going to be the main priority in the bans for ONIC. They can go for it out of respect, but there you go. They ban out the Yeev instead, narrowing down the hero pool of Taz in that mid lane. Why should they not ban the Diggies? Because they already have the Esmeralda that can go through the shields, and they don't really have a hard CC composition. They can poke, they can dish out damage, and they can go for all outs as well. The Diggy won't really be a menace towards this ONIC composition so far, but EVOS, let's see, with their first pick here.
They need... I feel like they should go for the Mage first, and then go for the Roam last.
They can go for Franco. I think Franco will be a solid pick here.
Franco? Franco, yeah. Denying it away from Keyboy as well. I think Franco could be the pickup.
And it fits in with Dreams' game plan of just, initiating. But wow, Kadita is picked up, taking out a page from Godiva's playbook. We saw it earlier today in the first match. It is a force to be reckoned with, and there is a lot of juicy targets available for Dreams to make plays with. If this actually goes into the hands of, in the hands of Dreams, it could still be flexed somewhere else. For ONIC though, after banning the Eve, there is one of the important counters that has been used to deny the Beatrix any playmaking. But now they still lack a roamer, and going up against a Kadita of all things, it's going to be a bit difficult. They can go for the Franco themselves here. That is still an option. It provides tanky frontline as well, but will that be enough?
Will that be enough is the question. Or perhaps Keyboy pick up the Digi themselves. I mean, a lot of CC comes in, and yeah, I was about to say, and yeah, with Krita, heavy spin, and as well as Paquito, with this Digi, they can somehow perhaps negate the CC coming from EVOS Legends. And we saw this, right? I mean, Lunox banned away in the second phase. Perhaps they were going for a tanky hero, and there you go, Baxia for Kyrie.
Baxia and Digi picked up for ONIC Esports. Again, they pick up the Digi for themselves, but this leaves EVOS open
Atlas.
to go for something like maybe perhaps some kite back. Put the Kadita as a roamer. I don't know. They need some DPS. Honestly, they really do. Right now, it's all burst from me. No, I don't know. Lilia's a little bit. They need something like Lunox. Honestly, like that's burst. But it comes out completely. That's more towards burst. Again, I don't know. I feel like
I think Lilia is the closest thing you can get, and it is secure against a lot of these pick-off heroes. But they go for the savior, so they're intending to use CC here. And if it succeeds, there's a lot of potential in the composition for EVOS. And for ONIC, I guess with a tanky jungler like this, we talked about it earlier. When your roamer isn't very aggressive, your jungler becomes one of the main playmaking tools. And now with the Digi, it's a bit of a mix. He can actually turn back time, pull someone back. So ONIC, they have the catch potential here, but is it good enough to force EVOS to make all those mistakes?
Well, we'll have to see. The draft is set in stone, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 3 between ONIC Esports and EVOS Legends. Soon enough, we will know the answer, sir. Who will prevail? Mirko, Arashi, are you ready to jump into the land of dawn between ONIC and as well as EVOS?
Ready here.
Ready here too.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the portal. Game 3, Land of Dawn. Once again, Porcupine taking on Tigers.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. The stakes as high as ever. One game is all it takes for either one of these teams to secure the victory and to move up in the standings. Arashi, I think it's going to be the battle of Demon Slayers now, but oh my god, Dream steals the little minion away from Kyrie, already getting a slight edge over to Sutsujin.
Yeah, that was a cheeky play there. Arashi, composition-wise, anything you want to analyze here, perhaps?
Ooh, it's difficult, man. Both these teams have potential, but I think the thing with both teams here, they rely very much on one. ONIC Esports, they go for more pickoffs, and EVOS Legends, they can go for a bigger team fight kind of engage. But then that gets nullified by Keyboy with the time draining. So I think ONIC has a bit of an edge, but that's just early assessment.
Oh my god, Dreams with the play and Petrify catches 3, and take a look at the damage. Rion gets taken down. First blood by Samsung, forced out of ONIC Esports, and they are hungry. Kyrie gets taken down. What a play. This is the early game. EVOS Legends, they play to response, and ONIC Esports, 2-man down in the first minute.
They did not give the proper respect over to EVOS Legends. That's the curveball. Rashi, this Kadita, because you meet this hero so rarely in the Land of Dawn, especially when you're up against EVOS, it creates that curveball for ONIC Esports to go in aggressively, and it punished them so hard. The base damage alone from this Akai was able to follow that up, and this is already not looking good for ONIC Esports. Clover also winning on in this lane, like I mentioned, in the early stage, dishing out damage towards the turret.
Not a good start here, Arashi, and it seems like EVOS Legends, they are still waiting for more, advantages. I mean, Baxia is still level 3.
Baxia is still level 3. That is not the outcome you want. Usually Baxia will be a lot more dominant, being very fast to rotate around the map and still tanky enough to withstand a lot of punishment and secure those neutral objectives. But with that play, with a 3-man pickoff, well, 2-man pickoff instead of EVOS Legends, they can actually get a bit more value.
What the heck is going on? Is this Godiva or is this Dreams? I mean, he's just making plays across the board here with that Petrify, and Drian gets insta-deleted there in the mid-side once again. EVOS Legends, they are picking up the pace.
Oh man, again. Let's take a look at the emblems here, Arashi. They've opted to go for 2 Demon Slayers, but in this game so far, again, it's been all Sutsujin.
Clover's emblem though stands out a bit. He does want to get, aggressive in that lane, so it will help him out to make sure that CW again gets shut down. So far, the Golden has not been targeted quite as aggressively as it was in the second game, but that might change once it comes down to the mid game, because that is where the Golden becomes more important. As ONIC right now, they are stuck trying to find something, but their engage just loses out to the Kadita. So whatever they try, it gets countered really, really hard. And every time they mess up, that's a huge delay in a huge setback for them as a team.
Huge setback. And yeah, I feel like Sutsujin here, with the rotation so aggressive, right? He is ahead here. But man, ONIC Esports still has plenty of time to bounce back. EVOS Legends, what can they do once again? Oh, the time journey comes into clutch there. Luckily for CW, if not, he gets taken down by the torn apart memory. Has not enough damage to take CW down.
Yeah, Clover thought the torn apart memory alone would have been enough to take CW down, but unfortunately, CW had, oh my god. Sutsujin, did he take the purple?
He did.
Yeah.
Wow.
1 level lead.
This is tough, man. It's an Akai. The team is aggressively making plays, and you as a jungler, as a Baxia, is getting denied again and again. ONIC Esports, they are absolutely on the back foot, and so far, they don't really have any tools, any dynamic tools to make something happen out of nowhere. They just have to play it consistently and then hope for the best, hope for those setups, man.
Oh, let's see. In this turtle fight, Goni and both of the teams already setting up for it, but ONIC having a man advantage.
Okay, 3v1. Sutsujin pops that heavy spin. Retribution battle. Kyrie wins it. Take a look at that. Drian with the heavy spin as well. 2 heavy spins we saw earlier, but no casualties on the board. The turtle will fall to the side of ONIC Esports. It's an equal 1 for 1. But take a look at the back side here. Dreams trying to flank. It's not quite connect. Kyrie, though, will take that kill any day. ONIC Esports starting to equalize here.
Oh my god, what a brilliant play by CW. Mechanics coming in as he was able to read that out as well. He knows that something fishy is going on. There's no way that the Brody would just walk up with low HP, so he decided to play around the Brody, getting the wave clear and baiting Dreams out for the kill to come through. And now, this is where we can see CW just absolutely being a nuisance on the Beatrix, taking the turret low. But look at this.
Sutsujin there almost offside. He immediately backs off, but take a look at the items here, Arashi. I mean, BOD for Beatrix already.
BOD already, but for Pendragon, he has a Malefic Roar first item. Woo! That is aggression at its finest. He is against Baxia. I think he knows what he's doing. And for Clover, the Heptaseeds will allow a lot of burst damage, so the side of ONIC Esports, they have to be very aware of that, as Boots is the one being pressured right now.
Pendragon and Dreams, they look for a structure, a collapse there. They will get it. And as of right now, it is still ONIC Esports behind economy-wise, but I feel like it's an even game. It's back to square one.
It's back to square one. The 800 goal lead won't have a massive impact in the game, but look how ONIC are rotating together now. Noticing that again, Beatrix, I think, way better siege potential compared to the Brody with the range that she has on that Renner. So the Beatrix will just constantly be a threat on every single lane, clearing out her own lane and moving over to the lanes still with the outer turrets intact.
The ONIC just needs to actually be aware of the Kadita as well. They need to separate from each other. That does open up possibilities for Sutsujin to get a heavy spin play, or for Pendragon to just nuke someone down. But if they get comboed by Dreams yet again, that has been the main factor in how they're able to actually lose in the early game fights.
Drian with the heavy spin just for their zoning, and there you go. Sutsujin with the Lord, and now Drian taking a lot of heat, forced to flicker away. Pendragon will not be able to connect the damage in. Wow, what a display of timing there by Sutsujin. Comes in time just to push that retribution, and there you go, neutral objective secured. Now back reset for both teams.
And notice how Sutsujin was just so efficient on the timing of when to use that heavy spin. The heavy spin wasn't instantly pop. He didn't panic when Drian was trying to zone him away. He knows that Taz could come in to help him with the Mystic Field, but in the mid lane, Drian got caught. Dreams just phenomenal in this game so far.
Wow, another cheeky setup by Dreams here. Yeah, this Kadita seems like it threw ONIC Esports off guard this week, thus far, minute number 7, and almost of the outer turrets is gone for the side of ONIC Esports.
EVOS Legends right now, they actually make a lot more moves towards that mid lane, and this is the potential from the Kadita. Yes, it's a roamer, but it's basically an assassin with a lot of utility as well. So there's a lot more flexibility for Dreams to make something happen. He can play defensively and, you know, predict where he wants to put the Breath of the Ocean, or he can just go and just one-shot people like that. So ONIC Esports, as of right now, they don't really have a solution. All they can do is just attempt to just deal with it, try and make sure that they cover each other, but it's very difficult. It allows EVOS to just have a lot more pressure in the whole map.
Lots of pressure indeed, ladies and gentlemen. It is now EVOS Legends establishing almost 3,000 gold here. Mirko, 15 seconds to the Lord here. And yeah, ONIC Esports, they are still trying to find an answer.
They have high ground potential. They can clear out the first Lord of the game. What they need to do, I think, right now is to look for trades, because look, if they go for a contest, it's 50-50. 50%, it could go to the hands of EVOS, and they can end the game even faster. But another 50 is for ONIC. If they are actually able to win the Lord fight, then they come back into the game. Are they willing to take that risk as Keyboy gets killed? The risk is fallen now. It's not a 50-50 anymore. It's a 70-30 perhaps, as EVOS Legends have more pressure, man advantage as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Lord is now quarter HP. Susujin pops that heavy spin. Is it too early? But it seems like, oh my god, Susujin will secure that Lord. Drian gets taken down a little too overextended there by that mid laner. And now EVOS Legends, they will look for a fight if something connects, and it seems like the mid side will be their main agenda.
Miscoordination! Kyrie backed off with the shield unity, yet they still went for it. Boots and Drian were the only members who were trying to go for the steal, and now EVOS, they got the victory in that turtle fight, in the Lord fight, and now they're going to be able to snowball even harder.
Dreams.
Look at Dreams, Keyboy!
Will not. Oh,
okay.
Yeah. No, yeah, the Athena helps, and Dreams there was forced to move away. But what do you think, Rashi?
It was so difficult for the side of ONIC Esports, man, because you saw that CW was trying to actually help out, but he was right next to Dreams, and Dreams, knowing that they're playing for the Lord, he was just chill. He didn't aggress onto CW and risk making a mistake, risk getting shut down. He just passed by, and just like that, EVOS Legends, they are waiting for the Lord. They are managing the waves as well. So this is a very, very calculative EVOS Legends we're seeing right now.
The gamble that ONIC Esports took by trying to contest. I feel like, again, it was a miscoordination there, because two members went for the contest and all the others were staying in the mid lane, and now it just gives the opportunity for EVOS Legends to completely punish ONIC Esports. 6,000 gold lead. ONIC Esports only having one turret and one turtle to their name. They do clear out the first Lord, but that's incredible value with the first Lord taking all of the inner turrets out.
Wow. EVOS Legends, they are now trying to solidify their lead here and just taking all of the jungles and taking a lot of the items as well.
Right, looking at the items right now, Dreams, it doesn't look like he's massively strong, but he has the genius one as Pendragon actually gets jumped on.
Yeah, jumped on here, will not commit to it to anything fancy just yet.
Yeah. He's able to sprint out of there. He has a sprint on Pakito, which is funny enough, but now Keyboy will be the next target. And the poke coming in from ONIC Esports there is still damage, but they just can't lock down the members of EVOS Legends long enough to take anybody out.
Too much burst for EVOS Legends. Like, ONIC Esports can do this, with the ultimate, with Renner, that's it. EVOS Legends can snipe them globally. As you can see, perfect timing with the Dawning Light there to open up the map a little bit for EVOS Legends. And you know what the Dawning Light enables them to do? It enables them, firstly, to deal a lot of damage. As you can see, Taz leading the pack in terms of the damage dealt by Axe. But more importantly, it stops, it halters the movement from ONIC Esports. They can no longer go for those cheeky picks into the enemy jungle, moving as 5, because the Dawning Light, once it reveals them, EVOS can just look for the collapse and take them out.
Indeed. And take a look. EVOS Legends, They are setting things up here. Pindrogan and Dreams. If a member of ONIC is trying to rotate here, it is going to be that disaster. But yeah, Lord is up now. Seems like ONIC Esports, they are still clumped up with 4.
They're coming up with 4 right now. There's only Boots on the top side clearing the waves. And look at that, one Dawning Light just chunks CW, and he will no longer be part of this fight. This is just way too risky, but ONIC, they're still going for it. It's dangerous.
It is very dangerous. Lord is now quarter HP once again. Kyrie, Dreon trying to do a miracle play. Lord, Retribution, Battle Boots taking 3 here, but the Lord well secured by Taz. And now Sutsujin is in trouble, but no, Dreon falls. CW falls 1 by 1. The member of ONIC is now bodies everywhere as EVOS Legends with a 10,000 goal lead is looking to close the game.
Another gamble by ONIC Esports. Uncharacteristic plays, and EVOS punished it. Toss taking it, and Gunny.
Oh my god, Boots taking a lot of heat, and there you go. The base is too exposed. EVOS Legends with the reverse sweep 2-1 against ONIC.
The crowd erupts as EVOS pull the upset. ONIC Esports taken down, a reverse sweep by the White Tigers. What a performance, Arashi.
Wow, all 3 of us on the desk predicted ONIC Esports was gonna take it, but EVOS, this is insane. We didn't expect it to be able to play so clean, so calculative, so precise, and that's exactly what they did in game number 3 against ONIC nonetheless.
New era. It's a new era for EVOS.
Woo! Wow. Honestly, against other teams, perhaps it makes a bit of sense. Against ONIC themselves, this is what the new generation of the White Tigers are able to do. This is a great moment for the EVOS Legends fans.
It is a great moment here. Ladies and gentlemen, we just witnessed an upset. First game, it was a one-sided victory, but game 2, game 3, Sutsujin and friends, they are just able to dismantle. They just managed to find the weakness of ONIC Esports. And yeah, set in stone, ladies and gentlemen, after what? The previous head-to-head was 5 wins, 4 side of ONIC. And now EVOS, they are trying to break that pattern.
History not repeating itself as EVOS Legends. They certainly learned from all the losses against ONIC Esports. With this new roster, again, without the world roster, they're able to destroy history, taking it back, winning against ONIC Esports, against PH's best jungler. Sutsujin proves he is the rookie monster.
Not the cookie monster, the rookie monster. But man, ladies and gentlemen, what a day it has been. 2 matches, 2-1 matches.
I know who wrote this line.
Tell me.
Masdika, shout out.
Shout out Masdika.
The man himself, the history expert behind, the information
all smiles for
that
him,
we have.
by the way. All smiles for Masdika. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, what a performance by all 5 members of EVOS. Woo!
Take a look at the winning moment here again from the get-go, where Coach Bjorn, Coach Zace was just able to craft this draft. Again, we mentioned this, Arashi. This is the debut not only for Sutsujin and this new era team against their toughest opponent yet, ONIC Esports, but it is also the debut for Coach Jeb and Coach Aldo up top without Coach Mars. And so far, no success. So far.
Well, you can't argue with the results, right? We've seen that in the previous times they've met, ONIC has always been able to just barely or even dominantly take the victory. But today, EVOS has broken that streak. They are back. This is the new EVOS Legends. You cannot treat them the same way.
You cannot treat EVOS the same. It is starting to, I think EVOS, they are on the right page. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in a bit, we will have an interview with our host. Well, let's just jump immediately. Bude, take it away.
EVOS Roar! Oke, penutupan di hari pertama minggu yang ketiga begitu luar biasa. Dan setelah 1,5 tahun EVOS puasa menang dari tim ONIC, mereka akhirnya berhasil melahap sang Raja Langit. Inilah dia Raja Hutan, Sutsujin. Hai Sutsujin.
Halo.
Oh my god, congratulations loh. Deg-degan gak sih lawan ONIC?
Deg-degan.
Ah serius, bentar. Ini Sutsujin tuh bener-bener baru di MPL, bahkan kompetitif Mobile Legends ya kan?
Ya.
Bener ya? Datang dari publik, lalu jadi pro player.
Betul.
Oke. Dan ini berat nggak sih buat kamu yang notabene kayak ya udah langsung aja tiba-tiba MPL Liga Utama gitu loh?
Untuk aku sih berat. Soalnya ini baru pertama kali juga di scene kompetitif.
Apa yang paling berat atau apa sih tantangan terbesar apa buat Sutsujin?
Tantangannya tentunya karena melawan tim-tim yang besar pasti grogi dikit.
Oke, tadi di game 1 itu grogi.
Ya.
Itu grogi. Game 1 kok aduh, tadi sedih banget ya. What happened? Ada
Kesalahan komunikasi.
Terus game kedua selanjutnya berhasil tuh. Lihat lagi diliatin tuh. Gara-gara mereka itu ya?
Ya.
Apis. Tapi setelah itu kalian udah berhasil untuk kayak menyelesaikannya dan akhirnya berhasil untuk ngalahin ONIC. Kalian udah ngebaca permainan ONIC atau ONIC terkenal dengan permainan yang rapi, tapi kalian berhasil mengalahkannya dengan 2-1.
Kami tiap hari udah latihan sama baca strateginya juga sih. Jadi nggak terlalu susah lagi pas ketemu.
Oke, belajar habis dan inilah dia EVOS Legends juga ngedukung kamu. Rasanya dapat dukungan kayak gitu dari EVOS Legends ngelawan tim ONIC yang notabene kayak minggu bisa dibilang terberat gak sih buat kalian? Tadi baru ngelawan ONIC. Selanjutnya esok akan ngelawan tim RRQ. Ada kekhawatiran gak?
Enggak sih. Dijalanin aja.
Dijalanin aja, sing penting yakin ya Sutsujin ya. Tapi tadi kalian udah berhasil menang 2-1 ngelawan tim ONIC. Esok tim RRQ. Ini akan lebih berat atau seperti apa Sutsujin?
Kayaknya bakal lebih berat.
Lebih berat?
Ya.
First time ketemu Albert loh. Ada sesuatu nggak?
Nggak ada.
Nggak ada. Ada mau salam-salam nggak Albert? Jangan galak-galak Albert. Yuk ketemu di Lord.
Nggak ada sih.
Albert yuk adu retri gitu ya?
Ya adu retri aja nanti.
Asik, ini dia dari para jungler kita akan kita saksikan esok di El Clasico. Jadi jangan lupa nonton dan Sutsujin, dadah dulu. Dadah, thank you, langsung caster.
Wow, that was Sutsujin. Sutsujin. I mean, yeah, he was the main playmaker.
Yeah, I
in
mean,
game 2 and 3.
Game 2 and 3, I guess. Well, in game 3, essentially, I think it's dreams. Yeah. Exactly. Funny enough, though, you know, Sutsujin seems like a wordplay on the word Satsujin. In Japanese, it means killer. So again, it's very thematic with how he's playing.
Well, he's on Akai, so he's not really a killer, but
well, he was demolishing people in the previous game. Looking at the items, though, you can see that ONIC Esports, they are absolutely at a deficit. CW even is forced to build in the Malefic Roar. He was doing damage, but no one can actually stay in the front line. Kyrie was just struggling on that Baxia, and you can see the difference in tankiness, right? He has an Antikyras, a Curse Helmet. That's about it, though. Sutsujin on the Akai, he has a Sky Guardian helmet, he has a Radiant armor, he is just all up in the front. He's able to just flicker and do whatever he wants essentially, because ONIC Esports, they are not at that point yet where they can punish that kind of reckless aggression, and EVOS take full advantage of it. The post-game stats tells you the whole story. 0% kill participation on 3 members of ONIC Esports, and all the cards, the Rich Guy, the Carry, the Sandbag, the Forgotten One, are all taken, monopolized by the members of EVOS Legends.
1 kill only for side of ONIC Esports, and it's a stomp. It's a stomp for EVOS, for ONIC. EVOS Legends, game 2 and 3, they just have all the cards.
I think it might have to do with the roster. Take a look at ONIC Esports. Usually, when we see ONIC Esports, it's always, well, Bootsy W and Kyrie, you always see them. But it's Drian and Keyboy. No, Drian? Yeah, it was Drian and Keyboy. is usually Drian and Kiboy, or
it was usually Sans, Drian and Samo.
There you go. So
Right.
because they've changed that again here, and they've been constantly changing the rosters, maybe that was the reason they were having a lot of miscommunications in that game. But here you go, Dreams making the plays, but this man right here capitalizing on every single one of those plays and securing the objectives, even in those clutch situations. Mian, MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series 1-0-5. The Samsung Retri was so on point.
Exactly. He just comes into the scene and shows why his nickname is the Assassin, the Killer, Satsujin. Well, we take a look at his highlights here by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and look at that. Although in the beginning, Dream set it up, but the follow-up coming in, EVOS just playing so much more calculated, and ONIC, they were just trying to be so aggressive in the early game, and they just didn't have the right control, the right composition. Here is that play where CW was able to quote-unquote outplay, predict perhaps the prediction from Dreams, but even after that, EVOS, they don't mind. They just wait and make the plays when they need to, and the retributions coming into Tsutsujin is just so good, and the heavy spin has been used to just great effect. And overall, I think there's just so many things to worry about from this new EVOS roster, right? It's a bit of what I was saying for ONIC in game number 1. There's just so many different problems, and ONIC, they don't have all the resources, they don't have all the attention span to just watch out for Tsutsujin, watch out for everyone else, just for Dreams, just making plays all over the place. And so they just get overwhelmed by that, and they just get taken out.
Just get taken out.
Assassin,
Tsutsujin. Very, very intimidating name, if I do say so myself. But man, what a day!
I don't know why it's intimidating. Maybe because it's the play on the word killer in Japanese.
Exactly, it's like, ooh. But yeah, match 1, match 2, all. Let's just jump into the mic checks by TikTok to take a listen what is happening.
Dia ada tiga ya. Oke, 3-3-4, 3-4. Akan level pergi. Kalau kill kah gua. Jangan kamel guys. So masih ada kick ya. Akai. Ya. Bisa tuh. Aman gua. Nice. Ngapain woi? Timmy. Nice. Ngapain woi? Kak, you can clear mid kak. Oke. Ya, gas. Woi. Gua majuin ya. Sujin, bang. Ngapain woi? Bawa enggak sih? Bokol bang. Mati woi, ngapain? Rata bro. Ayo gua dewe. Boleh hajar orang tuh. Boleh gas. Astur. Lihat nih, jolen. Dulu. Angela udah ulti. Gua masuk. Gua ulti, gua nampak ulti doang. Gua lompat. Balik. Lihat, Pak Vito dari bisa.
Kebun ayo,
Bisa, mati.
Guys, bro.
Backup.
Sabar.
Gua lompat. Mat. Aman. Nice. Bisa. Boleh lagi. Bisa.
Depanin Cecil.
Nice. Mati. Langsung end, bro. Kasih tahu bro kita siapa, bro. Wey. Langsung, bro. Nice. Next.
Dapat.
SM missing, guys. Bisa dapat 3. Masih di bawah. Picker Digi. Mati dia. Nice. Bulet, Matt. Digi miss ya? Sabar, jangan. Sabar. Ada smash. Nice banget, man. Gua setengah darah ya. Aman. Nice dia. Kasih orang dulu sih. Gue dapat. Nice. Mati rata sama gue rata. Ratain. Bisa mid. Gue ini. Ya. Nice. Bro.
Clean, clear communication in game 2 and 3 for side of EVOS Legends. Honestly, that was a very calm, collected, composed communication. Mic checks from EVOS Legends for game 2 and 3. And I guess, I think that communication just is fluent, and there you go.
This has been the case when we're talking about EVOS Legends since Season 7. Well, honestly, since forever, their mic checks have always been calm, collected, and that's why maybe it feels so efficient in the last 2 games, Arashi. But we are going to see the reason as to why they were able to find so much success in the keys to success.
Well, the killer himself, Tsutsujin's on the screen, but the team fight potential, how EVOS were playing the fights, especially in the mid game, is just so good. And even though ONIC tries to be disciplined, they can't help but be forced to make those mistakes. And we mentioned in the first game when ONIC had a dominant performance, you need to force them to make these mistakes. You can't wait for the opportunity. Be proactive and grab it just like that. Just take what is yours. EVOS, they go for it. And as you can see, if they're able to do so, even ONIC, they just have to go back to the drawing board. They are forced to accept defeat in a reverse sweep.
That's tough. That's tough, right? I mean, yeah, sure. Game 2, the equalizer, the momentum is to the side of EVOS Legends. And I guess that got carried to Game 3. The discipline as well. They stay grounded, right, in Game 3. But ONIC Esports back to the drawing board. So two losses for side of ONIC Esports, I believe, if we take a look at the standings. But man, later on, we'll have to see to confirm who will be the second and as well as third. But before that, we'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see, and you guys can go ahead and grab food right now while we wait and see. Go ahead and take that 20,000 discount by scanning over the QR code over on Arashi there, or just use the promo code. You know, if you want to type it in, grb.to/MPL ID X grab.
Man, oh man. 2 matches, day 1 of week 3.
2 ones.
2 ones, crazy matches. That is just the opening of week 3, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just jump into the standings to see what has changed as per day 1. Presented to you, of course, by Samsung Galaxy A33, A53, A73, 5G.
Wow, the changes here are pretty significant. Again, Aura Fire moving up to that second place position, and EVOS Legends as well. Onto the third, they have the same aggregate points, Arashi, but why Aura Fire is in second is because they actually met before, and it was a 2-0 for Aura. That's why Aura are in second. But ONIC Esports going to fourth. We haven't seen this in 2 seasons.
2 seasons, yeah. It's crazy. It is
crazy.
3 seasons. 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, I mean, earlier, right? Start of the day, it was 3-1 match win or lose from second and as well as 5th place. And at the end of the day, because ONIC Esports and Alter Ego Esports lost, yeah, it is still very close there for the midfield battle of the second place. But we'll have to wait and see how is Bigatron Alpha doing, perhaps.
Man, this is doing pretty well in the 6th position, you know, staying still. But Season 10 rankings for your MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, after today, we have a few changes in the leaderboards. Obviously, still, man, Albert and Skylar still holding on, even though they didn't play a single game. But Nino, he's come up to the 3rd position here, Rashi.
In 4th place, there's Boots as well, the man who was very passionate. A welcome change, I would say, from Boots. We've been expecting him to be a lot more excited, because he used to be very chill. Too chill. It's almost eerie.
Never said anything.
Exactly.
He was cold, just like Thomas
Shelby.
In 5th position is Clover, the mood maker, the experienced carry, the experienced player in the new gen of EVOS Legends. So this is the he's not here though, unfortunately. So this is the MVP rankings for season 10 so far. And honestly, the season of upsets keeps on giving, man. We are still completely shocked every single day.
A lot of dramas indeed. Yeah, unpredictable. Week 1, week 2, and week 3 is setting up to set more dramas.
This is the first few weeks of MPL ID, and every game already feels competitive as heck. It feels like a playoff match. You know what? I'm going as far as to say that it feels like a grand final match in some of these crazy matches, going all the way to 28 minutes, even 30. RQ versus ONIC, remember? It feels really crazy, and Season 10 definitely showing that nothing is predictable anymore. ONIC taking a loss against this new EVOS Legends with a lot of rookies in their composition.
A lot of rookies indeed, but remember, the season is not over, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of time to repair, to bounce back, and perhaps to to be more mature entering the playoffs. But man, what a day it has been. Arashi, final thoughts.
It's just insane. It's great as an analyst, but at the same time, you're just confused. Like, how is this happening? You know, you try and rack your brains to try and find an answer, and honestly, it's just very difficult. So credits to the players for an insane performance today, but also credits to the coaches, the analysts, Guys, it's been amazing, and honestly, we're looking forward to tomorrow, guys. It's only day one.
It's only day one, but Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi will have to say goodbye today. Stay tuned tomorrow to see day 2. See ya.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan